my laptop.
Whoa. Look at you. You spawned right on Plains Hills.
Yeah.
And you got poppies. Medicinal herbs requires animal husbandry? How does that make sense? Shorty.
You can play the video. I'm just
on.
on back end stuff.
I'm moving around and shit. Grabbing my drink.
Now.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United States and Israel are continuing large-scale bombings across Iran, where officials say nearly 1,350 civilians have been killed in 12 days of attacks.
Epic.
Among the dead are at least 40 people, most of them civilian, killed in their homes when an airstrike ripped through a residential neighborhood in eastern Tehran. Survivors said 3 residential buildings were bombed simultaneously while a missile struck a nearby police station. Iran's health ministry reports over a dozen hospitals and clinics across Iran have suffered damage, including the Gandhi Hospital in Tehran. Meanwhile, U.S. and Israeli strikes have damaged some centuries-old locations designated by the United Nations as World Heritage Sites, including the Chachel Sotun Palace in the city of Isfahan. The Guardian is reporting Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, was injured in the first February 28th attack that killed 6 of his family members, including his father, Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The Guardian cited Tehran's ambassador to Cyprus, who said Khamenei was lucky to survive the strike, which left him hospitalized with injuries to his legs, hand, and arm. On Capitol Hill, Pentagon officials told lawmakers Wednesday the cost of the first 6 days of war against Iran has exceeded $11.3 billion, a figure that does not include the cost of the massive buildup of military forces in the Middle East ahead of the strikes. Meanwhile, a preliminary assessment from the Pentagon has determined the U.S. was at fault for the missile strike at an Iranian girls' school on February 28th that killed 168 children and 14 teachers. President Trump's repeatedly blamed Iran's military for the bombing. On Wednesday, he told reporters he was unaware of the mounting evidence that the U.S. was responsible. Trump's latest denial came as 46 senators, all of them Democrats or independents, signed a letter to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth demanding answers. They write, quote, "The United States and Israel must abide by U.S. and international law, including the law of armed conflict. There must be a swift investigation into the strikes on this school and any other potential U.S. military actions causing civilian harm, and the findings must be released to the public as soon as possible, along with any measures to pursue accountability," unquote. The Washington Post reports the elementary school building was on a U.S. target list and may have been mistaken for a military site. It's not clear whether artificial intelligence tools were responsible for targeting it. The U.S. and Israel are relying on software developed by Palantir to select thousands of targets across Iran. The software relies partly on Anthropic's Claude AI systems. This week, Anthropic sued the Trump administration for designating the AI company as a supply chain risk after Anthropic refused to allow Claude to be used for autonomous weapons or mass domestic surveillance. Iran's military says it targeted Israeli air bases and the Shin Bet headquarters in Tel Aviv as drone and missile attacks from Iran and Hezbollah triggered air raid sirens across northern and central Israel. Iranian drones also struck at Middle Eastern nations that host U.S. military bases. Iraq and Oman shut down oil terminals after attacks on 2 oil tankers sparked massive fires and killed 1 person. Strikes also hit oil storage facilities in Oman. A 3rd ship was struck off the coast of the United Arab Emirates. In Dubai, an Iranian drone struck a residential building, sparking a fire, while 4 people were injured by attacks on Dubai International Airport. In Bahrain, smoke rose over the capital, Manama, after an Iranian drone strike on fuel storage tanks at Bahrain International Airport. Kuwait International Airport was also hit by several drones.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Iran
Johnny
continues
Harris
to
released a
attack
3-hour
Saudi Arabia's
video.
eastern oil fields and
Whoa.
targeted Prince Sultan Air Base with ballistic
almost like
missiles that
our
Saudi
Iran video
officials say
responding
they
to
successfully
Casey.
intercepted.
Fucking hell.
The International Energy Agency has agreed to release 400 million barrels of oil from strategic reserves as the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran roils energy markets. That's more than double the amount of oil released in 2022 after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. It comes as Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, says it will not allow, quote, a leader of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, with an IRGC spokesman warning, quote, expect oil at $200 per barrel, unquote. Saudi Arabia is ramping up crude oil flow through its pipeline from the kingdom's eastern coast to a port on the Red Sea. But oil production experts say that will not address fuel shortages if Iran targets the pipeline or if Yemen's Houthis resume attacks on vessels in the Red Sea. On Wednesday, House Speaker Mike Johnson called the spike in gas prices temporary.
I think the mission is being achieved, is nearly completed, and the commander-in-chief himself said in the last 24 hours they will come to a close. So gas prices will readjust after that. This is a temporary blip in an extraordinary trend of a return to American energy dominance.
When?
Israel is continuing its relentless bombardment of Lebanon, where authorities say more than 630 people, at least 91 of them children, have been killed over the past week. More than 816,000 people have been registered as displaced due to Israeli forced evacuation.
You know, oil prices would be impacted a lot less if the U.S. actually took green infrastructure seriously.
Yeah. Imagine.
It's almost like there was something to do with oil that happened in the 70s
That's almost exactly the same.
that could have taught them this lesson.
Imagine if they weren't so fucking stupid. But that being said, this is Reagan's fault.
Literally.
He literally didn't listen and doubled down on oil and corporations. Like, it's literally Reagan's fault, and Trump is just the natural
And then
conclusion
Reagan,
of Reagan.
let's not forget, he sold missiles to
It's the
the
natural
Islamic. And then
conclusion
Reagan,
of
let's
Reagan.
not forget, What a piece of shit, am I right?
I sent a bunch of videos. We watched that one. Another one. Let's double check what that one is. Should be much.
Hey!
Much.
Hey, hey.
For Australia.
Nay, nay.
3. Great. The Twampet. Alrighty. Alright. I have updated everything I wanted to, and I have sent you most of them. If you did want to get them from the list, they are at the 1. I'm going to vote up a bunch so they're at 2. What are you laughing at?
This post. I'll show you in a second when I do my tweet.
Alright, so sometime after the stream, I think both of us need to go in and downvote with the individual accounts and use all 3 accounts to sort this out, because there's a lot of stuff here that has been voted up by both of us, but not
just
voted down.
says, so did they kill Netanyahu or not? And this guy person goes, Anna Kasparian says she hopes Iran killed Bibi Netanyahu. Wow. And they go, this is
Same.
the least offensive thing about Anna Kasparian.
Mm-hmm. Like, it literally is. That's what we're crying about, really? I've seen the Zionists have been on our ass recently for a little bit.
Evacuation orders and airstrikes. Among the latest attacks was an overnight double-tap strike on Beirut's beachfront, targeting a tent camp housing displaced Lebanese families. At least 8 people were killed and 21 injured by the Israeli strikes, which came without warning at 3 in the morning. In southern Lebanon, mourners gathered Wednesday for the funeral of the Lebanese Red Cross volunteer Youssef Asaf, who was killed in an Israeli strike.
What happened was that we were present in an area trying to evacuate wounded people, and a bomb fell among them. 2 of our young men were targeted. One of them is still in the hospital, undergoing treatment and surgeries.
In Gaza, Israeli forces have continued deadly attacks on Palestinians over the past 24 hours in the latest violations of the U.S.-brokered October 10th ceasefire agreement. Palestinian reporters say 2 women were killed and 7 others were injured, including 3 children, after Israeli forces targeted tents sheltering displaced families in the Nuseirat refugee camp. In western Gaza City, health officials say 1 Palestinian was killed and others were wounded when an Israeli drone fired a missile on a market. This is a Palestinian survivor of the attack.
What is the fault of children? Children are gone, women are gone, elderly people are gone. Why us? What do they have to do with this? We are peaceful, but the Israelis don't know peace. They don't want peace in the Middle East. They want to fight the whole world.
In Sudan, a drone strike in the village of Shikari killed 17 people, most of them girls. The Sudan Doctors Network said the paramilitary group Rapid Support Forces, RSF, was responsible for the strike. The village reportedly had no presence of the Sudanese military. The civil war in Sudan erupted in 2023 as fighting between the RSF and the Sudanese killed more than 40,000 people and forced nearly 15 million people to flee their homes. U.S. Republican Senator John Cornyn of Texas has reversed his position on the filibuster in order to pass President Trump's Save America Act.
White House.
The bill would require proof
released
of citizenship
about
for voter registration, require
Operation Epic Fury, and it says the clear objective: destroy Iran's terrorist proxies. So I'm like, Israel already did this. When you're manufacturing consent, at least make some shit up and fabricate the evidence. This is weak stuff. Like, I'm genuinely floored by how piss weak the US propaganda has been about manufacturing the consent for this war. Like, nobody wants this. Literally nobody in America, nobody in the West, except for like the fascist bootlickers, want this. He literally went around
even
Congress.
The loyalists, when their gas prices keep going up, they're going to get more and more mad.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is only bad for Donald Trump. Like, this might have been the dumbest thing he could have possibly done. But then again, when someone is that easily led by Israel, what do you expect? Like, Israel has their motivations much stronger than Donald Trump to go into the Middle East.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Like, what is the actual reason that America is so behind Israel? Like, why? Why not just be like, haha, do it yourself? Like, that could easily be an option, is you've been doing genocide for 3 years, do it yourself. You've got no problem. Why do we need to do it? And instead, now they've lost 4 planes and a tanker and a damaged tanker. Like, those are expensive pieces of equipment. I don't think America has many tankers. I think it's like one of the, I'm going to look that up. KC-135 in
Imagine enlisting to serve your country and then dying for Israel.
in the Epstein War. Sorry, let me correct. The Epstein Holy War.
The Epstein Jihad.
How many? Yes, the Epstein Jihad.
Oh, he's in a little tube now. Are you tubular?
Okay. They actually have heaps. That's crazy.
What?
The KC-135, there are 150 on active duty in the Air Force. There's 163 in the National Guard and 62 in the Air Force Reserves. Fascinating. So it ain't like us where we only have 2. Because we have our own AWAC, the Wedgetail, which is a Boeing. So this one is ours. And we sent this, I think, over to the Middle East in support. Our AWAC, which I know is not a tanker, but it's still like one of these jumbo jets that has been repurposed. I kind of hope it gets shot down. I think that Australia needs to take a fat loss for supporting this war. Considering that, you know, we've seen disruptions for like 2 fucking years over Palestine protests, and instead of listening to the people, Anthony Albanese goes, "We support this." Fuck yeah. I think they sent 70 airmen and a couple planes. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you sending this? Fuck the US. And then, actually, I'll get the video up. you might have sent it to me, but a Green senator here just blasted the government for it. Albanese for supporting Trump. Also, remember how I brought up the other day that Drew was using Iranian women to boost his own profile and then ended up gloating because the president retweeted him? And then he was more focused on the fact that Donald Trump noticed his tweet than the fact that most of the Iranian women are now back in Iran and probably going to die. Channel 7 interviewed him about Donald Trump noticing his tweet. Not the fact the Iranian women are now likely back in Iran and facing death. So, good job, Drew. Really saved them women. I need to find this video. Of course, every fucking link is not what I want. See if I can find it. I definitely sent it. Sent it to somebody. Maybe I sent it to John. We'll see. Maybe I retweeted. Maybe I shared it. Glory to the Supreme Leader.
You done your turn yet, bitch?
No, I am looking. I'm almost certain I sent it to you, but maybe I didn't. Shut the fuck up.
Photo ID to cast a ballot and require states to run voter rolls through a federal database kept by the Department of Homeland Security. Senator Cornyn is currently locked in a tight runoff election for his Senate seat with Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton and is seeking President Trump's endorsement. The Save America Act was passed by the House, but Senate Democrats have vowed a filibuster to defeat the bill. Senate Majority Leader John...
So apparently the person who's going to replace Jasmine Crockett might be even better than her on policy.
Really?
Yeah. Won't be as funny as her.
So because she ran for Senate, she had to leave her thing? Is that...
Yeah. But there was also... I think there was races for that seat as well.
Okay. Ugh, of course, it's this fucking source. All right.
John Thune has refused to change the Senate's rules to force a vote. On Wednesday, President Trump criticized Thune, saying...
I just wanted to play this while I was ranting about Australia supporting the Iranian war.
I mean, aren't you embarrassed? This is the guy you've hitched us to at the hip. I mean, he is a fascist, war criminal, fantasist. And you have hitched our country at the hip to him through AUKUS, through your obsequious toadying of the war criminals Trump and Netanyahu and their illegal war. It is humiliating, it's embarrassing, and it's degrading for our country. I mean...
It's a pretty good statement.
Should have ended it with a bitch.
Well, cunt is more Australian. But see this little watermark here? NSN. By the way. Every fucking time. I cannot describe how much I see this fucking watermark, and it's pissing me off. Because this guy is literally a front for the NSN. Just like the Noticer, just like March for Australia, just like
senator?
fucking... No. The watermark.
Oh, okay.
This account in itself is an NSN propaganda page. And unsurprisingly, big One Nation fan. Yeah, the connections keep racking up.
You noticing something?
I'm noticing a lot. Okay. I am done with back-end stuff.
He's got to be a leader, unquote. President Trump has vowed to not sign any other legislation until he's signed the Save America Act into law. In New Hampshire, Democrat Bobby Boudman won a special election for a state house seat on Wednesday, beating the Republican Dale Fincher and flipping a Republican district. President Trump carried easily in 2024. Tuesday's election saw a 16-point swing in favor of the Democratic candidate.
Ethiopia. 80 dead. Did we hear about this?
No, but
I'll put it on the list. I gotta go to the toilet, but I'll be
not
back.
me going, oh, 80? That's not bad.
It's a big number, but there are in Ethiopia. I think last year or the year before there was like 150 that died. All right, I'll be back.
The latest sign that Republicans could face huge losses in November's midterm elections. According to the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee, Democrats have flipped 28 seats since President Trump won in 2024. Republicans haven't flipped any seats currently held by Democrats. On Wednesday, President Trump traveled to the Kentucky district of Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie to campaign against him. Massey's a co-sponsor, along with Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna, of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and voted in favor of an Iran War Powers Resolution.
You know what the name is? He is the worst person. His name is, what the hell? How did he ever end up in Kentucky? His name is Thomas Massie.
Richard Kahn, the longtime accountant of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, appeared for a closed-door deposition on Capitol Hill Wednesday. Democratic Congressmember James Walkinshaw, who sits on the House Oversight Committee, said, quote, Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking ring would not have been possible without Richard Kahn, who managed Epstein's money for years, authorized payments, including payments to victims and survivors, unquote. Kahn claimed he was unaware of Epstein's sexual abuse and had not seen any of his victims. Meanwhile, lawmakers are seeking to interview Tova Noel, one of the prison guards on duty when Epstein was found dead in his jail cell, a death ruled a suicide by the New York chief medical examiner. According to the New York Post, FBI records suggest Noel had twice run a Google search for the phrase latest on Epstein in jail in the hours before Epstein's body was discovered. Chase Bank also flagged cash deposits in Noel's bank account in a suspicious activity report to the FBI in November 2019, with a $5,000 cash deposit 10 days before Epstein's death. And in immigration news, there are disturbing new details about Egyptian mother Hayam El-Gamal and her 5 children who've been imprisoned at the U.S. Family Detention Center for more than 9 months, the longest known family detention under President Trump's second term. In 59 pages of declarations that include handwritten letters and pictures drawn by the 5 children, The family details abhorrent medical care, inedible food, and a disregard for their religious freedom to practice Islam at the South Texas Family Residential Center in Dilley. The documents were first published by the Texas Tribune. In one note, El Gamal's 16-year-old son writes, quote, "This prolonged detention has and continues to destroy our lives. It's slowly killing us on the inside. Our mental health is at great risk. It's rapidly deteriorating with every day we spend here. Our lives are without purpose. We are just waiting for this nightmare to end," he writes. Under a federal 1997 settlement agreement, parents and children can generally not be in prison for more than 20 days in immigration jails, although the Trump administration is suing to reverse that ruling and has violated it many times at the ICE family jail in Dilley, Texas. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Los Angeles. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United Nations Refugee Agency warns the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran has forced 3.2 million people to flee their homes in less than 2 weeks, creating a humanitarian crisis on a massive scale. Most of those displaced are evacuating Tehran and other urban areas to seek safety in northern Iran and rural areas. This is Mashid, whose home in Tehran was destroyed in airstrikes Tuesday.
They destroyed that house and this one and ours here. Now we're staying with relatives. Where are we supposed to go? We have nowhere. I had just replaced all my belongings, and it's all ruined. Now we are collecting the scraps left behind on the floors because we were all siblings.
Earlier today, huge explosions rocked central Tehran, not far from where a massive Quds Day demonstration in support of Palestinians was underway. Iranian media reports a woman attending the rally was killed by shrapnel from the U.S.-Israeli coalition airstrike. On Thursday, Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, said in a written statement he'd ordered the military to continue blocking shipments through the Strait of Hormuz and called on other Middle East nations to close U.S. military bases used to attack Iran. They were Mojtaba Khamenei's first public comments since he was chosen to replace his father, Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated February 28th, along with other members of the family, including Mojtaba's son, brother-in-law, and sister. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held his first press briefing since attacking Iran, where he vowed to continue the bombardment of Iran and Lebanon and threatened to kill Iran's new supreme leader.
Even now, it can be said with certainty, this is no longer the same Iran, this is no longer the same Middle East, and this is also not the same Israel. We are not waiting, we are initiating, we are attacking, and we are doing so with a force the like of which has not been seen before.
That's what you always do. How is that different?
The Pentagon says at least 4 service members are dead after a refueling aircraft supporting the U.S.
That's what made October 7th
unique in western Iraq Thursday. The Pentagon is not
it was your fucking state policy to fucking trim the grass. What are you talking about, bro?
The fate of 2 other crew members, saying that rescue efforts continue. This comes as a coalition of 250 prominent groups sent a joint letter to Congress urging lawmakers to vote against any additional funding for the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. The groups include the ACLU, Public Citizen, Greenpeace, Jewish Voice for Peace, and the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union. They write, quote, the $50 billion that the administration reportedly seeks for a new Pentagon supplemental would be enough to restore food assistance for 4 million Americans that was taken away in the tax and budget reconciliation bill, establish universal pre-K education, and pay for the annual construction of more than 100,000 units of housing, among other possible priorities. In Oman, 2 foreign nationals were killed and several others injured after Iranian drones struck Oman's northern Sohar province. Of 14 civilians killed so far in Gulf nations, all but one were immigrants, predominantly South Asian nationals who work low-wage jobs. One Pakistani worker told Middle East Eye that despite the risks, quote, "if I don't work, I go hungry," oh, quote. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia says it shot down 56 Iranian drones since early Friday, including one targeting the high-security diplomatic area of Riyadh. And NATO says its air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean shot down a third ballistic missile that was fired from Iran towards Turkey. Iran's attacks continue to roil energy markets, with the price of oil surging to nearly $100 a barrel, after the International Energy Agency announced a record release of oil from strategic reserves. On Thursday, President Trump suggested skyrocketing fuel costs are a good thing. He wrote on his social media platform, quote, "The United States is the largest oil producer."
That was like over $6 a gallon.
In the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money, unquote, Trump wrote.
Cool.
Israel's military has bombed central Beirut, killing at least 12 people and sending black smoke billowing.
I'm shocked. You mean to tell me when poor people suffer, the rich profit?
Into the sky over Lebanon's capital. The Israeli strikes on Thursday targeted the Bashura neighborhood close to downtown Beirut. Separate Israeli attacks ripped through Beirut's southern suburbs and large swaths of southern Lebanon. Earlier today, an Israeli strike targeted a bridge over the Litani River, a major crossing point between northern and southern Lebanon. Among the latest dead are 9 people, including 5 children, killed by Israeli bombs in the town of Arki. Israel's military said it was responding to rockets and drones fired at Israel from Hezbollah. On Thursday, Israeli officials said they're expanding a forced evacuation order for southern Lebanon, almost doubling the size of the zone. More than 800,000 people have been displaced by Israeli attacks across Lebanon, with 687 people killed in less than 2 weeks, including 98 children. After headlines, we'll go to Beirut for the latest. Israel's military's dropped all charges against 5 soldiers accused of assaulting and gang raping a Palestinian man detained at the Sde Teman prison in 2024. The prison has become notorious for the gruesome torture of Palestinians. The man was hospitalized with broken ribs, a punctured lung, and rectal damage and other injuries. The former top lawyer for the Israeli military was arrested last year for her alleged role in the leak of surveillance video that showed the Israeli soldiers raping the Palestinian prisoner who was returned to Gaza after his release from the Israeli prison. At the time, far-right Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said the soldiers should be treated like heroes, not villains. Meanwhile, Spain has permanently removed its ambassador to Israel as the Spanish government intensifies its opposition to the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez said last week Spain would refuse to allow
Speaking of Nazi shit, I just want, anytime I see Nazis praising Hitler, I just want them to know that Hitler killed himself because he went to his grave believing that he was wrong and the German people weren't superior. That's why he did it. Because if they were superior, they wouldn't have failed.
They would have won. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He literally killed himself because of that.
He became a good Nazi. And if you're a Nazi and you praise Hitler, you should do it too. Because at the end of the day, your goals are never going to come to fruition. Just end it early. Don't waste your time.
I love the whole, like, the friend-enemy distinction. I'm in the in-group. Meanwhile, Hitler literally would kill every German citizen if he
needed to, yeah.
Yeah.
To the last German man. To defend the honor of
But
Germany
I'll be
to
safe
the Aryans.
from the Nazi regime.
Of
I'll
course.
support the Nazis.
You just don't understand. I'm not going to be the one that's targeted. right now I'm in the safe group. That's never going to change. How do I chop wood? Mining. Sure. Monument.
If a global Nazi takeover happened, do you think Drew Pavlov would be killed before you?
Yes. Yes, he would. I have a very simple answer for it to justify it too. He's a Greek Cypriot. I'm pretty sure Mediterraneans were not one of the Aryan favored people. Not one of the Germans favored people. I think Italians. I don't even think they like Italians.
Oh, I mean, you should. That's the thing, is they will cope with whatever. Like, I'm sure
whatever they need to, yeah.
The Japan video you have there is the one from guy who explained things badly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great video showing the hypocrisy in the Nazis.
Okay. I've sent so many
the
videos.
U.S. to use naval and air bases in southern Spain to strike
already,
Iran. In related news, Iceland and the Netherlands have joined South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. The case was first brought in December 2023. In Greece, thousands of demonstrators marched through central Athens Thursday towards the U.S. Embassy to protest the war in Iran and to demand the closure of NATO bases in Greece.
We consider the stance of the Greek government to be despicable because it not only puts us in danger by hosting American bases all over the country, but also has very strong ties with the state of Israel that is conducting a genocide with the United States. For us, the government should have already issued a public statement that would clarify that they are not getting involved in this war. On the contrary, we see them making moves, either with the frigates in the Red Sea or the F-16s in Cyprus. That shows our country wants to be part of the war.
The Trump administration has granted a 30-day waiver for countries to buy U.S.-sanctioned Russian oil currently stranded at sea.
What's going on
Treasury
with Amy's
Secretary
eye?
Scott Bessent said the move was needed to stabilize energy markets that have been
Seize the
roiled
Russian
by
oil
the
and give it to the
U.S.-Israeli assault on Iran. The waiver came as Ukrainian drones on Thursday
They've already been seizing Russian
struck a pipeline
ships.
terminal in
Seize the
Russia's
Russian oil
Krasnodar
tankers.
region, setting
You're
fuel
already
tanks
doing it.
on fire
Who
at
gives
one
a
of the
fuck?
largest oil
Just do it.
facilities in southern Russia. Meanwhile, officials in Kyiv say fighting in the Middle East is rapidly consuming expensive U.S. air defense munitions that Ukraine desperately needs to fend off Russian missiles and drones. In Geneva, investigators presented evidence to the UN's Human Rights Council Thursday on Russia's deportation and transfer of Ukrainian children since Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022.
Is this a genocide investigation on
Some
Russia?
20,000 children have been abducted and sent to Russia and Belarus, where they're sometimes subjected to military training and even forced to fight against Ukraine. This is Eric Mercer, the chair of the UN's Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine.
Families remained unaware of the fate of the children for prolonged periods of time. This has led to lengthy separation, distress, and suffering. These acts have been widespread and systematic, committed as a matter of policy, and amount to enforced disappearance as a crime against humanity.
In Michigan, an attacker armed with a rifle rammed his pickup truck into the Temple Israel Synagogue near Detroit on Thursday, exchanging fire with security guards who shot him dead. One guard.
And all I see is people talking about how this is a false flag. Like, bro's family was just killed. Why would it be a false flag?
In Lebanon, is that why?
Yeah, his family literally was just bombed by Israel.
Okay.
Everything is a Jewish conspiracy to them.
Because even Wendy was like, interesting spot for this to happen. But that is a very interesting detail that I have not heard yet. Okay. So this was not necessarily either terrorism or a mass shooting. Realistically, this
I
seems
believe
more
he
like
did have
a
links to financial support with ISIS
Oh,
or something too. That might have been a different attack because there was 2 terrorist attacks.
2, yes. Because like this just makes me think. Okay, so this gives me a little pause to be like, okay, terrorist attack, maybe. That's what I was thinking initially, right? Synagogue, mass shooting. You know, pretty typical of something ISIS would do. So I wouldn't be surprised. However, this gives me a little pause to be like, well, maybe this was more of a... What would you classify the... going out in a blaze of glory, personal gripe thing?
Still terrorism.
Sure, but I mean,
it's a revenge attack.
Revenge attack, okay.
For, like, the murder of his family.
Yes.
Yeah, which is still political. That was, like, the bombing to begin with is political.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. It's very... Have we seen a retribution mass shooting recently?
Probably.
It might be one.
Off the top of my head.
I couldn't think of one either.
Was knocked unconscious by the assault. No one else was injured. At the time, 140 students were in the synagogue's early childhood learning center. The Detroit News reports the attacker was a Dearborn Heights man originally from Lebanon, whose 2 brothers, niece, and nephew were killed days earlier in an Israeli military strike on their home in Lebanon.
Niece, and nephew.
In Virginia,
wow.
the FBI says it's investigating Thursday's shooting at Old Dominion University as an act of terrorism. Federal agents say the former Virginia Army National Guard member, Mohammed Baylor Jallo, opened fire on a classroom of students in the Reserve Officers Training Corps,
No, this is the ISIS
ROTC,
one. So he
killing
was
one person and
convicted
injuring 2
of
others
financial
before the
support to
students
ISIS.
subdued and killed him. Jallo pleaded guilty in 2016 to attempting to provide material support to the Islamic State group and served 7 years in prison. He was on supervised release at the time of Thursday's shooting. And today marks the first anniversary since Palestinian activist Lika Cordia was arrested and detained by ICE. Cordia, who was born in East Jerusalem, was arrested during the 2024 Gaza Solidarity protests at Columbia University in New York. Those charges were dropped, but Cordia was later detained at a routine immigration check-in in New Jersey. Rights groups and supporters have continued demanding Lika's release, including Mahmoud Khalil, who wrote an op-ed for The Guardian titled, "To my Palestinian sister in ICE detention, I will carry you until you are free," unquote. This week also marks 1 year since Mahmoud Khalil was arrested by federal agents at his residence. He was released from an ICE jail last June. To mark the anniversary, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani hosted Mahmoud Khalil, his wife Dr. Noor Abdullah, and their baby Dean at Gracie Mansion for iftar, the meal at sunset to break the daily fast during the holy month of Ramadan. Last year, Khalil was returning home after sharing an iftar with his wife Noor when he was taken by federal agents, then flown to Louisiana, where he was jailed for over 100 days. And in Colorado, nearly 4,000 meatpacking workers are set to begin a strike on Monday to protest unfair and dangerous labor conditions at JBS.
Are randomized because the first one to be recruited is John the Baptist.
And that's usually the one that I get, which is like the 5th.
Yeah.
But I guess they don't have any specific
I looked previous recruited, and there's nothing in there just to check. So.
Ooh, I found someone.
Great. I hit a dead end with my Explorer. You better get that fucking natural wonder.
Oh, I'm looking for it. Natural wonder? Why do you need a wonder? For the holy site. I'm trying.
USA, the world's largest meat producer. This would mark the first major labor strike in the meatpacking industry in decades. Unionized workers at the slaughterhouse and beef processing plant in the city of Greeley approved the strike after their employer refused to agree to a fair contract following months of negotiations. The meatpacking workers, many of whom are immigrants, have described low wages, being forced to pay for personal protective gear out of pocket, and say they face discrimination over their immigration status. There's currently an ongoing lawsuit against JBS alleging discrimination against Haitian workers. Last year, JBS agreed to pay a $4 million settlement over child labor violations, but without admitting wrongdoing. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy.
He took my delegation. Good man.
All right, you ready to see those commercials?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this first one might be a parody. I'm not positive.
Okay.
But it's been re-uploaded a lot, which makes me question its authenticity. Like, it could just be people uploading it because it's a funny commercial.
Yes.
Okay, check this out.
Pati 50 disari dengan nutrisi agar kulit kepala dan rambut kekal sihat dan harum sentiasa.
I mean, they can't show their hair, right? Sharia law.
सारा दिन हिजाब से ढके बालों में पसीना और सीबम पैदा होता है जो खुजली और डैंड्रफ का बाइस बनता है। मैंने सनसिल्क के साथ सनसिल्क लाइवली क्लीन एंड फ्रेश शैम्पू तैयार किया है जिसमें शामिल लाइम एक्सट्रैक्ट बालों में मौजूद पसीना और सीबम दूर करके सर की जल्द को क्लीन और हेल्दी बनाता है।
That's awesome.
Gatal, rontok lagi. Pakai Sari Ayu Hijab Hair Care Series. Ekstrak cabai rawitnya bantu atasi gatal, ketombe, dan rontok. Segar ya? Alhamdulillah. Bebas berhijab, rambut segar terawat.
Dude, these are fine because it's just anti-dandruff shampoo, right?
Yeah.
But it's very funny.
To see her put the shampoo on the hijab?
Yeah. That was Malaysia.
Terrifying article I've ever read about AI is available on LinkedIn, and it's not about drone swarms or autonomous weapons or killer robots. It's about code that was...
How did he just pronounce robot?
Robert.
It wasn't robit.
It's not Robert.
Not about drone swarms or autonomous weapons or killer robots.
It was Robert.
No, he said roba with an H.
No, I think it was robot.
He definitely didn't say a T there.
No. Well, he definitely didn't say an O. I reckon he said Robert.
Drone swarms or autonomous weapons or killer robots.
Robots.
It's about code.
Robots. It's like Roblox.
There's no T. He said roba. Killer robas.
Robots.
LinkedIn, and it's not about drone swarms or autonomous weapons or killer robots.
It's about
code that was written in 1986. Let me explain here. Mark Rusanovich, who's a CTO for Microsoft Azure, took an article from Compute Magazine from 1986 on better branching in AppleSoft. And AppleSoft is kind of like the Apple version of the basic programming language. He fed this into Claude Code, which is an AI-powered agent designed for terminal-based software development. And Claude not only understood the intent of the program, but found a bug in the code. Not a horrible bug, but incorrect behavior. And if you want to read the whole PDF on Mark's discovery, that's available at ryanbeth.substack.com. That's Mark's property. I'm just promoting it. And I'll also give you a link to his LinkedIn article. So why is this terrifying? Well, Claude was able to read and understand a binary from 40 years ago, discover the programmer's intent, and even find a bug. And this is important because over 70% of Fortune 500 companies run legacy systems written in an old programming language called COBOL. And many of these systems were written back when computer security wasn't really a thing. Like, computer security was the fact that very few people knew how to program. And as the language got older and the programmers who coded these programs retired or even died, systems kind of became more secure because fewer and fewer people knew the programming language, although it was security by obscurity. In fact, during the pandemic of 2020, COBOL programmers were in demand again because many state unemployment systems were written in COBOL, and none of my generation of programmers or the current generation of programmers knew what they were looking at. But I guarantee you, in those systems, in those old COBOL...
I was trying to explain to people about nukes. How like the people who designed and built all those nukes, like, nobody knows how they work. And people were like, yeah, right. And I'm like, no, we really, really don't have the tech to, like, manufacture new nuclear weapons anymore. Like, even our...
Objectively good thing.
Like, the warheads, they just take the warheads out and they put them in new missiles.
Mm. Iran?
Systems, the vulnerabilities are there. Security by obscurity is great, but it's basically an unlocked door that's hidden, right? If nobody knows where that door is, they're not going to be able to open it because they can't find it. But if they do find it, you're going to be able to open it. And what we just saw is that Claude AI essentially can discover the door. Now, secrets that were previously safe because nobody knew the language or knew about the secret can get revealed in minutes or maybe in an afternoon of AI compute time. And this is why, this is probably the biggest threat to cybersecurity since the Y2K bug. You know, back when programmers scrambled to make sure 2-digit dates are actually 4-digit dates at the start of the new millennium. And that would probably be a good video on its own. But this means that everything built essentially in the past 50 years that's still running can be reverse engineered and scanned for exploits. This means industrial controls. This means hardware devices. This means satellites if you can get the source code. This means Visual Basic programs that were written 30 years ago and still run your back office. That's exploitable right now. And every single one of these things can be disassembled and scanned by Claude Code. And the scary thing is that it's not just the state actors you have to worry about. If there's a guy in your organization who's mad at the company because he didn't get a promotion and he knows a little bit about programming and can use Claude Code, he can scan these systems and look for vulnerabilities and just wreak havoc on your business. Hackers. I mean, my God, I can only imagine the amount of industrial controls that are connected to the internet over 20 years ago
Epstein files?
that are unsafe.
Okay.
Pretty cool. They stole terabytes of data, apparently. I don't know why. But it was the same hacker group that always does it, the one connected to the Chinese government. Salt Typhoon or whatever it is. So, kind of neat.
And we have people going through that stuff right now. This is going to be a problem. And the good news is that you can use Claude to scan your systems now and maybe come up with fixes. However, not every company is going to do this. Not every company is going to know how to do this. And it's going to be a problem because the clock just started ticking on every single legacy system running in the modern world.
It's so funny that if you send a slinger, the bars will come forward, but if you send a warrior, they'll fortify.
Yeah.
Like, come on, chase me, but you can't catch me. Leave your camp exposed for the warrior.
You can read Mark Rusanovich's article at ryanmcbeth.substack.com. Also have a link to his original LinkedIn post. Thank you guys for watching.
Hey everyone! New Ryan McBeth t-shirts and hoodies from Bunker Branding are available. I'm gonna...
Are we leaving?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
So,
the War and Peace
our
Report.
capitals
I'm Amy Goodman in Los Angeles.
are pretty close. Do you want to go right and I'll go left?
Oh, I'm going to go, because I'm Canada, I'm going to expand along the tundra, right and left.
Ah, okay.
I'm just
So
going
do you want-
horizontal.
Okay. I won't take up too much space below you. I might move one city next to this lake here.
Well, like
on
above
the
you
river.
is a mountain anyway, so you
Yeah,
can't really
yeah. So I
expand
think
into the tundra that way.
yeah, because I'm looking. There's a river here.
Yeah, you should follow that river down.
But I'm also going to follow it up and to the right and put a city on the other side of this mountain range, just to the left of yours, just below this river.
Oh, you want
and
it
this
on this lake?
Yeah. So I'm going to put it on the other side of the mountains on the lake.
We'll see what happens when I'm expanding. Because it depends on where the barbs are, too.
Yeah, okay. Alright, well, but if you're expanding up the tundra, I will not touch it.
Well, you don't want the tundra anyway.
Mm.
Like, only Canada has tundra bonuses, really. Russia as well, kind of.
To Mexico City, to Cineteque Nacional tonight, where they're showing the film about democracy now, Steal This Story, Please. I hope to see folks there. And tomorrow, also part of the Ambulante Film Festival. Check our website at democracynow.org. And we're joined by Democracy Now's Juan Gonzalez.
There's a river on the other
Chicago.
side of the mountain that your
Earlier
city's
this
backed
week, the UN Security Council adopted a resolution condemning Iran for its, quote, egregious attacks against its Gulf neighbors, calling out specifically attacks on residential areas and civilians, as well as its closure of the Strait of Hormuz, threatening global energy supplies. Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Jordan are specifically mentioned in the resolution, which had 140 co-sponsors. Of the 15 Security Council members, 13 voted in favor with none against. China and Russia abstained. Bahrain's UN ambassador, Jamal Faris al-Rawai, said the vote reflected the collective conscience of the world.
This overwhelming support from the international community reflects a collective awareness of the danger posed by the unjust Iranian attack against our countries, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the GCC, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan over the past 12 days. The adoption by the Council of this resolution today confirms that the international community is united in addressing and confronting these hostile acts. The stability and safety of the region is part and parcel of the security and peace architecture.
Russia's representative to the UN called the past resolution biased for not acknowledging Israel and the United States as instigators of the war. Russia introduced a second resolution that called for an immediate halt to all hostilities in the Middle East without naming any parties involved. That resolution failed to pass. This is the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz.
Once again, Russia is acting here at the Security Council to protect its partner, Iran. We reject Russia's attempt to conflate lawful U.S. actions taken in line with Article 51 of the UN Charter, to conflate those actions with Iran's pattern of bloodshed and brutality to its own people and around the world, and with its recent deliberate and at scale targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure across the Gulf and the Middle East. The United States will continue to work here at this council and beyond to hold the Iranian regime to account and to bring to light its destabilizing and unlawful actions. Russia's attempts to prevent this council from acting in line with its core principles will not deter us.
For more, we're joined by the economist Jeffrey Sachs. He's the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University and president of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. He's also serves as advisor to 3 UN secretaries general. He recently wrote an article headlined, "This illegal U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran is also an assault on the United Nations," unquote. In an open letter to the UN Security Council in February, Professor Sachs said it was the U.S. and not Iran that had walked away from negotiations and that U.S. threats against Iran violated international law. He said, quote, "The issue facing the UN Security Council in these perilous days is whether any member state, by force or threat of force, may place itself above the United Nations Charter that governs us all. At stake is the integrity of the UN-based international system," unquote. Professor Sachs today joins us from Rome, Italy. Thanks so much for being with us, Professor Sachs. Why don't you elaborate on this letter and your statements about the UN international order and what is happening today with the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran and Iran's retaliatory attacks?
Thank you very much, Amy. And what a chilling show to hear Gideon Levy, to hear your report from Beirut. We have a war of blatant aggression that is going to put the entire world into a disaster. This is
don't
a
you
war
make
of
excuses for
aggression
China
and a
invading
war of
Taiwan?
choice by Israel and the United States.
Which would be blatant aggression?
It is in the most blatant, frank violation of the UN Charter and the core of the UN Charter, its purpose, which says that nations shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, period. That is Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter. Waltz, the U.S. ambassador, says, oh, we're acting under Article 51. That is the article on self-defense. The United States is not acting in self-defense. Israel is not acting in self-defense. These two countries are committing flagrant aggression, and they've done it twice now in the context of negotiations, which makes it all the more pernicious. Twice the United States claimed it was negotiating with Iran, and twice it killed Iranian leaders in the midst of the so-called negotiations.
Remember to get the...
This is the most blatant...
Remember to get the old god obelisk. For your arts.
And brazen assault on the UN Charter and international law since it was founded in 1945. Even in the Iraq War and other U.S. war and Israeli wars of choice, they faked it at least. Here they don't even fake it. They just are blatant aggressors with no justification at all. Our UN ambassador is Green Beret. They have militarized everything about our society, Amy and Juan. We are in a security state, not a constitutional order. No one asked the American people about whether to go to war or not. And our Congress doesn't want to have anything to do with this. So when they're asked, they say, don't ask us. This is, we give it to Mr. Trump and to Mr. Netanyahu. So I think this is the most brazen fascism that we have seen since the fascist era. And it is absolutely extraordinary. And it's going to put us, I think, probably into World War III. If it doesn't do that, it's going to put us into an economic calamity worldwide.
It's not going to. That'll be when China invades
Jeffrey
Taiwan.
Sachs, I wanted to ask you this narrative now that the Trump administration has been pushing in all of their pronouncements, that this is actually attempting to end the war that Iran launched against the United States decades ago. And they make it seem like everything that's happened that has been Iran aggressing against the United States, forgetting obviously that the role of our country in goading and supplying Iraq in its war against Iran in the 1980s and the various other attacks by Israel and the United States against Iran in the past.
Look, every word that Donald Trump says is vile and ignorant. So we can almost say for sure that every word he posts every day is a vile lie. But when it comes to the United States and Iran, yes, this does go back a long way. In 1953, when Iran had a fully functioning democracy, the CIA
I'm now turning
and
my
MI6
monitor away from me
overthrew
because he's
the
blinding
government
me.
of Mossadegh, Prime Minister Mossadegh. We installed a police state. We installed a police state that lasted from 1953 to 1979. When the Iranian people took back their country,
Did they?
Is that what you call it?
Immediately
Did they, Jeffrey?
armed
Thanks for
Iraq,
finally
as you said,
confirming
Juan,
exactly what I meant by when I said
go to war
boo.
with Iran and to kill hundreds of thousands of people. When that war ended in 1988,
our friend
the United States continued
that
through
is
the
on a
CIA and other
9-stream
means
streak
to do everything
said Jeffrey Sachs is a reliable source of information.
possible to destabilize the Iranian government, to crush the economy.
We'll have to let him know when he comes in today. Hey,
U.S. measures, sanctions, and so on to destroy the well-being of the
city
population.
is like a perfect diamond.
When the Iranians
rhombus.
said, we want to negotiate with you, the United States rejected at almost every stage, with one exception, which is that in the Obama presidency, the United States, together with Britain, France, China, Russia, Germany, the permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council plus Germany, the P5+1 as it was called, negotiated
as Eleanor,
an
you should
agreement
always
with
settle
Iran
in the direction of
that put Iran under
Other
strict UN supervision, the International Atomic Energy
tribal
Agency,
village.
to ensure that what Iran said was actually carried out, which is that Iran did not want a nuclear weapon, and the IAEA would inspect. And for 3 years, the IAEA inspected hundreds and hundreds of times, and Iran was in full compliance.
Sure.
And then what happened? Netanyahu and Trump ripped up the agreement and went back to war, a hybrid war with Iran. Everything Trump says, which is despicable because he is absolutely leading us to ruin and leading the world to World War III. Everything he says is a lie because he says, I'm stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. What he has done is rip up the agreement that already existed to ensure that, kill, assassinate Iranian leaders repeatedly, kill the Iranian religious leader who for decades had said that a nuclear weapon would be against Islamic law, kill that person, invade or bomb the country with
the
carpet
Islamic
bombing
version of
now,
Zionism
and is presiding
died.
over what is now
no.
already a regional
Wah.
war with Israel behaving as usual
Oh
in its
no, my side on the
completely
holy war.
fascistic way
Wah.
of genocide in Gaza, locking up the West Bank, as
Hey,
Gideon
bro,
Levy just told
how many
us,
Palestinians
and invading
are able to go to
Lebanon
Iran?
and displacing already 1 million people,
Is it
bombing the
support
universities,
to pay to keep the
bombing the
issues in
hospitals,
Palestine?
bombing the schools.
Funny.
This is so out of control.
All the places they're telling you
without
to settle.
any
The
logic,
3 it's recommending.
any
Look at
rationality,
where they are.
even not any
No fresh water
humane,
or anything.
moral, legal
useless
justification whatsoever. We have not seen anything like this since the fascists of World War II. And it is extraordinarily dangerous what's happening. It will lead to World War
Jeffrey?
the way we're going because we have two malignant narcissists.
The Cold War literally had this happen every single decade. And then Iraq happened. And then Afghanistan happened. And then Ukraine happened. And then Gaza happened. And now Iran happened. This is not unique nor special. If anything, this was incredibly predictable, considering that Donald Trump tore up the agreement in his first term and set in motion the steps required for America to go in and start bombing Iran. Should get better sources. Although that intelligence money from China is probably pays big bucks. You know, if Israel's paying 7,000 a post, you think China's not?
I ain't getting no tribal villages. I've gotten one.
Damn. You found a wonder?
No. I completed that shit raw dog.
We got the boost though. Weird. Ding dong.
Nobody's still getting no great profit points so far, so.
Nobody's found a pantheon.
No, you can. I guarantee you there's multiple pantheons already. In fact, Mansa Musa has 72 faith.
Alright, true. Two pantheons.
Netanyahu and Trump that are leading us to disaster. And you listen to Netanyahu's words, he explains this has nothing to do with the UN Charter. He says, we're not waiting, we are initiating. Well, that, Mr. Netanyahu, is against the UN Charter. You're not allowed to initiate war under the UN Charter. You've explained it very clearly. You are making a war of aggression, and you too, Mr. Trump.
Israel
you are making
has
a war
been
of
committing
aggression,
genocide
and you're threatening
for
the
3
entire
years
world. It's
with
really
Gun
as
Daddy
simple
behind
as
them.
that.
They don't care, Jeffrey.
Professor
Just
Sachs,
like
we have
China
less
doesn't
than a
care
minute.
about international law,
President
unless
Trump
they're
yesterday
berating somebody,
suggested
America
skyrocketing
doesn't
fuel
either,
costs
just like
are
Russia
a good
doesn't.
thing. You're an economist.
International
Trump wrote, the
law is a
United States
farce.
is the largest oil producer in the world by far, so when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. This contradicted what he said at the State of the Union, saying oil prices were lower than under President Biden, and he was very proud of that. 30 seconds, your response.
He may put money into the hands of a few oil companies which pay his bills, which are corrupt, which pay his campaigns, but he's going to impoverish Americans, and he's throwing the entire world into a profound economic crisis. And the world's going to remember, and it's going to know very soon, Israel and the United States have put the entire world into a profound economic crisis. Again, the first thing you know, anything Trump writes is a combination of ignorance, malevolence, and lies, including that statement, Amy.
Jeffrey Sachs, we want to thank you so much for being with us. World-renowned economics professor, director of the Center.
This, the March 12th, 2026 edition of What's Going On with Shipping. Shipping is a fire.
Okay.
I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to this episode. So I am a bit distraught, I'm not going to lie, with the report I'm about to give you. Things are not good. I mean, I have not been...
We have another.
I'm putting my city there.
They always gotta strategically frame that penis out.
I put a attack below Winnipeg, just to show you where I want to put my city.
Not been this discouraged towards shipping in a long time. This video you see here was released of a unmanned surface vessel attack on 2 tankers at anchor off of Kuwait, and Iraq. One of the tankers there is American owned. The other one that is nested up alongside is Greek owned. What you're seeing here is probably naphtha igniting and burning, and you're seeing from these vessels heading away probably the ships that were involved in executing the attack and bringing the drone or whatever type craft or mine was used to put up against the side of the vessel and initiate the attack. So a bad day in the Persian Gulf. This comes on top of the previous day where we had an attack on a Thai bulker that has led to 3 crew members going missing. All bad, all terrible. And then what we're seeing right now is literally panic. I don't know what to say here in terms of the administration scrambling, trying to come up with some sort of policy to deal with the absolute cork in the bottle that has now happened with shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. I get to hear from people on ships and get to hear from ship owners. And what they want is some sort of direction from the United States. What is happening and when can they get their ships moving? Where's going to be security? What are we going to do it? It has been absolutely a discouraging 24 hours here at what's going on with shipping, but we're going to try to overcome that and talk about what you need to know about shipping. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So this is a story from Reuters. Explosive sea drones emerge as a new threat to tankers in the Gulf attacks. All right, first off, these are not new threats. I mean, we have seen these used by the Ukrainians in the Black Sea. We've seen them used by the Houthi in the Red Sea. There should be no surprise that they're using these level of attacks here. Naval drones have been used in at least 2 attacks on oil tankers in the Gulf since war erupted between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. The emergence of the use of explosive-laden unmanned surface vessels, which Ukraine had used with great effect in the war with Russia, comes as Iran threatens to block oil shipments from transiting the key Strait of Hormuz. We won't know that because there's been no oil movement through the Strait of Hormuz because everybody has locked in place. Because first we had the insurance issue, which has been resolved largely. The second now is a security issue, which is on the onus of the United States to demonstrate that the area is clear. Again, I am not in favor of the U.S. being the policeman of the world, but the U.S. instigated the attack, and they bear some responsibility here to ensure that shipping is able to flow. I've used this analogy and I'll use it one more time here. If you look at the world ocean shipping system, it's like the circulatory system of the human body. We have pinched off the femoral artery of one of our legs, and you have a finite amount of time before you've got to get blood flowing again, or else you're going to cause permanent damage, or you may kill the system, but more than likely what you're going to wind up doing is hacking it off, and now you're crippled. That's the situation we find ourselves in. This story goes on. The first sea-based drone attack was on March 1st when a crude oil tanker, the MKD Viam, was hit about 44 miles off Oman. That resulted in the death of a crew member. And again, we have known that this style of attack is out there. And again, these should be able to be guarded against fairly easily. Helicopters, small boats, patrols should be able to spot these things and be able to eliminate them. But right now, the U.S. military is focused on offensive operations and not defensive operations because, in truth, they don't have enough forces in place to do both. So if you want to understand about uncrewed explosive boats, the guy you go to is H.I. Sutton over at Covert Shore, over at Covert Shores. I'll have the link to this. I'm going to try to get H.I. to come on the channel and talk about this. He is the master of knowing this. He's got a great webpage here that gives you all the details on this. Next, we have the latest from the Joint Maritime Information Center under the UK Maritime Trade Operations and the U.S. Central Command. Again, I'm just going to highlight some of the key areas. Number one, we are still at a critical level in this area. Here are the 2 vessels in question. Safe Sea Vinishu, which was struck by an unknown projectile during a ship-to-ship transfer. That ship actually came out from Iraq, anchored, and then Veyros came alongside. I'm not sure which ship was transferring into who, but both of them were hit. That was about 5 nautical miles south of Al Basra. And then Source Blessing was at anchor, struck by an unknown projectile. Here's our latest data on Strait of Hormuz passages. Again, on average, about 138 ships typically pass. Well, we were down to 1 on March 11th after peaking at 7 on 10 March, but we are getting nothing through the strait. That what we are seeing coming through is some Iranian vessels, which I can't understand why. Again, if you're targeting Iran, you haven't targeted those vessels. I talked about seizing those vessels as a strategy for the United States. Again, Iran is targeting, destroying, killing merchant mariners out in the Persian Gulf right now. You can do a takedown scenario of Iranian ships, and that would give at least some sort of mechanism to interdict their flow of oil coming out, and more importantly, potentially some leverage for hopefully some negotiation between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. So we're seeing the attacks, again, more attacks on the upper region of the Persian Gulf right now. So that is those attacks that we just had here off of Iraq and Kuwait. We're still seeing attacks in and around the Strait of Hormuz, and the jamming is just getting to ridiculous levels here, particularly just inside and outside the Strait of Hormuz. So a new feature on the JITMIC report is a consolidated list of confirmed maritime security incidents going back to 1 March. This actually takes up 3 pages now of incidents that have taken place. Again, I'll have a link to the JITMIC advisories. It's under the UK MTO. Feel free to download it, take a look at it. I wait for this report to come out before I put my video together for you for the day. So I went to Captain Lloyd's list for the latest stories, just to give you a quick recap for today. Iran's shadow fleet disrupted by Middle East war. At least 6 empty shadow fleet tankers are inbound to the Persian Gulf. That's what they call the Middle East Gulf. Have diverted. 2 tankers are seeking new employment, sailing in directions of transshipment hubs inside the Persian Gulf. Loadings continue. At least 16 tankers, 3.4 million deadweight tons, likely positioned for Iran loading. So Iran is loading oil. This is the thing that, again, I think is really important. They don't want to close the strait. This is why that issue about mining is so important here. I don't think Iran wants to close the strait because they need to keep moving their oil. And obviously it's of supreme importance to Iran to move that oil. We have this story from Greg Miller. Middle East, very large crude carrier indexes are still near peak, but Atlantic rates are sinking. So the Baltic Exchange Middle East Gulf indexes are down only 5 to 7%, while the Atlantic Basin are down 35 to 39%. VLCC owners' stocks reached multi-decade or all-time high on March 2nd. Since then, Frontline is down 15%. Oceanus 13%, DHD 9%, and International Seaways 8%. There is more downside than upside risk to VLCC rates, and listed companies are likely to stick to low-risk loading ports. So a little bit of insight there. We talked to Jay Mintzmeyer last week about stocks. Here's a good follow-on by Greg Miller. And then this story by Rob Wilmington, up to 140 container ships at risk in the Gulf as indiscriminate attacks spread. The escalating conflict in the Persian Gulf has resulted in attacks on 3 container ships in recent days. Lloyd's List intelligent data shows 56 containers from the top 10 global carriers currently stuck in the region, with analysts estimating the total number of trapped vessels across all operators close to 140 ships. Then we have these stories from Captain, 2 interesting different national perspectives. This one talks about how India sources say Iran to allow India-flagged tankers through Hormuz as the first tanker arrives. Obviously, India getting oil from the Strait of Hormuz is absolutely essential. It's a conduit for 40% of India's crude oil imports, so allowing Indian tankers in is going to be key. But then you have this story from Norway. Norway bars its ships from Hormuz as attack on merchant vessels escalate. Now, the Norwegian Maritime Authority is trying to prevent any attacks upon its ships, but meanwhile, at the same time, we have European Union vessels escorting vessels through the Bab el-Mandab. Cheers. There hasn't been any attacks by the Houthis against shipping, but we know a French squadron led by the carrier Charles de Gaulle is en route to the region. I want to deal with 3 stories now that really encapsulate how I think the U.S. is fumbling their handling of global shipping. Listen, when the U.S. initiated its strikes, everybody in the shipping industry realized what was going to happen. They knew. I mean, I'm not a genius. I'm not an expert. I'm not a genius. I just know a lot of people. I read a lot. I'm pretty well informed on everything. I'm not the expert on everything, and I don't know everything. But I could have told you that if you launch an attack at Iran and you maintain that level of attack and come out and say it's going to be 4 weeks, shipping's going to lock down. I mean, there was not enough insurance in place to allow this to happen. But more importantly, there should have been a mechanism in place to pull in the ship operators, the insurance firms, to assure them, listen, this is what we're going to do to ensure safety, to keep the flow of goods moving. And did the whole video up above here that we talked about, that it's not just oil, it's fertilizer, it's helium, and there's a whole range of commodities that come out. But these three stories indicate to me that, man, the administration does not know how to handle global shipping. And let me be clear, there is no administration that I've seen in the past 30 years that I've been involved in shipping that knows how to deal with shipping. They really don't. But this is an example here of how it's kind of falling apart. First, this story from Bloomberg, U.S. Hormuz escorts may start by the end of the month. This is according to Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Now, Secretary Wright posted something yesterday that the U.S. was escorting a tanker through the Strait of Hormuz, and then he yanked that. Now he's saying it may be the end of the month before we do this. Okay, the U.S. has initiated this operation without sufficient forces in place to do both offensive and defensive operations. What do I mean? They have enough forces to initiate the offensive. They are thinking sea power, strike from the sea. They've got naval forces to accomplish this. They have air forces to complement it. What they don't have is enough forces to go into the Gulf and provide escorts, both on surface and in the air. That is a flaw. That is a fundamental flaw, because I guess nobody thought of that. I don't know. Or they didn't think it was enough of an issue to devote resources to do that. To me, that is an error. It's an error that should not have happened. It's an unforced error on the part of the United States. And again, don't ask me this. I'm a YouTube guy. Hi, YouTube here. I teach college. Don't come ask me. You have a maritime administrator, newly appointed, Steve Carmel, Captain Steve Carmel. Dude is a master mariner. He was a VP for a major shipping firm, president for another shipping firm, well-versed in shipping. Go talk to him. Or go over to the Federal Maritime Commission. You just appointed a new commissioner, Laura DeBella, who she knows shipping. She's got an entire staff there that knows international shipping. Literally, 2 people. They're there in D.C. Call them. Bring them into your office and talk to them. And if not them, I will give you a list of people involved in shipping, corporate, shipping guys, shipping women, you name it. There's a list of them I can give you. But the next one here kind of demonstrates another issue. U.S. to release 172 million strategic petroleum reserve barrels as new attacks drive oil higher. So it's releasing 172 million out of a record 400 million coordinated stock draw by the International Energy Agency and its member nations. So this is not just the United States, but 400 million barrels coming out of stocks to meet the shortfall that's coming out of the Persian Gulf region. Now, okay, hang on a second. Let's be clear. As I talked to you about before, oil is not coming out of the Persian Gulf and heading right into a refinery. There is a coordinated element there. There are stockpiles, both afloat and ashore, it goes through. So what we're doing right now is draining down those stockpiles. And the influx of oil into the system is good. Don't get me wrong. People are going to take advantage of this. But what we really need to do is reopen the Persian Gulf. We cannot keep the Persian Gulf shut and close off 20 million barrels per day for a month. That's 600 million barrels you're talking about. You're releasing 400 million barrels. As I mentioned to you before, there's about another 100 million barrels that's afloat off Singapore and Malaysia. There's probably, it's probably about 1 billion barrels of oil afloat at any given time around in the world. Plus you have shoreside stocks and everything. This is a short-term issue. But if you're talking about not even starting convoy operations until the end of the month, well, then we have another problem. Then we have this story by Richard Mead over at Lloyd's List. Naval escorts would cap tanker transits at under 10% of normal volume. So despite public statements from the U.S. and European leaders, no escort system has been launched, and political, logistical, and security hurdles continue to stall any deployment. Again, I'm not sure what's being done. We listened to General Kane's statement 2 days ago. It sounds like nothing has really been done to get this going. Any protection scheme for Hormuz transit is unlikely to begin until additional U.S. Navy destroyers arrive or sail to the region. convoy system would initially be focused on outbound transits to relieve the Middle East exports, though how the U.S. and or countries would prioritize transits is unclear. Iran's asymmetric threat, mines, drones, fast attack craft, remain the key risk, with even minimal mine-laying capability of halting all traffic, complicating any reopening of the strait. I think Richard aptly summarizes that. Plus, if you do a convoy operation, you are not going to escort 135 ships out in one time. You're going to bring out some high priority vessels. You're going to get down to a trickle. As he says, maybe 10% of the volume is going to come out under escort. Now, maybe you won't need to escort some of them, Russian, Indian, who knows? Maybe the Iranians don't attack. But no matter what, you got to start this now. And it should have been planned for the day the attack happened. There should have been planned, hey, starting Monday, here's what we're going to initiate for convoy operations. At the very least, United States, get the 5 U.S. ships that are in the Persian Gulf stuck out. You have 5 ships that are stuck in there. You realize that, right? Crews are on there. They're exposed to danger. You have told them through a maritime advisory, avoid the area if possible. They can't. They're there. And then you've told them to stay 30 nautical miles away from any warship. That's, again, you are sending mixed messages out. And then the last one is this story, which I knew was coming. It was only a matter of time. When you create consternation in shipping, someone is going to go to the Jones Act bat signal light and set it off. And here you go. U.S. considers easing Jones Act to tame spiraling fuel prices. The Trump administration plans to waive a century-old maritime law that requires American ships to be used to transport goods between U.S. ports as it seeks to blunt surging oil and gasoline prices. The 30-day exemption, which is still being developed, is set to apply broadly to vessels moving oil, gasoline, diesel, liquefied natural gas, and fertilizer among U.S. ports. That would enable generally cheaper foreign tankers to move these goods, including Gulf Coast oil to refineries on the U.S. East Coast and fuel from the region to more populous areas. According to White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, quote, in the interest of national defense, the White House is considering waiving the Jones Act for a limited period of time to ensure vital energy products and agricultural necessities are flowing freely to U.S. ports. This action has not been finalized. All right. First off, the persons who's going to be screaming about this most are the oil and fertilizer companies who see an opportunity to make I'm going to use a word here, and I apologize, a shitload of money. Because they see this as a golden opportunity. They look for cracks to get into the U.S. industry at every moment.
You should settle here.
You know, I have come out and talked about the Jones.
I don't think you should settle here. You have a lot of space on this side, and this is where you need to be forward settling in these grasslands.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to put one of my cities.
If anything, you should go way south of this tack.
That's a perfect spot for a city between this city-state and my city, and gives me a barrier between this mountain range, because there's a gap here.
Okay.
I'll put one further in, but
you should
that
not settle
one
here.
is there.
Yeah, where this
I want a
tack
city
is.
there.
You should do it.
It's not going to be in the next one. I'm getting rid of this fog of war here to see what else is there.
You shouldn't even go on the other side of this mountain range. Just leave it for me. And forward settle on who's Monta, not what's his name, Shaka. It's wide open, these grasslands here.
Yeah, except there's 4 other fucking civs pushing into it.
Yes, but you're Eleanor. It's literally what you're supposed to do. That's what you want. You want them to push into it.
Act a lot. I'm not going to talk about it in this video. I'll do a whole separate video on it probably tomorrow that talks about this. But if you're going to do this, seriously, bring in the pro and the anti group. Bring in those who advocate for it. Bring in those who oppose it. Bring in the operators. Bring in the shipping operators. Bring in Crowley Maritime. Bring in Liberty.
Sal, you ignorant slut. This admin is not gonna fucking do anything rational.
Bring in those groups that provide the shipping, because I'll tell you right now, what people mostly don't know is that Jones Act tankers are actually performing below the standard in terms of rates compared to international ships right now. Charter rates went through the roof for shipping. And one of the things that the Jones Act provides is dedicated service. Now, do we need some sort of Jones Act reform? 100%. Yes, agree, 100%. Do you need it in the midst of a crisis like this? This seems a little bit like smelling blood in the water to me. But bring in those groups. Hey, and then bring in those who want the Jones Act repealed. Bring in the major oil firms. See what they say. 'Cause to be clear, they will scream Jones Act reform because they smell money. If I can run a tanker from Texas to Florida a few times, that's much more profitable for me than to run from Texas all the way through the Panama Canal to Asia and back again on a single voyage when I can run multiple voyages at a much higher rate. Understand the economics of this. I'm not saying we should not waive the Jones Act. I'm not saying we should waive the Jones Act. I'm saying before you do this, talk to people who know what the F they're talking about.
Yeah, they won't.
And again, don't listen to me. There are experts out there. You have a maritime administrator, you have a Federal Maritime Commission, you have advocates who say don't repeal this, you have advocates who say repeal this, you have shipping companies that are involved in this. Plenty of people to talk to get an informed decision. Please don't do this because Secretary Wright screwed up something and posted something saying, hey, we're escorting tankers through, and now he's throwing spaghetti at the wall to try to figure out a way to get oil and gas prices down. Because listen, this may get you a penny or two cheaper at the pump. What is causing diesel to go up $1.40 a gallon isn't this. It is what is happening in the Persian Gulf right now. That is the root cause for the problem. And unless you address it either by getting the war stopped and ocean traffic flowing or establishing some sort of security to get ships flowing, this is pennies on the dollar fix that you're trying to fix. You are plugging, one hole in the Titanic that is going down. You need to look at the larger problem, not this. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. On this, the March 13th, 2026 Strait of Hormuz update, Secretary Hegseth says, don't worry about it.
For what?
I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So we have a press conference, Pentagon press conference,
just got a
with
+5
Secretary
for
Pete
mine.
Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane. We're going to look at
geothermal vents.
portions of that. Also, we've got the latest
geothermal vents and a
update from the Joint Maritime Information Center out there, and we're going to juxtapose those against each
you
other
also
and
have
see
two
what's
here,
going
huh?
on right now in the Strait of Hormuz. If you're new to the channel,
and
hey,
then,
take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell.
Look, if you put a city just south of that, there's another vent here too.
You mean right here?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Because that's where I was gonna. That's the city I thought you were talking about, not the one on the lake, because we discussed that earlier.
Because if you put another one there, then you'll get off the right. Because this quartz is only a bonus resource.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put a campus there, you'll still get the geothermal and mountain boost.
Well, that's why I'm putting my city center on the quartz.
Well, that's where your campus would have to go.
On the quartz?
Yeah.
No, fuck that. Because I have is that a third geothermal vent?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mm.
So if it goes on the quartz, then you'll have
Yeah,
the mountain
okay.
and the geothermal there.
Mm. Okay. Get rid of that.
Plus, across the river is a Plains Hill.
Yeah. I could put it on the geothermal. I could get the plane.
The campus? Yeah, if you put the campus on the geothermal vent as well, then you'll get two from that and then the mountain. I don't think it destroys the vent.
So you learn about new videos as they come out.
Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers, and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%.
A lot
you guys run out of
a
bombs?
lot of
One-way
fucking
attack-
talk for somebody who's continually losing lives.
And planes. Imagine losing 2 F-15s in the first week. That's pretty great. And a tanker. That's great. 2 tankers. Pretty awesome.
Drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. It's something we're dealing with. We have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it.
Unfortunately, Secretary, we do have to worry about it. We cannot worry about it because right now you've got commercial shipping like a cork in the bottle stuck in the Persian Gulf with ships piling up outside the Strait of Hormuz. And listen, I heard those same exact numbers, 90%, ballistic missile degradation, 95% drone degradation in the Red Sea over the past 3 years since the end of 2023. And what the Navy and the military failed to understand with Operation Prosperity Guardian, with Poseidon Archer, and then later on with Rough Rider is you could degrade the Houthi threat. But as long as there's still, 10% ballistic missiles and 5% drones, commercial shipping is going to avoid the area. That's exactly what they see. They may have won the tactical victory over the Houthis, but operationally and more importantly, strategically, they haven't. And this is the split between the commercial and the military side. And then focusing on the Strait of Hormuz, the most recent attacks were not in the Strait of Hormuz. We had those 2 tanker attacks hit up around Iraq and Kuwait, and then a container ship off the UAE. So it's not just the Strait, it's the entire length of the Persian Gulf and out into the Gulf of Oman. We're talking about 600 nautical miles here. Let's go ahead, head over to General Kane.
They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation. And this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future. As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked
Military
about.
training
We've
and
attacked over
recorded
6,000 targets, and our strike
bad.
packages continue to launch every hour, and we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons.
Did they shoulder check you
We've
yet?
made progress, but Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces and commercial shipping.
Well,
and our work on
seems
this
like
effort continues.
the
But I want to
American
make something clear. The only thing preventing
military
commercial
is killing more
traffic
military
and flow
than
through the straits
Iran
right now,
is.
which there is some through the straits, is Iran. They are the belligerents here holding the straits closed,
You
although
literally
there is some
engaged in
traffic
the war.
moving through there. We've made it a priority to target
You are
Iran's
the
mine-laying
belligerents.
enterprise, their mine layers, the naval bases and depots, in addition to the missiles that could influence the straits. And CENTCOM continues to attack those efforts.
So General Kane makes a couple of statements right there. First, identify mine-laying capability. Again, the U.S. has identified the Iranian Navy, and let's be clear, if it's gray, it's been targeted. I think the Iranian Navy has ceased basically to exist as an entity, and it's a pretty thorough destruction of the Iranian Navy. However, what we've seen over the past 3 years is, number one, you don't need a Navy to interdict shipping. I mean, AKA the Ukrainians in the Black Sea or the Houthi in the Red Sea. So just by eliminating the gray hulls, it's great. I mean, you don't have the threat of Soleimani-class vessels speeding out with anti-ship missiles, but we're still seeing uncrewed surface vessels hitting vessels. Still have got to deal with the asymmetric issues. It's great to defeat the conventional forces, but it's the unconventional, the asymmetric forces. I mean, did we not learn this in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years? Have we not picked this up in the Red Sea since 2023? So the literal first question in this press conference had to do with the Strait of Hormuz.
Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz and when it might be fully operational again?
I want to emphasize what the chairman said about that. The only thing prohibiting transit in the straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose as one of our primary objectives to destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it as leverage. The world is seeing what they'll do to fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures, and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part.
Okay, great to be laser focused. I like being laser focused, but energy is not friggin' flowing. Nothing is flowing. There is nothing coming out. I mean, we're going to look at the stats here from JITMIC in a minute. There's nothing flowing. I mean, what is the plan here? I mean, basically what the U.S. has executed is an offensive strikes against Iran, but they lack the defensive ability to do it, because to do defensive, to protect the shipping, means pulling away assets from the offense, specifically warships, Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, because that's all we got, because we haven't been able to build a small escort vessel in 20 years. The littoral combat ships don't fit that bill, obviously, or else they would be using them. And we failed in the Constellation class frigate. And then you have to have aircraft also out in the area. And where are the Gulf states' navies? I mean, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, they have navies. Where are they? Why are we not seeing them out there? We saw the Omani Navy picking up the survivors from the Thai Bulker, but where are they out there? Next, we have General Kane answering this question.
The mines that are in the Strait of Hormuz and our ability to, obliterate them.
We retain a range of options to solve a whole variety of problems, and that is one set of options that we have, that we hold on to. So, thank you.
Understand that mines are the biggest variable out there. I don't think the Iranians have laid mines yet. There's no indication that they have. Mines are two-edged swords. They block the strait not just for commercial shipping, but also for Iranian shipping. And the Iranians are still loading oil, and they're still moving tankers through. So that hasn't been stopped. And I've talked about this. I've said we should grab the Iranian tankers as they come through. And I think that's a leverage we should be doing, but we're not doing that. But if you have to go in and clear mines, that is long. That is slow. That is not a fast process. If we have to use the LCS to do this, the Santa Barbara, the Canberra, and the Tulsa, it's going to be slow. Even though they're fast ships, their mine-sweeping capabilities are slow and laborious. And it takes time. If we escort, we either have to flood the Gulf with warships and create a barrier between the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran, but that's more ships than we have. It took about 5 destroyers to do that off the coast of Yemen during the initial part of Prosperity Guardian. We don't have that many destroyers even right now to free up to do that, and that's not enough distance to go all the way from Basra out into Muscat in Oman. If you do World War II style escorts, or like the French and the Italians and the Greeks are doing down in the Red Sea, then you're going to change the flow of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz from 135 ships a day down to maybe 5 or 10. And then which ships do you choose? Who gets to be escorted in and out? Is it the 5 trapped American ships? Friggin' hope so. But who else? Is it you're going to choose the Qatari? You can choose the Bahraini? You're going to choose the Saudis, the Emirates? I mean, I don't know. But I sure heck hope that General Kane and Admiral Cooper, the commander at CENTCOM, have a plan ready to roll, because what they can't be doing is waiting to be told to do this and then come up with a plan. All right, let's go ahead over to the Joint Maritime Information Center's latest update. So here is the JITMIC report, still at critical levels in the region. They have included in operational indicators here a little bit of a summary, which is nice. They're kind of modifying this report as it goes. Confirmed maritime incidents since 1 March, 20 of them. No attacks since past 24 hours. Historic Strait of Hormuz traffic, 138 ships a day. Currently observing Strait of Hormuz cargo traffic, 5 vessels a day. Interference in terms of global navigation systems is widespread. Since the start of hostilities, at least 20 maritime incidents involving commercial vessels, offshore infrastructure has been reported. There's no consistent pattern of Western ownership linkage involved in the attacks.
Bro took out
There
both
is
the
a
barbed
campaign
warriors.
aimed at broad maritime
king.
disruption rather than selective vessel targeting by the Iranians. So General Kane said vessels are going through. Here's the data. Again, from 6 March all the way to 12 March, we are in single digits. On 12 March, we had 5 vessels go through. Not one of them was a tanker. So yeah, some vessels are going through, but whose vessels are these? What we're seeing right now is Chinese vessels going through. We're seeing Iranian vessels going through. We just talked about the other day in the news story that India has brokered a deal with Iran to try to get Indian vessels to go through. I mean, we're just not seeing the flow of vessels that the general was relating to here. But most importantly, we're seeing attacks. Again, 3 attacks yesterday, none in the past 24 hours. But again, we keep seeing these wave of attacks. Again, not coordinated, not really any sort of systematic process to it. But it's definitely degrading the fleet out there. This chart looks at both the density analysis of attacks and also the anomalous positions of AIS, the spoofing. So on the left, you can see the concentration of attacks. Attacks are taking place in and around the Strait of Hormuz. We've had attacks in that region, but the growing region is this area up in the northern part of the Persian Gulf, where now we've seen at least 3 attacks against tankers right now, and you're seeing the amount of AIS spoofing here, particularly outside both ends of the strait, the eastern and the western part. So the insurance issue has largely been taken care of through commercial means, backed up by some government, U.S. government underfunding. But the issue here is not fiscal risk, in other words, financial risk. It is to the physical risk of the ship, the actual damage to the ship. And talking with those who are out there, number one, they're bored out of their mind. They want to get the ships moving. But more importantly, there's a concern that is it safe to up anchor and begin maneuvering in the Strait or even in the Persian Gulf, period, and not encounter Iranian drones, either aerial or surface. So here's the 24 to 48 hour outlook. The maritime threat environment across all the regions is critical. The recent attacks demonstrate the threat is not confined to the Strait of Hormuz. Offshore energy infrastructure and selective ports remain exposed. JITMIC assesses that the most credible risks to include UAVs, unmanned aerial vessels, and missile activity, follow-on strikes near recent maritime event locations, and attacks against stationary vessels or offshore operations such as ship-to-ship transfers and persistent navigation interference, AIS anomalies, and communication disruptions are degrading navigational reliability and increasing congestion. Within the Strait of Hormuz and the Arabian Gulf, critical level of kinetic risk, broader geographic area of the Arabian Gulf is also as a concern. The latest reporting includes attacks on tankers near El Basra and a container vessel off Jebel Ali in the UAE. So here are those most recent attacks we talked about, going all the way back. The 2 container ships, the Safe Sea Vishnu and the Zephyros, off the coast of Basra. Both ships, and particularly the Safe Sea Vishnu, has suffered severe damage. The Mori Nari, this is the Thailand bulker that has been abandoned with 3 crew members missing. The Source Blessing, which is a container ship. The Star Gwyneth, which I erroneously reported, by the way, was Chinese owned. It's not. It's American owned. It's part of Star Bulk. My apologies. I've mistaken that. Here's that image of the Safe Sea Vishnu. You can see the scope of the fire that engulfed that vessel. We believe the vessel was penetrated by an uncrewed surface vessel. It dumped the part of the cargo, which we think may have been naphtha. That ignited, creating the massive conflagration you see. You can see how the vessel is charred. Obviously, the vessel is in a fairly light condition and wasn't fully loaded. The vessel has taken a list, probably due to that flooding of the vessel. Great job by the local tugs and firefighting capability to get that fire extinguished. But here you definitely see the scope of the damage to the vessel. And this is the type of attacks that has got shipping so concerned in the area. Add that with the recent attack on the Thai bulker, and you see the loss of crew. That is a huge problem that they're having right now, is how do you convince, again, the ship owners and the ship crews to undertake these movements? Come back over to the JITMIC report. So interesting things that they have in this report. They have a range of the Iranian maritime strike systems on board, both aerial drones and cruise missiles. They don't have surface vessels. And again, I recommend you go over to Covert Shores, H.I. Sutton's site. What you see here is a breakdown of all the incidents so far with a consolidated list of attacks as they exist. So while Secretary Hegseth and General Kane are sitting there saying, well, ships are moving and we're laser focused on what's going to happen here, we're still waiting for something to move to get these ships going. There's got to be action by the U.S. military to open up the straits. 25% of global trade, in one way or another is involved here. This is massive. And again, I want to know, what was the plan? What did they think was going to happen? Because again, anybody involved in shipping would have told you what was going to happen, that the shipping would lock up because of insurance initially, and then wait for security to be in place to begin starting to move. Let me be clear. Ships will move. The mariners are not afraid. That's not the issue. They are bored. They want to get the ships moving, but at the same time, they don't want to be stupid. And they don't want to get hurt over stupid things. They want to be sure that there is some sort of security for them. If you can't risk a Navy destroyer into the Strait of Hormuz, why would you go on a liquefied natural gas carrier, basically a floating bomb, into this region and think that you're good to go? I mean, there's got to be some sort of element. Unfortunately, what we've seen is even with 2 carrier battle groups and a third one potentially on the way, a third of the U.S. Navy deployed, it's not enough. It's not enough because you need more surface assets. And unfortunately, again, the U.S. criminally failed to build a light escort vessel that we can use in this role. The littoral combat ship is obviously not fitted for this, or else they would have some over there. We've got 30 of them, but there's 3 there with a minesweeping package. We only have a finite number of Arleigh Burke-class destroyers that we can send over there. And typically we would be counting on allies for this. Again, I do agree. We need to get the allies involved. Who's hurting from this? Asia. Where's Japan? Where's Japan? Where's Korea? Where are those Asian nations that need to get in there? I 100% agree on that. Shouldn't be the U.S. leading this alone. But the U.S. started this strike, and I'm not sure how much they communicated this with the other nations to get them up to speed. That's where we find ourselves today. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel.
Thanks, Hal. He's woke on Iran.
I was a bit shocked too. Like, everyone else in the world was like, this is the greatest thing, and I think what you're doing is phenomenal. And I was shocked that so many activists like in America
you're retarded.
Didn't like it, but meanwhile they're like, oh well, we support women. We want women to have.
Jake, you don't support women. Like, what are you talking about? It's so funny that these guys are doing like, oh, we're bombing Iran, but wokely. We're bombing Iran into woke. Who is this fucking for, man? Does this even work for anybody at this point? You gotta have the same level of CTE that Jake Paul has to listen to Jake Paul go, yeah, we're bombing Iran because they're not woke. They hate the gays. Like, you have to have the same exact level of CTE and brain damage to be like, yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Meanwhile, you're liberating the women of Iran, and
yeah, from their fucking bodies, dude, from their lives, from their livelihood.
I think I have tremendous support on this. This is something that's been incredible.
You don't. Trump was talking about how he's woke on Iran.
I was a bit shocked too. Like, everyone else in the world was like.
All right, new guy. I don't think we've seen this guy, right?
Isn't that just the perfect transition?
As the conflict in Iran continues, some very frightening things are starting to happen on the streets.
From being punched in the head directly to politics, another Fetterman. Yeah, brain damage.
Oh, look at how perfect this is.
Yet again, another brain damaged politician. Love it.
They're expanding into each other.
Mm.
So they're going to be in conflict. So as you come south here, they're going to be too focused on each other. And you're just going to flip them all.
This is where I'm putting my shit.
And then you can also use what's her face.
Mm. And
The
I've got
emissary
2
girl.
iron tiles here. There's a lot of good
You level
tiles
up-
here, actually.
I actually have 24 iron. I've been selling it.
Hmm.
I'm selling it to Mansa Musa to fuel his eventual war.
Some subversive shit. Apparently they turned someone for the Peryland thing. They turned one of the people who were like, yeah, they're Antifa, and that's how they got the conviction. So that's pretty cool. Right after they did a mistrial,
New York.
The
Identified
jury
as
was too
Amir
sympathetic.
Balat.
Very cool. And you know that one fucking guy that always messages us on Instagram, thinks he's very clever. So I posted the Prairieland thing, and he messaged us, and he's like, "Here's the actual information, and guess who
Suck it, Russia!
fucking sent me? Guess
An
what
18-year-old
source he fucking sent me? Take a wild guess. I'll give you a clue. It was a Nazi collaborator."
Ugh, God damn it. If I started my holy site prayers a turn earlier, I would have hit a golden age.
Mm-hmm. Are you listening to what I said?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you think he sent?
I don't know. The noticer?
Andy, no. Even better.
Oh, cool.
And I was entertaining his bullshit, fucking around with him a little bit. But the second he sent me fucking Andy no, I'm like, all right, this is over. You're a fucking moron. You are actually brain dead. Shut the fuck up. And it's like, that's basically how the interaction went. Was every time he replied, I just shut the fuck up. Like, you just proved that your entire worldview is formed around Nazi propagandists and the Epstein class. So why don't you go fuck yourself? You fucking dumb cunt. It's just amazing just how stupid people are.
So the only other religion founded is Anglicanism, which
Mhm.
leads me to believe it's Elizabeth,
Okay.
who built Stonehenge.
Hmm. Hmm. Theater Square. Maybe build a wonder. Found a pantheon. Okay.
The administration wants a tanker to get hit. A tanker already was.
Yeah, they lost a tanker already.
protest area, landing in the crosswalk of East 87th Street and East End
Thank
Avenue.
God they caught these guys.
Witnesses reported seeing
Wow,
flames
this guy
and
already
smoke
seems like an asshole.
as it traveled through the air
Oh.
before it struck a barrier and extinguished itself a few feet from police officers.
This
Mr.
is so
Balat
crazy.
then ran southbound
Oh, wait,
on
we have
East
seen
End
this guy,
Avenue
'cause he's
toward
got the
86th
metropolis.
Street.
They tried to get away.
And gets a second device
I
from a
remember
man
making fun of him for
tentatively
that.
ID'd as Ibrahim Nick, 19 years
Wow.
old.
And while this recent attack happened at a protest in front of the mayor's mansion, which was pre-planned and was not directly related to the conflict in Iran at all, you've got to understand there have been anti-Iran protests for the last several weeks. And recently we've seen this whole spate of pro-regime activity here leading up to what transpired here. And some people think they know what might have triggered that.
Zohran Mamdani's wife, Rama Douaji, liked a post calling October 7th a defensive action against a, quote, system of oppression.
Okay.
That was only one of more than 70 anti-Israel posts I found
don't
liked
care.
by Mamdani's wife.
Wow.
The mayor responded to a reporter's
Did he
question
say,
on this
"I don't
yesterday.
care"?
But that was before I
She is
uncovered
her own
70 plus
person?
other posts for the Free Press.
You know, my wife is the love of my life. And
Hey, wait, what or outlet did you say?
I don't know
What outlet did you say you worked for, lady?
Question on this yesterday. But that was before I uncovered 70 plus other posts for the Free Press.
You know, my wife is the love of my life.
The Free Press, huh?
Isn't that Barry Weiss's one?
Yes.
How interesting. Can't imagine why you would be making this story.
She's also a private person who has held no formal position on my campaign or in my city hall.
Right. Everybody knows that. But if you're married to someone and this person lives with you and they're the love of your life and they're liking these posts which are less than peaceful inside your house.
I don't care. I literally could not care
Couples
less.
are not entitled to have the same politics. In fact,
Exactly.
that's often the case.
Yeah.
That's why more women are Democrats.
Yeah, true. You make a good point. Alright, let's buy this. I still don't have enough fucking money. Fuck.
Don't you think that's a problem?
No.
And some people think this has a tie-in with a lot of the pro-regime propaganda now hitting New York streets all of a sudden,
pause it.
alleging that these
Pause it.
hostile viewpoints are protected.
Hi, Doofus. Those are two completely separate things that have nothing to do with each other. They cross over, but they have nothing to do with each other. The support for Iran is completely separate to the inorganic support for Zionism that has been manufactured. There is no organic support for Zionism outside of Israel, and there is no organic support for the Islamic Republic of Iran outside of Iran. These regimes are near identical. And you want to try and convince me that I need to take a side in your theocratic fascist holy war while the Iranians are choking under poison skies. Cool. Fuck you. I don't care. Nobody should care about this.
Did in New York City now to a greater degree than ever before. You've got people who are dressed and have signs to support the Ayatollah however they possibly can. I mean, and this is New York. It's crazy. Look, here they are attacking a U-Haul van.
Bullshit.
Just
Here they are attacking a U-Haul van. As we know.
Which is not what that was.
As we know.
Pretty sure the van was full of Nazis.
Yeah. Powered by
the
TPUSA.
The poor Zionist Nazis.
people are trying to move. Things are really descending into madness here. And although you have various protests taking place, you don't have varying beliefs among these left-wing mobs. They all hate the United States. And here's what we know about the people who attacked this
both
demonstration.
men that were arrested following these protests in relation to those
You
two
hear that?
explosive.
He's now
Missed it.
associating the bombs with the left-wing protest.
Amazing.
He said that there's no difference in beliefs among all these people.
Phenomenal.
Even
You can't
though
make this shit up.
even though the bombers were not pro-Iran.
No, not at all.
They are from a group that formed out of an ideology that thinks we should kill all the Shias.
ISIS inspired. Is it confirmed now?
I mean, as far as I know, it was always confirmed.
Okay.
devices admitted to having been inspired by ISIS.
Wow.
Now, I also want to add that last night when the police commissioner briefed the media on this incident, she did say that the investigation was still underway, and she emphasized that so far there appear to be no nexus to the situation unfolding in Iran. So I just want to mention those two things right off the bat, because we are learning that while these two men said that they were inspired by...
So we're supposed to think that this is all unrelated, that demonstrations in support of the regime on the streets of New York, the regime being on its last legs in Iran, and now this event right here are all completely unrelated, that nobody...
Buddy, this was a counter-protest to Nazis who talk shit about Islam, and which inspired guys who are pro-ISIS. Like, all of these things are disconnected. What do you mean?
Fucking doofus.
If they weren't connected, why did Jake Lang have to go from this protest to a completely different pro-regime protest to then do another stunt? If they're the same people. Why did he go to two different protests?
Don't ask these hard questions, John.
Was inspired by anything else, that people who have self-radicalized and are watching what's going on the internet didn't think anything about the conflict in Iran before showing up to this event and doing what they did. Here you see the...
They were protesting Jake Lang. Doofus.
Get some gold from that shit. Send my scout to do his scout things.
The gentlemen that were involved in this crazy attack. There's the first guy, and here's the second guy. Look, he's gesturing.
Why'd you throw the bomb?
Now, why did he throw it? Is he going to answer? Look at him. He's smirking at the cameras. They're in federal custody now, by the way, so a New York City jury or judge isn't going to be able to release them, which happens all the time when people do terrible
that's
things.
That's going to happen. ISIS-affiliated terrorists, they're just going to not...
Definitely
They're just going to be like, oh, bail reform, you can go. What a dingus.
I throw knickers into the oven?
Speaking of which, some people say this radical behavior that we're seeing was encouraged by the mayor's lack of a response the last time police were attacked just a couple weeks ago.
You're looking at what's happening in Mamdani's New York. You remember recently, they were
Show me your
throwing
bag of
snowballs
secrets.
at the NYPD.
Unreal. That's awesome.
So the ISIS attack happened because nobody cared about snowballs going at cops.
That's what we're going with?
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is at least if Annette's account gets banned, which I don't think it's going to. I don't see any update on that report. You can quote Mein Kampf. That's totally fine for YouTube.
Demystifying Houthi propaganda, though? Fuck you.
Especially when it specifically tells you in the training that you were doing what they
exactly what they wanted. Yeah, very cool. Thanks, YouTube.
And nothing happened.
Mamdani did nothing. Now they're literally throwing nail bombs at the NYPD in broad
They throw it at Nazis.
They threw them at Nazis.
Yeah. It's funny how the Zionists are defending Nazis and lying about a Nazi getting attacked because Muslims are a bigger target and issue to Zionists than Nazis, I guess. Yeah. Strange bedfellows when you got fascist ideology.
Peter just traded me horses for iron. I'm now trading him the horses back for gold.
That's great, because I gave him those horses. That's awesome. Did it back.
Russia got a golden age.
And innocent people.
Okay. This is just, what, 2 months since Mayor Zohran Mamdani, Qatari's favorite lapdog, got elected into office? Now, I'm not saying
Wow.
he threw the bombs.
No, he didn't.
But what I'm saying is something actually far more dangerous. When a politician like Zohran or Ilhan Omar flirt with this extremist rhetoric, okay, when they normalize October 7th, like when his wife literally celebrated and liked, people are looking and getting a message.
Right.
They feel emboldened.
Right. And that's the thing. People say that radical elements of society, whether they're self-radicalizing, whether they're directly connected to some regime someplace, are getting the message that it's okay to be hostile. When the police get attacked and nothing happens, when the criminals who attack the police get immediately released, charges dropped, that sends a message to people that says, hey, if that's okay, what about the next level to that? And people don't think that anything's gonna happen to them, and they think that right now is the time to do something and get their message out, whatever that message is. And you can't even blame the New York mayor for any of this. He was elected by people who already support what you see happening on the streets. These mobs that attack that U-Haul van, that are out there going crazy, that are holding up signs of the Ayatollah, they were already here. Wait till you hear what the protesters are saying when they arrest the second guy. This was the guy that ended up hurling the device. This is him getting arrested, taken into custody. Thank God that they caught these folks. Thank God nobody was seriously hurt. You're not a protester when you bring some sort of device to a protest, even if you disagree with that protest, even if you find it distasteful. But look, here they are arresting his...
What was the U-Haul
Correct.
carrying?
They were not. What was the U-Haul carrying?
Nazis.
Yeah, correct.
There was
These were not
about
protesters.
6 Nazis in the back. Yes, they weren't. They were specifically there to attack Nazis. But somehow, this has turned into an anti-Islam, anti-Zoran thing, even though it's a literal Nazi attack. Or attack from Islamists towards Nazis. Like, this is...
Nazi on Nazi violence? How could the left do this?
That's essentially what's happening here.
What a dingus.
Very funny.
Accomplice. Now listen. They're saying it's not him. It's not him.
He assaulted a police officer.
There's people screaming for him to be let go. Does someone have your contact? There are people on the streets who saw this whole thing transpire and want to see these people set free and released. But the chief of police and the mayor himself have come out and confirmed that this event was not a hoax and that these folks were very dangerous. I've spent a lot of time walking the streets of New York City, showing apartments, talking about crime, and letting people know what life is really like on the ground here right now.
Innocent until proven guilty. Like, this guy's just assuming these people are the ones who threw the bombs. Like, I don't understand here. Like, isn't the entire point here to have scrutiny and be like, okay, well, we saw these guys throw the bombs. Why are we just assuming that anybody the cops are on is the correct person? We know for a fact that the police do not have adequate ability to distinguish Americans from non-Americans. So how would you expect them to have the scrutiny? And that's the federal government, right? So how do we expect a local police force to have the scrutiny to be like, this is the guy, and then not
Well,
question
they saw it in his hand.
The bomb that he threw.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this guy one of the ones that threw the bombs, or is it just a random person? Because I'm kind of with the people on the ground where it's like, okay, I'm going to assume that this person is just someone being falsely arrested until
other evidence is
also like
given,
the
proven
people on
otherwise.
the ground
but like,
didn't know that it, because
exactly,
the bombs didn't go off.
exactly.
So what are they
had no
supposed to
idea
think?
what was going on. So like to sit here and browbeat people for not understanding the situation as it's happening after a fucking terror attack happened is fucking crazy. Like the utter lack of care from this guy is concerning. But that's pretty standard for chud fluencers.
Hair looking a little thin. What do you think?
Chud fluencers. Who's
Do you
hair?
think he's
His?
covering the balding?
I mean, if you look at, look. Right. So it's like he doesn't have this
real hairline.
He doesn't have this corner here. It's like rounded like this. He's got that widow's peak going on, so almost certainly he's covering it up. Like, bro, just cut it off. Just go bald. Just shave it off.
One thing has become impossible to ignore. Everything is more expensive, everything feels more fragile, and the people in the middle are getting squeezed from every direction. Rents are up, utilities are up.
Hang on. The people in the middle are getting squeezed, so he's saying the middle class is being squeezed by the poor?
Is that the argument he's making?
He just said the people in the middle are getting squeezed in every direction. That would imply that the poor are also responsible for inflation.
So you know what's funny? Can we go back and autosave?
Why would you do?
The campus on the quartz is 3. The one behind it is 4. So putting the city on the quartz would have been a better idea.
It's just 1 point of science. I think it's going to be okay.
I want my maximum bonuses.
You should have used your tax.
No, like it's the base bonus is 3. And then the base bonus is 4 behind it. So, although actually, I'm going to still put my campus on the quartz.
It's just 1 point of science.
I'm going to put the holy site behind the campus where the science is 4, because I reckon the holy site would get 5.
Groceries are up, and the same institutions that created this mess are out there buying homes and telling regular people just to adjust. Living in a city like New York teaches you pretty quickly that systems don't always work the way they're supposed to. And that's why I believe in owning something real, like physical gold.
Is that a coin? Wow,
This is
you have a
an
coin,
ad
bro.
for gold. By the way, this is not how you buy gold. You do not need to hold physical gold.
But it's cool. I can touch it.
You can literally just buy commodities.
Yeah, like
on the
I
commodity
can touch
market.
it. I can touch it like this.
You can learn about this really well from this Eddie Murphy movie called Trading Spaces.
Amazing.
Where the billionaires in the movie
who doesn't
are
like
not stock
physical
traders,
shit?
they're commodity traders,
Look,
and the one
like-
guy's main commodity that he trades is frozen orange juice.
Seriously?
Yep.
Amazing. It's like, who doesn't like physical shit? Like, I get it, man. Except this is cooler than your little gold coin.
Frozen orange juice is actually a very interesting commodity in the United States.
How so?
I couldn't tell you. I just know that I, like, remember watching something and being like, huh.
Interesting.
Sheet, you learn fast. Betting everything on systems you don't control is incredibly risky. While owning something real just makes sense.
Can confirm
I
this
agree.
morning that this is being investigated
Like
as
a genuine
an act
historical
of
artifact.
ISIS-inspired
That's crazy.
terrorism.
Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch said information about how the improvised explosive devices were developed will be forthcoming after a complaint is unsealed in federal court today. And 2 defendants, Amir Balat, 18, and Ibrahim Qayyumi, 19, both from Pennsylvania, are arraigned in the case. The commissioner said the devices containing potentially lethal chemicals were thrown during a counter-protest to a demonstration led by Jake Lang, a pardoned U.S. Capitol insurrectionist and far-right influencer. A third device, which did not include explosive chemicals, was later found in a car near Gracie Mansion.
Preliminary test results determined that these were not hoax devices nor smoke bombs. They were improvised explosive devices that could have caused serious injury or death. One of the devices deployed by the subjects contained the substance known as TATP. Now, TATP is a dangerous and highly volatile homemade explosive that has been used in IED attacks around the world.
Mayor Mamdani, who spoke publicly about the incident for the first time, called it
a vile protest rooted in white supremacy. While I found this protest appalling, I will not waver in my belief that it should be allowed to happen. Ours is a free society where the right to peaceful protest is sacred.
Jake Lang was outside Gracie Mansion after the mayor spoke.
We support our country. We support the NYPD. And Mamdani is going to destroy the city.
So as you can tell, this protest, very volatile situation. A lot of viewpoints being put forward that not everybody in the streets of New York, that's for sure, agrees with. But the second you come to an event like this, wishing to hurt people or with the tools to hurt people, you are no longer a peaceful protester. And the thing that really needs to be investigated.
They were terrorists. Unaffiliated with the protest. Crazy, huh?
So crazy.
It's almost like if you're a Nazi who continually says shit about Muslims and how they're bad, you'll piss off terrorists.
Yeah. Crazy. Who'd have guessed?
Oh, so this guy doesn't believe in the Second Amendment? I'm sorry, I thought this was America. Get booped. That's gonna cost me that war here.
Mexico City.
Here. So where did these people get their ideas? What made them feel comfortable?
ISIS.
Is there rhetoric?
ISIS?
That's where they got the ideas from.
Probably be a good idea for him to pay attention.
By elected officials that may be encouraging and fomenting violence against police and against people who might stand with law enforcement or stand for things that you might disagree with. That is the opposite of a free speech environment.
Residents are still upset.
I've lived in the city for 30 years and I grew up in Brooklyn and I've never seen behaviors or
We
danger
took the
to this
freedom of
level.
speech away.
It's gotten increasingly worse.
Yeah, it is getting worse.
Now, counterterrorism police officers are still here at Gracie Mansion, and both the city and the state remain on high alert because of the war in Iran.
Right.
The governor said today that she has sent 1,000 members of the National Guard to augment the NYPD.
So there's this effort being made right now to say that, oh, this has nothing to do with the war in Iran. Meanwhile, government officials are saying because of the war in Iran, we need to be on high alert. But there's going to be an effort by politicians who are encouraging violence by not condemning it against ICE, against the Trump administration. These types of politicians, you've heard the rhetoric, they're going to be in full-blown cover mode when something goes wrong.
Yes. All politicians known for not condemning ISIS.
They're going to condemn it. They're going to say that it's wrong. Meanwhile, up until this point, what have people been doing? They've been encouraging this kind of stuff. They've been saying that America's evil. They've been saying that...
They've been encouraging ISIS?
It's just really funny how this guy was incorrect from the very start, and because of that, all of his suppositions and takes have been awful because he literally doesn't know what happened.
They said it in his video. He just didn't listen.
Hilarious. Like, how many views does this have?
Oh, tons. This guy's... I mean, he's got a
Great.
YouTube play button behind him. 2 of them.
Fantastic.
He got the gold one, too.
America's attacking innocent people. They've been saying that every single thing that Donald Trump does is wrong. They've been saying that our president has been co-opted by the forces of evil.
A disturbing development involving the type of explosive used in the attempted attack and just how dangerous it is. Let's bring in retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow, who has more information on this device that was found. So it was a homemade device, Paul, but not necessarily a cheesy one, in other words.
You know, they knew what they were doing. Or someone did.
No, they knew what they were doing. That's why the bombs went off. Because they knew what they were doing.
Mansa Musa is basically going to give me a city, so that's cool.
Why?
Oh my god, he's not even putting it where I want him to. I fucking hate this.
Where's he putting it?
I have no idea. Get out of here. The Hanging Gardens are mine.
Oh, nice.
Where's my what do I need? Build a wonder? Great. Ah, already done. Great. Recorded history, we'll take that. Instead of actually, no, holy sites have great work spots as well, don't they?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure they do. Cedar Square, adjacent wonder.
John, and I have to tell you, having done about 15 years worth of this kind of work, counterterrorism work, this is a bit of a game changer. First of all, let me start by saying New York City got extremely lucky yesterday. TATP is enormously volatile. It is not very stable. It's extremely powerful. So this was a very, very serious attempt, much more serious, I would argue, than it likely seemed to
it's being minimized
right initially. And as to why they didn't...
It's being minimized. What are you talking about?
This fucking cunt.
It's... They literally said it's... They're charging him with fucking terrorism.
Detonate in light of the fact that they were charged the way they were is going to be something I'm sure that the federal authorities are going to be looking at very closely as they investigate these two perps.
Yeah, it's crazy. Hats off to the New York City Police Department for running in and stopping those attacks.
Right.
They didn't just run away or go to a place of
Actually, they didn't stop
safety.
the attacks at all. The devices just didn't go off. Both were deployed. So they didn't stop anything. Just like how cops don't stop crime.
Maybe I should put...
And you know something? That's what New York City is in danger of, because if the police here are not protected, if they can have rocks covered in snow, ice covered in snow hurled at them, if they can be assaulted and injured on the job and then get no defense, you're going to have situations like this in the future that don't turn out the same way this did. If you malign and attack your police enough, eventually they will self-censor and will self-stand down in the face of something very dangerous, and that's frightening to think about.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at, they didn't know what they were
You
doing.
mean like how in red states where they stand outside the schools while the kids get killed?
That's right, they did do that.
They always do that.
Okay. Got to protect them kids after you protect yourself. Key policy. Okay. So he put it just to the left of where I wanted to put it, which works because it doesn't clear off the toxins. So I'm gonna make him lose loyalty, and then
Yeah, you got 2
raise that fucking city.
Why?
I don't fucking want it. I want to put it in where I wanted to put it.
On top of the toxins?
On top of the toxins, exactly. So I don't have to build a thing to get them. I don't want one.
He'll probably already fucking use a builder to improve them for you.
Yeah,
You probably won't have to build anything.
I don't want the improvement. We'll see what happens.
Danger, man. Something that was smoking for all they know, this thing is extremely powerful, but they ran towards it. Look, that's what your instincts are as a police officer. That's what you're supposed to do. But that doesn't mean it is any less heroic. So hats off to those guys, and thank God the devices didn't detonate. It really comes down to now, why? Was it an incomplete chemical formula? Were the somehow or other the balances off? You know, the mixture was a little bit too much of this, a little bit less of that. It's not a simple thing to make correctly, very clearly. And it's also extremely dangerous to handle.
But look at this scene right here. You've got officers trying to keep people away from the situation because they know that these mobs are agitated. People are going to try and descend upon this. Leading up until this happened, there were people who were starting fights on the street. The footage of this whole thing is very frightening. None of it's peaceful. But that's how these events always happen. It's never peaceful. There are always people who...
So I was fucking around with trade routes. And I was able to basically send a global trade route by the end of the game. I was actually able, because I was focusing on making trading posts as far as I could. And I ended up being able to trade essentially to the other side of the world, which is very cool. Because does it give you the bonuses that it says on the trade route? Is that per turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. What are you doing? Where are you going? I think the Zulu are about to declare war on me.
Who?
The Zulu.
Oh, they just...
They're moving shit up to my borders.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna make some stuff real quick. Should probably do walls.
I'll send these units down there once this bar camp gets cleared.
come out and they say they're in support of something and that they're just there trying to make their voice heard, but literally the people in the photographs they're holding up are the opposite of peace.
Hundreds of people gathered for a rally in Manhattan today. They are voicing their support for the military
This
operation,
is a peaceful
the U.S.
protest.
military operation in Iran. Many demonstrators say they believe that the war could open the door for change and freedom in the Middle East. Here's News Force Charles.
And that's
Watson
what's
with
sad is people are standing against this.
The rally here today taking on a very different tone.
Where's
than
the
we've seen
chaos?
at other demonstrations recently. Demonstrators here today showing their support for the action
And they're calm.
America and Israel are taking in Iran, and many offering their thanks.
President Trump and his administration getting high praise from hundreds of
Where's
Iranians.
the chaos? I don't see chaos. I don't see people who are afraid to show their faces that are masked up. You can see the faces of these people. They're not hiding. And you see Iranian flags, American flags.
All the counter-protesters to the Nazis. Like, the only guy who had his face hidden was the guy with the red flag. Who had some fucking whatever on it. I don't know what it was about.
Flags. You even see Israeli flags all mixed in here. You have various people who have united from different backgrounds to resist an oppressive force that has existed for decades. And we're told by defenders of non-peaceful protesters that that's what their side is out there doing, when here's what that actually looks like.
Took to the streets and made it clear that not everyone is opposed to the U.S.-Israel-led
Not
intervention in Iran.
Most people
we should
aren't.
Thank Bibi and President Trump for doing what they are doing.
The crowds at both Madison Square Park and Washington Square Park full of signs and flags showing their support for not only the Iranian people, but the U.S. and Israel too. Many applauding the demise of
That's peace, man.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and what they describe as a decades-long reign of terror.
I mean, we know that it's a decades-long reign of terror. It doesn't have to be described by that from somebody that holds some extreme viewpoint. Everyone agrees that this regime over there has not been peaceful at all towards its own people, which is why in that country people are taking to the streets, which is why in that country people want to see change.
It's awful.
They brought this war upon themselves.
As each side continues to exchange deadly missiles, it is
Bro, I can't
outraged
comprehend that
pro-Iran
people are
supporters who
against
accuse the
American
U.S. and
here are the
Israel
regime
of starting
supporters.
an illegal,
Look at these
deadly, and
folks.
costly conflict with no end
They've
in
all got the
sight.
pre-printed
But protesters
signs.
like Al Fadvi, who is from Tehran, says what's going on is the best case scenario for Iranians,
Right.
who he says
That
would be
city's
getting
already
slaughtered by
losing
their
loyalty.
own government otherwise.
Many of the people we spoke to today say they believe this is Iran's best shot at freedom.
When's the freedom gonna happen if it doesn't happen now? That's the question a lot of people want to know. If some deal is worked out with the regime remnants who have proven themselves bad faith actors, when do the people of Iran get to pursue peace and prosperity as they define it? When is that gonna happen? What do you think about what's going on here? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Super dingus.
A doofus.
I hope you got strong stomachs, because today's video is on Jeff.
Before we even get started.
Sure. I need iron.
Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, you're used to hearing about him by now, but this video is going to be a little more disturbing than usual, as we're focusing on someone arguably more reprehensible than Jeffrey Epstein. The ABC's Matt Bevan of the podcast If You're
Really,
Listening,
bro?
which should be retitled, actually, we're going to be looking specifically at his somehow both boring and delusional video, Was Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad Agent? In which Matt Bevan actually is his way into arguing that there is no strong evidence that Epstein was connected to intelligence agencies. And yes, this video is 6 months old, and a lot more damning information has been released since Bevan very foolishly decided to set up camp on
Hold on,
Quicksand.
pause it.
So, it's safe to say the video aged
Okay,
like
so what he's basically done is taken a 6-month-old video and gone, you were wrong because new information came out. Hey, dickhead, that's how journalism works, you fucking idiot. There was no evidence. Key word. Was. You know,
Okay, now you're-
this is
now
very
you're losing
surprising.
loyalty.
Very surprising coming from Australia's best journalist. being unable to comprehend that information changes, thus videos become irrelevant and outdated, and therefore they need to update it. So if this video ends with him recommending that Matt Bevan and the ABC update their video, I will have no problems. But I have no doubt in my mind that he has no plan to make that argument. Instead, is going to make this like holier than thou wanker argument like he always does about how he's better because he's coming in and with later information showing some screenshots that he's definitely not found himself, to then poo-poo the ABC. Because what's better than being Australia's best journalist than trying to delegitimize the news? Yeah. You know who else does that? High control groups. They delegitimize information so that they can then seed their own information into your brain, which is how you get people supporting the Islamic regime. But that's just my prediction. I have not watched this video. So let's fucking go.
One of Epstein's victims in relation to Epstein's predilections. That is to say, 6 months can be the difference between enjoying a massage and 6 months later that masseuse is being a little too old for Epstein.
I was going to say
another massage. And for Bevan, that 6 months can mean the difference between his massage of the truth becoming a massage of the false. Does that play on words work?
Great.
Probably not, but if you don't think about it too hard, it does. Which also must be how Bevan researched his video, because in addition to aging terribly, it was also just really crap and lazy at the time. Either Bevan deliberately ignored
the
evidence.
Evangelist perk. So now I have a golden age. So now I'm just sitting back, gonna try to get my faith up as much as possible. Get that monumentality.
So I got pen, voice, and art, or whatever it is, because I was going to build holy sites and theater squares first. So I need things with great work slots to give me things and stuff. So it worked out. But I now have a solid line of defense of units, and he backed off, so I don't think he's going to invade me anymore. Right. Let's get the science guy.
Which clearly contradicted his soy contrarianism, or he's too shit of a journo to even look for it. And if you don't know about the whole Israel-Epstein connection, you can watch this video I made back in July before Bevan produced this slop, so just so you know what evidence Bevan was ignoring or downplaying at the time that was available. And just for defamation law's sake, I know that I said that Bevan is arguably more reprehensible than Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, there's no evidence to indicate Bevan rivals Epstein for the title of goat ped. And look, I'm fair. Apart from the way that he dresses, there is actually no evidence that Bevan is a pedophile whatsoever. But he has got Epstein beat in one category. Interior design. Look at that fucking awful podcast set. It's tackier than Epstein's mansion. No fucking way you're going to be able to set up sex between underage girls and politicians or elite business leaders in a set like that. Unbelievable that this is the set of a show produced by Australia's national broadcaster. You know that I have a lot of criticisms about the ABC, but at the very least, in the past, they had some classy and mature sets. What the fuck is this shit? Purple lighting and a shelf cluttered with shit? This isn't the Friendly Geordies podcast. At least for the main channel, I have the decency to do them in front of this glaring white wall. At this rate, you're going to see ABC journalists soliciting Patreon donations. Which would be a better model anyway, because then at least we wouldn't have to pay for this shit. By the way, we at Friendly Geordies really rely on the good members of the audience to donate.
Oh, good. The dog shit entry is still there. That's great.
Hey, did you know I've got a brand new show? It's my prediction on how the world will end. Ooh, foreboding. Make sure that you get tickets from Adelaide, Katoomba, and I don't know where else I'm going. Bathurst, I think. I want you to think about this as you watch this video.
You can't understand
right now,
any of the
this
jokes.
is the journalism on one of the largest stories of the past year that the Australian taxpayer
It's just him ranting.
This ruined Adam ruins everything. Spends 20 minutes trying to trick you by pretending that just 2 tiny pieces of evidence which indicate that Epstein had links to intelligence agencies that he cherry-picked accounts for all the evidence that indicates that Epstein had links to intelligence agencies. Thus, there is insufficient evidence to even speculate on Epstein's links to Israel. The clear implication being that if you are speculating on that, you're a wacko MAGA QAnon guy. Unfortunately, let's begin.
In news that will not surprise you at all, I have spent the last week down the Jeffrey Epstein rabbit hole.
Disgraced American financier Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead.
And I've been trying to find out who this awful man really was.
Donald Trump was quoted as saying, "Jeff is a terrific guy."
And I keep running into quite a surprising allegation.
He has a verified connection to Mossad.
And once you get to the was Epstein a spy thing, it's like a rabbit hole within a rabbit hole. A full-blown Mad Hatter Tea Party.
He was a intelligence resource for someone else.
Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American.
Someone has created a fake human being called Jeffrey Epstein.
In podcast land, people are demanding to know if Epstein was really a spy.
The intelligence community has had to use the courts to ensure none of Epstein's files get out.
After a week in the hole, I've found some shocking things. There's a lot of nasty stuff down in the tunnels, but is the evidence that all these guys are relying on conclusive?
Was he working with or for any foreign intelligence agencies? There is no way they don't already have that answer.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't. We'll try and find it here too.
Okay, pause it.
I'm Matt Bevan, and this is If You're Listening.
This is going to be even funnier, because this is him going to be... It's going to be him being careful about what he's saying. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson, Glenn Greenwald, all these people who are literally grifters jump to conclusions before they have appropriate evidence. As I said at the very beginning. And it's already turning out to be Jordan doing exactly what high control groups do, which is jumping to conclusions, showing fickle evidence, and connecting dots that aren't connected, resulting in a supposition that you can't back up. And the only way that you can oppose people who have different opinions to you is by degrading them personally, which we saw within the first 3 minutes of his video. Let's continue.
First off, it is really funny that Matt Bevan is trying to lump Pulitzer Prize winning journalist Glenn Greenwald into podcast.
That's what you're going with?
Even if you're a respectable ABC journalist
That's what you're going with?
and dislike Greenwald's editorial and political stances, there is no way with a straight face
When was the last time
you can
Glenn
pretend
Greenwald
Matt Bevan
did
is a
anything
fraction
worth
of the investigative
value?
journalist that Glenn
Greenwald, there's no evidence Glenn Greenwald investigated anything at all.
No, none at all.
Okay? And keep in mind, what he did, okay, was just uncover the name of a CIA agent we already knew existed. Okay? So, like, I want to say all he did was find out her first actual name.
Okay.
So, like, we already knew that she was likely married to the guy who ran Issue Station.
Yeah.
We already knew she was being referred to as Alfreda.
Mm-hmm.
So, all he did was come up with a first name.
More or less, yeah.
And there's no evidence he did that himself. So, actually, I think this guy is a better investigative journalist than Glenn Greenwald because he only did one thing and has written it ever since. And there's no evidence that he did it himself. and it's plausible. Keep in mind, I'm using the word plausible.
Mm-hmm.
As in, I would have the benefit
It's a
of the
potentiality.
misproving it, you know, which I cannot do.
Mm-hmm.
That the information was handed to him.
Greenwald is, or man in general, frankly, he'd probably get amogged by the Michelin mascot. Matt Bevan's bread and butter estate funded. Hold on, I need glasses for this. Explainer videos. Videos that we consider are too low quality to even be
Stay on topic. You know, you have this problem where you like to personally attack people because you think that it makes your argument stronger or something. Like, this is the peak anti-intellectual, right? And it's really funny that he's going off the Glenn Greenwald thing, because at the end of the day, Jordan's biggest contribution is going to be having a personal gripe with a New South Wales politician. And
Jordan has done more investigative journalism than Glenn Greenwald, for fuck's sake.
Exactly. And this is what I'm saying, is it's Jordan's biggest contribution to the world of journalism is going to be the equivalent of what Glenn Greenwald did, which is one thing which he's then going to ride on good favor with the rest of the internet, like people like Charlie, who go on and give him praise despite the fact that what he does is objectively anti-intellectual. Which is why I think he's gotten so much traction, is because this anti-intellectual push at the moment is going so hard. It's the only explanation that I can come up with right now that explains how he's acting.
When are we going to get
he
him
thinks he's smarter than people.
Pavlo?
Well, I think he's already done trolly things around Drew, but like there was that whole video he released around Drew.
Did he?
Yeah.
Was it good?
It was kind of mid. He could probably redo it now and do it much better. But that's a matter of whether he does or not. I doubt it. He's pretty much moved now that Labor's in control. He's basically ignoring politics and going back to his comedy videos, which basically just proves what I was saying last time we looked at his videos, and we were looking at his videos a lot, that he is essentially just an agent for the Labor Party and doesn't criticize them or their policies whatsoever. And anytime he does, it's the single most shallow criticism of the Labor Party you could ever think. Like, he's just one of the most disingenuous actors in the country, in my opinion. I can't have that negative of an opinion of him. At the end of the day, he's not a Nazi. He's not facilitating fascists. But at the same time, he's doing anti-intellectual shit which fosters fascism. So, you know. But it is what it is.
Nobody wants any iron. They're all filled up.
I need iron.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm working towards finding deposits.
I'll trade you all my iron for an equal amount of ponies.
Okay. Like, it's so funny after the videos that we watched about the New South Wales Liberal Party that he did. It's just very ironic that he's talking about investigating shit when he literally knows how investigations works, and then doesn't use people as examples who have shown their work to do an investigation. Like, these people are literally podcast bros. They go on with no information or low information, and then they go out and just weave narratives. And that's exactly what he does on his podcast. And it's like, his podcast is absurd because one of the guys that he works with is just one of those brain dead China simps. No wonder he's on this fucking trend. Like, as I said, anti-intellectualism.
Okay, I sent you the pony deal.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you look at his second channel, do you know what his second channel is? Self-help. He's a self-help guru. Because of course he is. And it's like stoicism shit as well. It's like he's one step from being essentially on the same page as the Nazis. Continue.
Hot boilers if we produce them for this YouTube channel.
It's 1986. An Israeli named Mordecai Vanunu is in London trying to tell the world about Israel's secret nuclear weapons program.
Vanunu's photographs give a unique first-hand account of what's been going on inside Israel's nuclear reactor.
He's taken photographs inside the top secret nuclear enrichment facility, and they're set to be published in the Sunday Times. Unfortunately for him, a con man named Oscar Guerrero also has copies of his photos and is looking for a payday.
Oscar Guerrero had surfaced in London again and was trying to sell copies of Vanunu's photographs to the Sunday Mirror.
It was a race to the printer, and the Sunday Mirror, a tabloid competitor to the broadsheet Sunday Times, published Vanunu's photographs first. But instead of writing an expose of Israel's secret nukes, they targeted Vanunu.
On the strength of Guerrero's evidence, the Mirror denounced Vanunu as a fake.
To discredit Vanunu and his photos, they got experts on record saying that they could just have easily been taken inside an egg factory.
Oh my god, come on. It is too funny that this is the historical anecdote that Bevan begins the video with. An example of a journalistic, limited hangout wherein Robert Maxwell, the father of Epstein's right-hand girl Ghislaine Maxwell, his media outlet disclosed certain information in order to discredit the trust that was set to come out in order to protect the state of Israel. Ironically, this is exactly what Bevan's video is. Except at least Robert Maxwell and those newspaper publishers knew they were doing that. Bevan does it for free and unwittingly. Well, not free, we still have to pay for this shit. Your tax dollars at work.
Now, why discredit the story instead of treating it like the once-in-a-decade scoop that it really was?
Yes, Matt.
We see what's happening here, right? Like, we're listening to what Matt's talking about, and he's going through the story slowly and methodically and talking about events that are relevant to the information, right? Talking about Israel's nuclear weapon program, and sure, Robert Maxwell is attached to it, okay? Was that Epstein? Like, you understand how intelligence works, right? Being an asset isn't working for intelligence or, like, being a part of the intelligence apparatus. You're just a tool in their system. You are human intelligence. They will drop you the second you're compromised. Like, how does the CIA work with agents in foreign countries? Same shit, right?
Half the time they drone strike them themselves.
Exactly. Right? So it's like, okay, he's attached to Mossad. We kind of knew that. Is Jordan asserting that he was literally a Mossad agent, like a Mossad operative? Is that what he's asserting here? Because as far as I've seen, he was an asset, not an operative.
You ever look up what happened to the guy who gave us Bin Laden's identity?
No.
Oh, he's dead.
Drone strike?
Yeah.
He's
he's one of the guys you actually see him in Zero Dark 30. She
Really?
goes to Pakistan to interview him, and he's like handcuffed to the table.
Oh,
Real
it's
guy
that
was
guy.
much fatter.
Okay.
You bear with me. We're going to have to play a bit of a long clip with no amazing interruptions from me.
Yeah, he
as
got
there's
released from
technically nothing
Pakistani
too
prison,
wrong
I
with
think
what
2
Bevan
years
says
later
for
they
the next
killed him.
couple of minutes.
Damn.
But it is important to show the context that Bevan gives and leaves out.
Well, that all might have had something to do with the guy who owned the Sunday Mirror.
Oh, look.
Robert
He talks
Maxwell
about it.
controls a $5 billion media and communications empire based in London, but with tentacles around the world.
Robert Maxwell was famous for having significant editorial influence over his papers.
I certainly have a major say in the political line of the paper. I certainly have a major say on the editorials.
He was a socialist firebrand and the primary rival of Rupert Murdoch, the owner of the Sunday Times.
Well, he's smarter than Murdoch. First place, he's funny.
That's veteran New Yorker contributor Philip Hamburger.
Hamburger?
He was a big fan of Robert Maxwell. And it's easy to see why. The guy was pretty impressive. He built a massive publishing empire from nothing.
This is a very remarkable, obviously a very remarkable fellow. He's the child of unemployed Czech farm workers, and he's a legitimate billionaire, and God knows what else.
Well, US investigative reporter Seymour Hersh thought he knew what else.
Claims in a book by American author Seymour Hersh that the publisher had secretly worked for Israeli intelligence.
Hersh, using an exiled ex-Israeli spy as his source, reported that as soon as Vanunu's pictures arrived on his desk, Maxwell reported their existence to the Israeli spy service Mossad. And then Maxwell used his newspaper to preemptively discredit them. Hersh said that Maxwell had knowingly participated in an Israeli disinformation operation, something that Maxwell's critics thought aligned very well with his history.
And nothing would surprise me. He was certainly a very active Zionist. He was very, very involved with Israeli politics.
When Hersh's book was published in 1991, Maxwell was unimpressed.
He was very angry about the allegations that have been made by the book by Seymour Hersh.
The revelation came at the same time Maxwell was being investigated for a number of serious financial crimes. Being accused of connections to Mossad was the last thing he needed. He decided to go and spend some time on his luxury yacht to get away from the swirling allegations. He spent 4 days chilling at sea, but then on the 5th day...
Multi-millionaire British publisher Robert Maxwell is dead.
Nice.
The body of the 68-year-old tycoon was recovered off the Canary Islands near Morocco several hours after he went missing from his yacht.
Now, understandably, there have been rather a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding Robert Maxwell's death.
The most bizarre suggestion that Maxwell was killed by an Arab assassin because of alleged links to Israeli intelligence.
Killed by the Israeli Secret Service or Mossad after he'd tried to blackmail them into propping up his ailing business.
Despite the rumours, police investigators and most of the Maxwell family agreed that it was unlikely he had been murdered. Most experts think it was either suicide, a medical episode, or just an accident. There was a good spot at the back of the boat with no guardrail where Maxwell would routinely pee into the open sea, so it's quite possible that he just slipped and fell.
That's gotta be
Maxwell's
exhilarating.
wife thought that allegations her husband was a spy were ridiculous.
One day they make him a KGB agent, the next day he's a Mossad agent, the third day he's a CIA agent. The poor man, I mean, he would have had a life dedicated to spying.
Like I said, nothing technically incorrect with what Bevan just laid out.
Okay,
but
interesting.
Misleading by omission. It's like if I was giving a
how
biography on
convenient.
Clavicular and left out the fact that before he began meth maxing and bone smashing.
Fuck, that's starting to hurt, man. Let's do a little bit more.
Clavicular was a mid-tier normie with a recessed maxilla and overdeveloped nasolabial folds. And then I pretend that I was fully assessing all of the evidence to figure out if clavicular had or had not ascended. A pretty essential part of the biography. Bevan leads out that after Maxwell died, he was given what has been described as amounting to a state funeral in Israel, attended by prime ministers and presidents. And as for his cause of death, Bevan somehow managed to subtly spin the fact that to this day, there are no clear answers as to how Maxwell died. After his body was found floating in the Atlantic Ocean as a mitigated factor. A factor
How is
which
this
somehow
omission?
Suggests
How is this
nothing
relevant
sus
to
happened.
is
With
Epstein
the bonus evidence
a
of
spy?
his family
You
says he
stupid
wasn't murdered.
fuck.
Bevan also glosses over all the pathologists at the inquest into Maxwell's death disagreeing on the cause.
This is
And I'm not
semantics.
even saying it's conclusive that Maxwell was a spy, but I am saying the way that Bevan is framing the possibility of Maxwell having a relationship with Israel's intelligence services
That's not Epstein.
bends way too far the other way.
That's not Epstein.
So, was he a spy for Mossad or anyone else? And did he just slip midstream, or was he murdered? Well, let's tune in to the ABC's AM program just after Maxwell's death to find out.
The explanation won't be believed by everyone. One person with a different view is Ari Ben Menash.
Ari Ben Menash. Remember that name.
Mr. Ben Menash, who now lives in Sydney, describes himself as a former Israeli government agent.
Mr. Ben Menash did a lot of press at the time, claiming that Maxwell was connected to Mossad and potentially murdered by them. And there are plenty of books that back him up. There's Seymour Hersh's book, which said that Maxwell was connected to Mossad. There's another book claiming that Maxwell was murdered. But the thing is, the actual primary source for the information in all of those
is
books
the same one.
Is Ari Ben Menash. If you look underneath most claims about Maxwell to find out where they originally came from, it's almost certain to be this guy, Ari Ben Menash, who is still going around doing interviews claiming Maxwell was murdered.
The Israelis did not want them to sing, so I believe the Israelis took care of him.
Okay, so Maxwell dies mysteriously on a yacht after his paper published a limited hangout about Israel's secret nuclear program, and is then granted a lavish funeral in Israel, attended by prime ministers and presidents. Then, after his death, an ex-Israeli spy turned whistleblower claims that Maxwell was a spy and killed by Israel. I'm sorry, I know that it's not conclusive, but it's pretty compelling evidence. It definitely points somewhere, wouldn't you agree? When I die, I could almost...
Okay, Jordan, hi. This is not fucking evidence. You are literally doing it looks like. This is peak anti-intellectualism. Next.
Guarantee you, it will not be after mysteriously falling off my yacht and an ex-Israeli spy turned whistleblower.
When he just started this bit, I just really want people to listen to the words that he uses. Okay, listen to the words that he chooses in his script to describe the justification for his irrelevant semantic games here. This is him conspiracy weaving to try and convince you that Matt Bevan didn't do his work. Matt Bevan puts all his sources at the end. Does Friendly Geordies? No, he doesn't. He goes, this is some extra information that isn't actually relevant to the point, and then tries to weave conspiracy to convince you that what he's saying is actually legitimate, while the journalist doing the video is an illegitimate source of information because they're leaving out specific information that you believe should be included in the discussion.
So far, he hasn't made the conclusion for you.
No.
He's saying that the source is all this one guy.
Mm-hmm. Which is exactly what a video explaining the situation should be doing. The fact that Robert Maxwell got a state funeral in Israel attended by bigwigs is not a surprise. The guy ran a fucking newspaper. Ask how much people William Hearst was connected to. And then be like, if he got a big state funeral, does that mean he's a spy? No, you dickhead. He's a fucking newsman running a newspaper. And what is the thing that you do when you report news? You talk to people, you get connections. And if you are a corporate press outlet, you want connections to corporate interests, state interests, and business interests, or what's corporate interests, religious interests, whatever you want, right? The specifics don't matter. If you're running a newspaper as a corporate press outlet, as a business, you want access to people who can give you information that you can get exclusives on to market your paper as this is the paper that gives you the information. Pay for our paper. You would know this if you were a journalist and not just a pseudo-intellectual. But it really does seem like you're desperate to form a conclusion for people while he's doing an explainer video. Which is kind of sad. Anyway, go back to what you were saying.
Like, also, like Maxwell didn't financially benefit by doing state propaganda for Israel.
Exactly. Exactly right.
That doesn't mean he's a fucking Mossad agent.
Mm.
That means that he profited from a state.
Which is exactly what the newspapers do. They profit from conflict. They profit from suffering.
He was a rabid Zionist.
If it bleeds, it leads. This is not an old adage. Like, come on, bro. Isn't it funny how he tries to do a journalism video and fails epically when he's not personally griped by someone motivating his journalism?
Will not say I was murdered, and I won't be granted a lavish funeral in Israel.
No,
As
go
everyone
back to when he
relying on
started
claims of
talking.
Ari Ben Menashi.
So we
First,
can hear what he said again.
Hang on. Bro just called this Israel.
lavish funeral in.
Isn't it the Jerusalem temple in Palestine?
What an asshole. The third holiest site in Islam, he puts himself in front of and says funeral in Israel.
Amazing.
Spy turned whistleblower claims that Maxwell was a spy and killed by Israel. I'm sorry, I know that it's not conclusive, but it's pretty compelling evidence.
It's not.
It definitely points somewhere, wouldn't you agree?
It sounds like, right?
When I
No.
die, I can almost guarantee you it will not be after mysteriously falling off my yacht, and an ex-Israeli spy turned whistleblower will not say I was murdered, and I won't be granted a lavish funeral in Israel.
We're just believing
As everyone
Israelis
relying on
now?
claims of Ari Ben Menashi. First off, I know I shouldn't throw stones, but probably not a good sign that Bevan can't even pronounce the main guy he's using to discredit
Not an
people's
argument.
theories about Epstein's name correctly. I'm pretty sure it's Menashi, because I actually did a cursory amount of research for my last video in that I googled how to pronounce it.
Menashi.
Bevan
This is
can't
not
even
an
correctly
argument.
pronounce the name of the main guy
This
he's
is not
using
an
to
argument.
discredit people's theories about
This isn't an
Epstein.
argument.
But I guess it's somewhat true that everyone does, to an extent, rely on Menashi's claims. But another little omission, probably important to mention this one. You know how Seymour Hersh's book, The Samson Option, that wrote of Maxwell's alleged connections to Mossad, that is a book that Bevan is slyly implying can't be fully trusted. That's gross. This is a guy who at best should have ascended to an intern for the ABC's Good Gang program, slinging mud at the journo who exposed the My Lai massacre. But
okay.
yeah, Hersh's book about
Pause
the
it.
nuclear program was scandalous.
Hi, dickhead. Fascists use Seymour Hersh to justify blaming Ukraine. Sorry, no. Blaming the United States, for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. Okay? Using previous work of someone who is a journalist
Funny how he
without
stuck up
them
for
having
Glenn
to
Greenwald
prove.
before this too.
Hmm?
You stuck up for Glenn Greenwald before this too.
I did. And now I'm going to stick
no,
up
no.
for Seymour Hersh.
But I'm saying Jordan did.
Well, and that's what I was going to get to as well.
So just like Seymour Hersh, who has you're still I bet he doesn't even know what Glenn Greenwald exposed.
Probably not, honestly. But he did a cursory amount of research, a Google search. So he knows. But it's the same repeated logic, right? Using one journalist who rides on a single thing that they did. Granted, Seymour Hersh has done more than a single thing. It was the My Lai massacre. It was the Samson option thing. He's done a few things, right? But please, if I do work which results in something big happening, do not peg my reputation to that work. I want to be forever scrutinized for my work, And if I start having people defend me based on one thing that I did, not because of the new work that I'm producing, and basing their support for my work off my reputation from previous work, do not allow that. I will not stand for that. I will not appreciate that. It is spitting in my face. I didn't go to uni to study journalism to have my reputation pegged on a single story. This is not how it works. If my work fails and falters, I expect people to not respect my work until I produce something that is of value again. This is not how journalism works. Glenn Greenwald did one thing. Seymour Hersh did multiple things 30 years ago and is writing on those to the modern day and hoping that people... Well, I can't even say that because I don't even know how complicit Seymour Hersh is in the disinformation chains, but like he was the source for the Nord Stream disinformation. So like I find it very difficult to sit here and take what Jordan's saying while he's using fallacious arguments, not staying on topic, introducing semantics to try and defame a largely explanatory video that is not jumping to conclusions to try and generate a conclusion based on things that he's seen before in a 6-month-old video, which since this has come out, the Epstein files have been released and more information has come out. It's so flawed. Like, this entire video is so flawed.
And we still don't have a conclusive link that he was a Mossad agent.
No. It's all... It looks like it is, right? But there's no actual proof. Show me proof. I want to see a paycheck from Mossad. I want to see
well, there might be
direct... Well, that's what I want.
That doesn't necessarily mean he was, like, a member of their intelligence unit.
A communiques between Epstein and Mossad, or stuff like that. Like, this is hard evidence, like them sending memos and being like, go do this for us, please. If we get proof that Israel said to Epstein, hey, go work with Bannon to subvert fascist politics and insert 4chan bullshit into the world.
Also, information is
great,
valuable to more than just intelligence agencies.
Exactly. Like, he was a financier. Information is incredibly valuable at that point. Like, valid, legitimate financier or not, the information's valid. I mean, look at what he was able to facilitate with just information.
On the other hand, I forgot what I was going to say.
It happens.
Well before his death, Maxwell and his company, the Mirror Group, sued Hersh for libel. Hersh countersued and, in 1994, got an apology from the Mirror Group, his legal costs paid for, and damages. The apology read, Mr. Hersh is an author of excellent reputation and of the highest integrity, who would never write anything which he did not believe to be true, and that he was in this instance fully justified in writing what he did. Yeah, again, not
Go back to the screenshot of the highlight. Okay. So this is an opinion from somebody, not an actual proof. He is an author of excellent reputation, as I was saying, who would never write anything which he did not believe. He did not believe. That's the key point there. That he did not believe. So, if they're using that kind of language, I'm like, I need more evidence. That's it's the same thing Friendly Geordies is doing here. Like, his reputation and integrity is too high to question. No. Nobody is unquestionable. I am going to question your integrity. if you've done the work, you will be able to produce that information that I want. I don't think it's that complicated. It's basic journalism. Like this video, if produced for a journalism degree, would be rejected. Like as a fact-checking video, would be rejected. The amount of loose assumptions is far too high. Okay.
True, and that he was in this instance fully.
Peter's perk is gonna make it so he's gonna get like all the great works. So just buy great works from him.
Okay.
Justified in writing what he did. Yeah, again, not unequivocal, but in what world does a plaintiff in a British defamation trial end up apologising to the defendant? Pretty important context left out by Bevan. If that evidence went the other way, there is no way that Bevan wouldn't have included it. And that's what's so reprehensible about this whole piece by the ABC. I'm not even fully sold on Epstein being a spy, but the ABC, in their attempts to seem like the most sensible voices in the room, end up completely misleading their audiences, comically downplaying the significance of really strange events.
He's also the primary source for claims that Maxwell's daughter and her boyfriend were also connected to Mossad.
Okay,
why is that important? Well, Maxwell...
I just also want to point out a single source is not evidence, especially not an ex-Israeli spy as a whistleblower. You know what the last fucking person
also,
I'm going to believe? An ex-Israeli
the term
spy.
Connected here.
Yes.
I would use a better term because
affiliated.
Yeah.
Is probably a better way to phrase it.
It's like, you know, Bin Laden was connected to the CIA. I mean, they shot him.
That is a connection.
And his daughter were close. So close, in fact, that he decided to name his luxury yacht after her, the Lady Ghislaine. Robert Maxwell's favourite daughter, Ghislaine Maxwell, was, according to Ben Menashe at least, a Mossad agent. Here she is talking to the press on board her namesake yacht just after her father's death.
Okay, so
she did it.
Now
she killed her dad.
Now, okay, now we have Menashe. Like the statement is Maxwell is a spy. Now we have Ghislaine also saying Maxwell was a spy. You see what corroboration does? This is called journalism. You notice how he's going slowly through the evidence and showing corroboration, and now he's got two people saying that Maxwell was a Mossad-connected potential spy. You see? You see how this works? Like, and I guarantee, because I don't remember what happens in this video, because I have seen this. I'm going to assume he's going to find a third source, and guess what that 3 sources is? Guess what you do? You know how GPS works? It's called triangulation. Okay, corroboration works the same way. Minimum 3 sources. That's my standard anyway. Right? Minimum 3 sources for confirmation. 3 sources is not always reliable, but 3 sources is pretty goddamn good. And we have 2 so far. From Matt, not you. So far, he's doing pretty well by journalistic standards, and you are doing pseudo-intellectual shit. So let's continue.
I want also to thank the press for their courtesy and consideration to my mother and to us at this time. which we appreciate very much.
Ghislaine Maxwell's partner at the time, and for the following 3 decades, was Jeffrey Epstein.
Now, before we move on, worth mentioning some interesting stuff that has come out since about Epstein's relationship with Ghislaine and her father, Robert. Ari Ben-Bernaschi in 2019 alleged that he was introduced to Epstein by Robert Maxwell in the 1980s in the middle of some weapons dealing and Iran-Contra shenanigans. More on that soon. Bernaschi said that Robert Maxwell wanted to bring Epstein in on the arms transfers during Iran-Contra, but contradicting this claim from Ben-Bernaschi is Ghislaine Maxwell herself, who, in her interview with US Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche from July,
What's this source he's using? MPN?
Oh my god, it's Mint Press. Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's so good. Oh my god, it's... You can't make this shit up.
I stopped and I was like, huh.
Oh my god. This might be his best video. Dude, you could not make more of a self-own if you tried. Like,
Let's look up.
not only are you doing anti-intellectualism and it looks like you are using literal Mint Press. It is an Assadist source funded by, what, Russia, I think? Who's Mint Press funded by?
Fucking Assad.
It
That's
is
why
Assad,
It doesn't exist
okay.
anymore, really. I mean, it's still here, but it was a big Assad op, which was
Yeah.
probably facilitated by Russia as well. So she
Well-
has a book. Okay, this is her book.
Oh, the author?
Yeah, the author of the article he's sourcing. This is her book.
One Nation Under Blackmail. What's it about? Epstein?
It's about Epstein and Maxwell.
Okay. Okay. Nah, Adley. Who is this guy? Have a quick squiz. He's a bit inactive on Twitter. How interesting. Who funds him? There's a founder and director of Mint Press. Started sole investor of the outlet, funded through a mix of reader donations, Patreon sponsorships, grants.
Hey, look who she's on a podcast with.
Wait, who's that?
Brianna Joy Gray.
Oh, is it? Ah, it's not a surprise.
That's weird.
Adley has reported Mint Press is targeted financially with funds seized services such as PayPal, GoFundMe, Indiegogo due to.
Imagine using Mint Press to fucking discredit the fucking
The ABC.
yeah.
Hilarious. Like, if this isn't just the perfect demonstration of everything that I've been saying, like this could not have worked out better for everything that I've been saying this whole video.
Out. This is just a Reddit post. It says Whitney Webb, rising star conspiracy theorist, just makes shit up.
That is awesome. So we are once again seeing Jordan make a colossal fuck up.
Like, this is just a Reddit source, like just a cursory glance on like who she's affiliated with. So now we've seen Jordan Beck, Seymour Harsh, Glenn Greenwald, and Whitney Webb as good sources.
Okay, so I got
That's journalism.
So the popular action. So this thing. Oh, Paul LaRue. Okay, so it says Mint Press received $10,000 in grants from the Association for Investment in Popular Action Committees, an organization which has been described as a pro-Assad group. In 2022, Robert Shear reported that Google AdSense informed publishers, including Mint Press, that due to the war in Ukraine, we will pause monetization of content that exploits, dismisses, or condones the war. Okay, great source. That year of 2015, liberal activist Terry Burke accused Mint Press of persistent anti-Israel and pro-Assad slant to its coverage and issued a challenge to find out its source of funding. Soon afterwards, Brian Lambert of Mint Press, Minnesota Post, wrote an article following up on Burke's challenge. He reported that the emails that went unanswered, their phones were disconnected, and its original office addresses in Plymouth, Minnesota, haven't been valid in well over a year. While Mint Press listed 20 of its writers, Lambert wrote that it did not indicate where the money was coming to pay any of these people. Okay. In 2013, BuzzFeed said she restructured her business plan. Mint Press was originally funded by angel investors when I was first putting the company together over a year ago, but that route fell through last year as I restructured the business. I am the sole investor. Amazing. Content. Here we go. The initial release of Mint Press News was described by the Min Post as typical left-of-center web outlet that reported on matters such as climate change and bizarre comments by Republican candidates. Additionally, the site's content had a clear focus on Israel and how American imperialism was abetting the humiliation and slaughter of innocent Arabs. The site has published disinformation and coded anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, including ones about George Soros, according to Media Matters. Mint Press News has reposted content from Russian state media outlets like RT and Sputnik, and is listed as a partner of Peace Data, a Russian fake news site run by the Internet Research Agency. A report from New Knowledge includes...
AKA Wagner.
New Knowledge includes Mint Press News as part of the Russian web of disinformation, and the site has published fake authors attributed to the GRU, the Russian Military Intelligence Service Agency. Mint Press News defended Russia's invasion of Crimea, stating that Ukraine's post-revolution government was illegitimate. So Jordan, not a great source. So that's 3 swings, 3 misses so far. So far, I'm going to take the ABC's words here over yours. Until you further prove, as I was saying before, until you further prove that your news sources are more legitimate and not agents of other intelligence services, your words don't matter. Continue. That's fucking great.
Epstein in on the arms transfers during Iran-Contra, but contradicting this claim from Ben Bernanke is Ghislaine Maxwell herself, who, in her interview with US Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche from July of last year, claimed that her father never met Epstein. Well, thanks to various hacks and a giant dump of Epstein files secured by Congressman Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, we now have access to some emails that seem to indicate who is not telling the truth. Dropsite News reported that in 2005, Ghislaine Maxwell, after attending a royal wedding in Bhutan, emailed the following to Jeffrey Epstein. The wedding was amazing. Also was with a CIA operative who said that he worked with Dad. I was so shocked. He said he could tell all, find all, and reveal all for a price. So even more evidence for the Robert Maxwell working for intelligence camp, but Ghislaine in this email also seems to imply that Epstein knew Robert Maxwell, a notion that most people familiar with Epstein don't even dispute, but will become even more obvious as we go through even more evidence.
Wow, you're telling me
any
that
connection that any of them
the
have with
relationship
Mossad is pretty
Epstein
much just
was
based
in,
on the word
he knew her dad?
of one guy.
I'm so shocked. Wow, you mean Epstein, the guy who goes in high-class circles?
Keep in mind, this guy didn't say anything about Epstein not knowing her dad.
Yeah, literally, like,
Jordy
again,
introduced that to back up a Mint Press article. And the source of disputing it was Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, why is that in there? What does that have to do with anything?
His other source isn't a Rayleigh spy. And 2 journalists that write on reputation. Love it. Australia's best journalist, everyone.
Ari Ben Menash, a single source who has made a lot of wild and unprovable claims.
So good. Play it again.
Any connection that any of them have with Mossad is pretty much just based on the word of one guy, Ari Ben Menash, a single source who has made a lot of wild and unprovable claims.
Let's forget about the veracity of Ben Bernanke now and just examine what other
How
connections
convenient.
Epstein and the Maxwells have now been found to have with Israel's intelligence agency. I mean, even after this video came out and all
Are you
this
going
last
to
year, Bevan
show us connections
had to
from
deliberately
Epstein
ignore
to the
Epstein's
Israeli
well-documented
intelligence
friendship with a
units, or you just gonna do, oh, look, it looks like some associates were connected, so Epstein is definitely connected too. Believe me, look at these dots. Look, I've got a corkboard with some red string between some pins. Believe me. That is not evidence, sir. Australia's best journalist. Continue.
I can't believe you'd get up without ending your turn. What a monster.
Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel and former head of Amman,
We already
Israel's
knew this.
military.
This was not something that was discovered recently.
Intelligence agency. So yeah, I guess he's technically right, not Mossad, just one of Israel's other intel agencies. But since this video has been released, so much actual reporting has come out, which in any normal world should thoroughly humiliate Bevan. In October, Dropsite News reported on some 2013
So much
emails
news,
leaked by
yet you
distributed
use
denial of
mid-press.
secrets between Ehud Barak and Epstein, which appeared to show
So
the two
much news,
organising
yet
back-channel
you use
diplomacy
Russian
amidst the Syrian
disinformation
civil war.
sites.
Lobbying for me.
Good job, man. So far, your reporting is dog shit. This is great. Like, come the fuck on. Like, you literally did a year and a half of work to take down the Liberal Party of New South Wales, and you can't translate this to this? Why? I don't get it. Like, you have the experience to be able to do this content, yet you are fucking it up. Do better. It's so frustrating.
Also, like, it says, like, if you actually read what this says, it doesn't say anything about Mossad. It says hacked emails show Jeffrey Epstein and former prime minister tried to engineer a Russian-led solution to remove Assad.
Well, I mean, that's what he said before. He's like, oh, well, technically not Mossad, but other Israeli intelligence. It's like,
but
again,
the headline
not your
is
conclusion.
misleading because it says Jeffrey Epstein and the Mossad, how the sex trafficker helped build a back channel to Russia amid Syrian civil war. But all it says is that him and the prime minister did something.
Full screen it. Just so we can all read it. So what? I got it. Don't touch it. Okay, Barak felt enormous urgency to secure a face-to-face meeting with Putin as soon as possible before it escalated further. Besides Epstein, he also requested comments from Ron Dermer, a close confidant of Prime Minister Netanyahu, who was preparing to become Israel's next ambassador to the US. Barak wrote to Dermer, quote, I don't care how you've corrected it. Yours will always be better in clarity and consciousness than mine. Try earlier. I don't want events to overwhelm us. Dermer swiftly returned a refined copy with more fluent English. As was typical with Epstein's style, he sent back a rough cut riddled with spelling and grammatical errors. Unlike Dermer's narrower cut, Epstein significantly revised Barak's piece and added a new title, quote, wait until it's too late. Epstein's draft was more forceful and polemical, scolding the US for failing to act and adding an ambiguous statement of Israel's national interest to that was absent in Barak's draft. Israel cannot simply wait until it's too late. So, can you read out the title for me?
Jeffrey Epstein and the Mossad, how the sex trafficker helped Israel build a back channel to Russia amid Syrian civil war.
Okay. I'm going to bring up the full article. Website news. Great. All right. So, where's this Barack felt? Okay. Now, because he's proven that we can't trust him, I'm going to...
Well, he's highlighting the part that he thinks is important.
And this is... hold on. Where are we? Face-to-face meeting. Okay.
All it is them trying to write a letter to Netanyahu.
Okay, so this is roughly halfway through the article. It's a long way actually. It's a lot of the way through it. Oh, that one. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein facilitated efforts to open a back channel to Israel and the Kremlin during the Syrian civil war. According to leaked emails from Barak, the trove of emails exchanged at the height of the Syrian civil war between 13 and 16 reveal Epstein's successful efforts to secure a private meeting between Putin and Barak to discuss a Russian brokered end to the conflict, including winning Russian support for a negotiated removal of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Epstein was an invaluable resource to Israel's former prime minister, who also served as head of intelligence and defense minister throughout his career, sharing whispers within Russian elite circles and intel on Putin's interlocutors in Europe and the United States. Didn't it also come out that there are a bunch of like trafficked children and shit through Epstein that were found in Israel? Wasn't that a thing as well? And not to mention the amount of trafficked women from Russia. Like, this is not anything that's going to support his narrative here, because I already know where this is going. Because, like,
also, like, the main thing that the ABC is trying to debunk are these anti-Semitic conspiracy theories around Epstein and how all this trafficking took place as specifically a sole agent of Mossad.
Yeah, like the connection is trying to say that it was Israel doing this, not Epstein. Like, they literally, it seems like they're really trying to almost cover up for Epstein, to blame Israel because it's serves their narrative right now.
That's the issue that the ABC is like trying to counter here.
But Jordan seems to be wanting to bring it back to, no, it actually was Israel.
Like, Israel literally just let people off for raping prisoners. You think that they also don't do this type of shit? We don't need fucking documents for this.
It's absurd. Someone declared war.
Meetings with Putin and pushing for a Russian-mediated ousting of the then Syrian President Assad. Read the article in your own time. It's out of this world stuff and gives you a glimpse of how elites and governments really operate that you will never get from the...
He did a shitty settle that instantly fucking flipped.
Yeah. There's the article for anybody who wants to read it, considering that we know that Jordan is not a legitimate actor here and is not telling us all the story. I think we've pretty much figured that one out.
The ABC, I can assure you. But let me grossly simplify this just for the purposes of shitting on the ABC. Meddling in the Syrian civil war. with a former Prime Minister and military intelligence head and recently stepped down Defense Minister of Israel. Does that sound like the behavior of a man with no connections to Israel's intelligence agencies? Dropside also reported on an Israeli-Mongolian security agreement brokered by Ehud Barak, with Epstein lurking in the background of that one. Epstein and Barak, along with Taye Rud-Larsen, the then president of the International Peace Institute, organized the creation of an advisory board for Mongolia to facilitate foreign investment in Mongolia. First order of business, Mr. Jinping, tear down that wall. Reportedly included in the first meeting of that advisory board was Kevin Rudd. Rudd still denies meeting Epstein, and there isn't any correspondence between them, or really anything that shows that they met. Now, seeing as we've brought up Rudd and Epstein, we've got to bring up reverse Matt Bevan. This cracked boomer from Queensland who's not only obsessed with trying to connect Rudd with Epstein, which is spurious enough, me with Epstein, also that I'm in a gay homosexual relationship with Kevin Rudd. But I don't deny that last part. The Epstein connection, on the other hand, it's not even the fun, let's connect Jordan up for a ride in Jeff's private jet way. It's got the opposite problem of the ABC, and instead of being unable or unwilling to connect dots, connect so many dots that the paper turns black. See, Shane? It is possible to report on Rudd's fleeting connections with Epstein without it turning into whatever the fuck this is. Oh, and also, speaking of Shane, seeing as we were away for so long, and he was taking shots at us the whole time, we decided to take a shot back, but that is way too out of date. So that's on Patreon now if you want to go watch that. Sign up anyway because you get bonus content all the time. There's some other early access videos that you can go watch there right now. They will be coming out. This one is an exception because it's even more outdated than the ABC. Anyway, back to reality. At the same time that this whole Mongolia fiasco is going down, Barak is delivering gifts in the form of Jericho pistols on behalf of the perfectly named Israel defense company, Israel Weapons Industries, to the Secretary of the National Security Council of Mongolia. Another great email Dropside reported on was Epstein.
Does bro not know about IWI?
A state gave arms as a gift to try and get favor within that state?
No way. Wait until you find out what America does. Good lord. Imagine calling yourself a journalist and being this uninformed.
To Barak in February of 2014, with civil unrest exploding in Ukraine, Syria, Somalia, Libya, and the desperation of those in power, isn't this perfect for you? With Barak replying, you're right, in a way, but not simple to transform it into a cash flow. A subject for Saturday. This is all to say, this quite clearly shows Epstein was not just some random Wall Street guy. But will Bevan's video have any reference to Ehud Barak whatsoever?
Any connection that any of them have with Mossad is pretty much just based on the word of one guy, Ari Ben Menash, a single source who has made a lot of wild and unprovable claims.
That's true, but he's also made a lot of wild and proven claims, as just demonstrated with the whole Epstein having ties to intelligence.
He's doing
a few wild Menashe claims that turned out to be true. He's fucking doing it again. Zimbabwe's opposition leader Morgan Tsvangirai asking Menashe to help him assassinate.
Like, you're a dumbass. Like, you're an actual moron. This is the intellectual thought pattern of an idiot. Like, this is how fascists work. They listen to idiots who don't give them actual evidence and say there are connections, and now they think that migrants are the reason that fucking houses are expensive. You are suffering from brain rot. Like, this is insane. 4 times he's done this in one video. It looks like. Get a grip.
Robert Mugabe. Yep, that's on video. The whole October surprise conspiracy that now is not a conspiracy, pretty much the entire Iran-Contra scandal. Ben Menache also met with our former Prime Minister John Howard, most likely briefing him on dirt involving the Labor Party and Iran-Contra, as I pointed out last year. And it's been reported that he was regularly debriefed by Canadian intelligence. Like, He's not just some random crackpot. It's not Shane Dowling you're dealing with here. Also, he too has had his house firebombed, so he's a kindred spirit of mine.
Can you point to any hard evidence that's in the public domain to back up these claims?
I believe there is some evidence that is going to be released.
He said that 34 years ago, and there's still no hard evidence. As I would have learned in journalism school, if I had ever enrolled in journalism school, a single source does not make a fact.
But Matt, in journalism school, this is just a question because I didn't do a journalism degree.
I'm aware.
Would they have taught you, if you see a bunch of extremely interesting, though admittedly inconclusive evidence that points to a sex trafficker pedophile being involved with the highest levels of business, government and intelligence, ignore that evidence. Don't investigate further. Debunk anyone looking into it by setting up some fake notion by pretending that by someone really, by the act of examining evidence or divulging new information,
Nothing you
they're
say matters.
conclusively claiming something they
You
most
have
definitely are not
that your ability to
conclusively claiming.
distinguish
Is that a
information
second-year
is
subject,
not
or-
adequate.
Well, I did a journalism degree.
Ah. Did they teach that?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough. Now, this next part of the video isn't that important, but there was reporting that the former US Labor Secretary Alex Acosta, who was in charge of prosecuting back in the day but did a pretty crap job, claimed to have given Epstein his sweetheart deal because he was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. The next half of this video, then, is Bevan going on about how this isn't conclusive evidence that Epstein
Is
was
it one
Mossad
guy
agent.
again?
Yes, dickhead. We know that. We don't need to pay you to explain that for 10 fucking minutes. It's still interesting. It's still bizarre. It's still worth talking about.
Okay, so this is ending with you agreeing with him.
Hilarious. Why did you upload this video? Like, you should delete this video. We're gonna have it forever now. So you can delete it, but we're always gonna know that this existed. And I'm gonna clip this out, and I'm posting this, because this has been fucking great. And I couldn't have asked for a better video to just prove how illegitimate this guy is as the title of journalist. Like, this guy is a
So,
political activist.
His conclusion is, let's see how, yeah, it's the end of the video. His conclusion is, yeah, he was right. But it's interesting. Oh, wow, it's interesting. It's almost like that's why the ABC made a video diving into it.
And then also didn't make any conclusions for anybody and lets you dig into it further. You know what they also did? Gave further things that you could look into to look at
They
further
said
connections.
one source is not enough information, and even the guy working with you said, yeah, they do tell you that in journalism school.
Like, you literally cannot make this shit up. You should have deleted this video. You should have started again. Like, this is embarrassing. Truly, truly embarrassing. Man.
It honestly required the same disclaimer that I gave it, which was half a sentence.
Epstein made his fortune on Wall Street as a money
So now
manager
he's
for
mad
wealthy.
that the explainer was made because it's too long instead of just being half a sentence. Do you want people to talk about the connections
But
for
Glenn
Epstein or not?
Greenwald-
I'm confused what your agenda is now.
And Seymour Hersh, though. Oh, but what about this Israeli spy? Wait, so the conclusion was Maxwell was a spy, maybe. He died, thus Epstein is a spy? That's your conclusion? There's a pretty massive leap in logic there. Like, there is no connection there. Like, being in the same social circles doesn't mean anything. Being in proximity to agents and operatives for intelligence services doesn't make you an operative. Like, is this not just like you always say when I ask you questions, you're like, I'm not an expert. Maybe you should have consulted an expert.
Also, like, Jeffrey Epstein is a Zionist who definitely acted within Israel's interest.
Exactly.
That's why Barack is there.
Mm-hmm. Because what do we know about Israel? Anybody who will take Israel money or is sympathetic to Israel acts on their behalf. So you literally don't even need to be paid by Israel to be an agent of the Israeli state. We see many, many agents of the Israeli state, both paid for and not, advocating whitewashing and denying genocides. See Drew Pavlou, somebody you're very familiar with, who makes, I would imagine, some kind of similar argument, but towards Russia, using similarly broken logic to say, well, he had no connection to Israel. It was all Russia. I have no evidence that this is what Drew thinks, but based on how I have seen him talking and posting, I would not be surprised. Drew tends to not talk about Epstein, which is funny. But I don't know.
I'm waiting for Drew to do the Epstein defense.
Oh, I'm waiting for it too. It's
clients like Victoria's Secret owner Les Wexner.
I'm just going to use this mention of Les Wexner, founder of Victoria's Secret, to pivot into talking about more of Dropsite's work. A recent article by them revealed that CIA airline company Southern Air Transport, which moved weapons during Iran-Contra, eventually pivoted from moving arms to clothing for Les Wexner with the help of Jeffrey Epstein. It's unreal. And honestly, way too much to go into right now, but if only we had a national broadcaster funding a youthish-oriented program that could explore topics like this.
The rest of the evidence is very circumstantial. You know, Epstein working with someone's father, or an ex-Israeli prime minister flying on Epstein's plane.
Wow!
Yay!
He mentioned it. Wow! Remember? Whoa. Remember, Jordan, when you said, I wonder if he's going to mention this?
And he puts it at the end of the video, being like, this is some extra information that you can look into, like I said.
Well, yeah, and like I said, we already knew he was connected to this guy.
Yeah, like,
before
it's absurd.
extensive files came out.
Potentially doing CIA stuff. Most likely a lie. It's not hard to be an agent. Yeah, exactly. And this is what I've been saying the whole time, is it's like you can literally be acting in the same manner for the same interests,
and like
you're
I said,
technically an agent.
More people want information than just intelligence agencies.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if
it's not the same as an officer.
weirdo.
It's also possible he gave info to rich people to get out of trouble. Yeah, but no proof. Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of actual proof of horrible things people are ignoring to focus on. Yeah, exactly. Like that's even more of the point here. Is it's like
you said, it's almost like they're scapegoating and defending Epstein just to make it about Israel.
Mm-hmm. And this is what we've been seeing from the online leftists as well, is that they're just completely captured. And it's funny that Iran is the thing that exposed this the most, but it's also at the same time not too unsurprising.
Find a Hood Barak reference in the video questioning if Epstein really had ties to Israel. A passing dismissal.
Oh, so now it's just ties to Israel. Moving the goalpost at the last minute. Yes, he had ties to Israel.
Of course he did. Like, no shit.
He was literally involved with a state handing arms to Mongolia.
Both to pretend that Barak flying on Epstein's plane was the extent of their relationship, and that flying on Epstein's plane was a normal thing for an ex-prime minister to do.
Last year we did an episode.
Yeah, nobody
about
said
why
that.
America.
That was what's it, alliteration? Is that what it's called?
Like, the dude didn't say anything like that, Jordan.
No, that's not the word. What's it called when you fancy up a point to make it disinformation, essentially?
I don't know. Embellish?
Embellish, that's the one it is. That's a good word. He's embellishing what happened in order to form a conclusion, which is pathetic.
Are so quick to reach for conspiracy theories involving spy agencies when something crazy happens like an assassination or, in this case, Jeffrey Epstein's death in custody, even when there's not really a lot of evidence that the conspiracy theory is true. And the conclusion we came to is that it's because the government really does do crazy stuff sometimes, and they really do keep secrets about things. But in this case, I think we can add sometimes people spread conspiracy theories because the story that is the most likely explanation is inconvenient. Since taking office, Donald Trump has gone to great lengths to undermine the importance of these so-called Epstein files and prevent their release.
He's dead for a long time. Really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going.
So is it more likely that Donald Trump is refusing to release the Epstein files to protect Mossad? Or is he doing it to protect himself?
Why not?
Why not both? Which is exactly what the limited release of the Epstein files has demonstrated. Both Israel and Trump are massively implicated, but Bevan is only comfortable claiming that Trump is. It's farcical.
Okay.
The ABC claiming people flock to conspiracies in order not to face inconvenient truths, then in the same sentence saying, yep, the reason people are saying Epstein has ties to Israel, a country we've shown we're terrified of criticizing, is to protect Trump. A man we have been given free rein to criticise. I mean, I'm no defender of Trump or his administration. He is clearly massively implicated in those files. But it takes a pathetically dishonest ABC lifer to pretend that Trump, at least as of recently, was more enmeshed with Epstein and what he did with money and governments than Israel's own Ehud Barak.
When did he say that?
Matt Bevan's entire shtick reminds me of that passage in Gravity's
When did he say
Rainbow.
that?
Not that I've read it, but surely if we've learned anything from this video, it's that
When?
you don't have to read about anything in order to claim that you're an authority on a topic. There's something comforting, religious if you want, about paranoia. There's still also anti-paranoia, where nothing is connected to anything, a condition not many of us can
That the
bear for
FTL
long. Pinchot was
soundtrack?
wrong. It's definitely a condition too many journalists at the ABC can bear. Anyway, sign up to Patreon and watch a shit on Shane Dowling.
Nah. That was great, though.
The FTL soundtrack there at the end? Great game.
That's going to be a great video to clip out. Boy, I did not expect to spend an hour and 20 minutes on that.
Don't think to come to St. Clair.
Who's the fatty?
Can I ask you a question? No. No. Is this a legitimate business? Bro, get out. Hey, get out. that's assault because this is my That's property.
That's assault because this is my property. It's a clipboard.
Hey.
She just broke the $800 glasses.
How many times we come here?
You broke my glasses.
I don't care whatever you're gonna say.
You broke my glasses.
I don't care.
Is this an investigation?
Are you seeing this?
Is this how investigative journalism works?
This is the NDIS, the National...
I like this part.
Here.
This is the end.
That was a good part.
By the way, Wendy, this is the Australian version of Nick Shirley. That's what this is, by the way. This is Drew Pavlou and whoever the fuck this guy is. Essentially taking what Nick Shirley did in Minnesota and turning it on the NDIS here, which is our disability services. And instead of investigating the government for allowing this kind of thing, right? Which I will never blame somebody for taking advantage of a system. But like the quote unquote fraud does exist, right? It's way over budget. But what my prediction that this video is, and just based off the clips that I've seen, is they aren't going to talk to business leaders. They're not going to talk to businesses who need the NDIS. They're not going to talk to politicians. They're not going to talk to people involved in the legislation and regulation of the NDIS. All they're going to be doing is going to
harassing
businesses
Muslims.
and harassing migrants. Yes, non-white Australians. That's what my prediction for this video is it's just going to be harassing non-white Australians. So we'll see. You might want to speed this up too, just because it's 50 minutes.
NDIS, the National Disability
Insurance Scheme. The Western Sydney support worker is accused of stealing millions of dollars meant for disability services.
Now, this disability program has a bigger budget than the entire military of Australia. And what if I told you anyone with the
Actually.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I have such a problem with this, is because that's exactly what this is doing. And Drew and this guy are both crying on Twitter about people threatening to sue them over this. And honestly, they should sue them. We don't... we use the US military for protection. That's why.
can take advantage of that system. And here's exactly how it works. The Australian government uses taxpayers' money to help people who have a disability. However, the money does not go directly to the person with special needs. It goes to a grown-up who has made themselves worthy enough to take care of them. And then this provider is in charge of hiring people to help the person with a disability.
Pause.
But what most people don't know is that they can use their power.
Okay, so we can clearly see by the framing here that this is not a genuine investigation, and this is a hit piece. Just from the framing. Like, you don't... If you're doing an investigation... I should bring up a Four Corners investigation, just to show you how it should open. But, like... This is not how you open an investigation, by premising that they're grown-ups who have deemed themselves worthy. That is some... I don't even know how to describe that. Good lord. Yeah, that too. So we'll see how much hard evidence they have. Play.
To abuse the system. This is Drew Pavler, a political activist who's dedicated a lot of his time digging into the potential NDIS fraud in Australia. So why is it taking people like us to actually look into this? Like, mainstream media doesn't look into it. You know, the government's obviously not looking into it. So, like, why does it take people like us?
There's two things here, Pete.
Didn't this already show that somebody was caught for fraud? How is that? Like, how do you think those investigations happen?
Magic, obviously. Like, it's quite clearly magic. And yes, there were a bunch of businesses, NDIS businesses, mass go out of business. NDIS businesses are closing in large numbers due to unsustainable perfect storm of rising operational costs, frozen or inadequate price caps, and high compliance burdens that make operating at a profit almost impossible. Well, there's your fucking problem. Wow, it looks like with a single Google search, I've figured out the problem. And it seems to be operating at a profit. Yeah, maybe don't profit off disability services, but you wouldn't even contemplate that as an option, would you guys? No, that would be too difficult of an investigation to do. You know, you might actually have to do some real work rather than just going and filming harassing people.
One of them is the fact that Australia has extremely weak freedom of speech protections. We don't have, for example, the First Amendment that the Americans have.
The man arrested for hate speech.
Meaning, if you make an allegation against, an NDIS business, even if it's a truthful allegation, you can be sued into the ground through defamation. There's this whole industry in Australia, basically fraudulent defamation type lawsuits that are basically just designed to silence people and silence
So don't do defamation.
especially for independent
Do
creators.
you not think that exists in America? Are you fucking for real?
Like litigious defamation suits.
Are you
an
fucking for
American
real?
Pastime. Like Americans love to sue people.
Like
to
this
shut
was
them up.
Andrew Cuomo's whole deal, and you were grifting for him.
It's really amazing.
We don't have the freedom of speech here. Talking, like hinting and implying, just barely implying that Nazis are not allowed in Australia, basically.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, but we know that Drew loves the NSN, like they're favorite people. So, it is what it is.
Yes, litigious lawsuits don't happen in America because we have free speech protections. You're right, Drew. That's never happened here.
It's literally crushing. If you want to do what Nick Shirley's doing in Minnesota, it's almost impossible here in Australia. If you get sued for defamation, even if it's a completely made up lawsuit, to defend it.
Did I call it, or did I call it?
Bankrupt you.
We want to do what Nick Shirley's doing. Oh, what, you mean be wrong about everything?
Great premise to start with. Let's fucking go. Man, we're killing all the Australian journalists today.
Now, we have been targeted making this video. Originally, we had 17 hours of raw footage, which is now being condensed into a 50-minute video, all because of the legal threats we received from NDIS providers. We had to go through 5 different lawyers just to actually get this final video out, which is like what we've been dealing with. And
I wish to God that we had free speech in this country. We do not have free speech in Australia. There's no First Amendment here. So let's be very clear. This is a straight legal disclaimer. We are not making criminal allegations of fraud against anybody in this video. We are simply
You're right. You're
putting
just
evidence on the table.
harassing
We are asking people
migrants
to look at the NDIS
and minorities.
Encouraging
we do actually
harassment of these people.
That's exactly what this is. Yeah.
Which, like defamation, like in this country, all you had to do is prove that you took financial losses from it. You think these people are going to be able to prove that there's financial harm here, Drew?
I think there's probably going to be significant evidence for financial harm, especially with Drew's 400,000 subscribers or 400,000 followers on Twitter that he's openly posting this bullshit to, who are brain dead fascists who constantly are in his replies
I follow him.
doing Nazi shit. Yeah, they're definitely not going to go and harass these businesses either. You're so true, Drew. So true, King. Pop off. Do this investigative work. Yeah, this is all because Friendly Geordie's got the title of journalist, and he didn't. He's just salty. Fuck's sake. Literal
after this. So we may actually start an NDIS, actually.
Oh, the profits from the video, they're going into starting our own NDIS. We're going to start an NDIS cleaning business. Yeah, let's go.
Easy money from us. We're currently at Bankstown, where there's a bunch of NDISs in this one little suburb, little town here.
There's like literally 60 in like a 2-block radius. Also, the amazing thing is this map is only registered providers, and apparently registered providers are only 6% of the total. So just think of this, right? Like there's so many in this 5-block radius, and just think about like this is literally just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. So just in Lakemba alone, which is right next to Bankstown, there's 1,300 NDIS providers, and that means 1 in 13 people are currently running one. Think about how crazy that is. That to me is a potential misuse of our taxpayer dollars.
That to me is a potential misuse.
Okay, you ready? Here is a source from the New South Wales government summarizing the disability profiles of Blacktown in New South Wales. In 2021, there were 21,000 people with a need for assisted living in Blacktown City Council, 5.1 requiring help day to day. So 5.1% of 21,000 is what? 200 people-ish. From 2016 to 21, Blacktown City's population needing assistance increased by 21%. This represents an average annual population change of 4.01 per year over the period. Interestingly, white females outnumbered males seeking help. Females experienced a lower need for assistance earlier in life. This could be because women live longer. I don't know. 13.1% of the population needing assistance was aged between 0 and 14. 49.2% were aged 65 and over, compared with 9.6 and 57.3% respectively for Greater Sydney. So more youth in Blacktown need disability services and less over the age of 65. Every age group up until 75 plus in Blacktown required assistance at a rate higher than the number for Greater Sydney. Nearly 1 in 10 residents provided unpaid assistance in 2021, slightly higher than the New South Wales average. 30,000 residents provided unpaid care in Blacktown. Females are more likely to provide unpaid care than males at 11.5 versus 8.2%. A total number of people providing unpaid care increased since 2016. Wow, it sounds like there actually needs an increase in disability services. Crazy. In this town specifically that you're crying about. Wow. That was from the New South Wales government directly, by the way. And if you were doing an actual investigation where you spoke to the government about this, where you spoke to the disability services in the government, you know, Centrelink, maybe you would have found this out. But instead, you go Googling providers and go to businesses that were shut down last year, going like, oh my God, look, there's nobody here. And it's still registered, even though NDIS claimants are registered to businesses, the locations, not the actual ABN. So, not looking good so far, Drew. Where you at?
I'm right here. I had to get Mr. Bouncy. He was going ape shit up there.
Still being a little terror?
No. That's the thing is he's actually bouncing around, which
A good sign.
yeah.
Yeah, look at him. All right, play.
NDIS providers on this one sign. Why would there be this many NDISs in one building is the question. The first thing Drew and I did was check in with NDIS providers with government warnings to see if we could find anything suspicious. But honestly, we didn't get as far as we wanted to.
Just please leave.
How come you're not able to answer these questions about the...
Are you the owner? No, I'm not. You're not the owner.
All right, we're out of here, man.
No.
Have a good day.
No. You're not going until you...
You can't put... Sure. He's literally kidnapping me. Let me leave, yes.
No. Is the owner in here to talk to?
Okay, pause.
Not here right now. Yeah. We're just trying to investigate compliance notice and enforcement actions for the...
Okay, so this is not how investigations work anyway. So here is the NDIS website. The NDIA decides whether to enroll a dwelling when an SDA provider submits a completed application to enroll after the dwelling is built. The NDIA will not enroll a dwelling if the provider and the dwelling don't meet all the requirement standards under the SDA rules. This is regardless of any previous assessment, feedback, or certification provided by the NDIA or any other party. If a dwelling is not enrolled in SDA, which special disabilities accommodation. Okay, so special disabilities accommodation. So what he's going to is a residential home, which I can only assume would be one of these specialist disability accommodations. So let's just read the NDIS rules specifically, okay? National Disability Insurance Scheme Specialist Disability Accommodation Rules 2020. This compilation of the National Disability Insurance Scheme shows that the text of the law as amended and in force on March 4th, 2025, the notes at the end of the compilation include information about amending the laws and amendment history of provisions of the compiled laws. Okay. Eligibility to receive support for specialist disability accommodation. So let's go down to part 2. A participant is eligible to receive support for specialist disability accommodation under the NDIS if the CEO is satisfied that the participant is A, has an extreme functional impairment, 2, has very high support needs, or the participant meets the SDA needs requirements. So when a participant has an extreme functional impairment, so a participant has the impairment results in extremely reduced functional capacity to undertake or psychologically function in undertaking one or more of the following activities: mobility, self-care, self-management. Okay. The participant has a very high need for a person-to-person support in undertaking the activity, even with assisted technology, equipment, or home modifications. Okay, so I'm doing this on the fly, by the way, so excuse me. I'm just trying to weave through this entire legal document. Matters to determine. Okay, 3. Requirements relating to the funding of specialist disability accommodations. For specialist disability accommodations, eligible partners plan to be funded under the NDIS. Following requirements must be satisfied. Specialist disability accommodation must be provided by the SDA provider. The accommodation must be provided at a dwelling that is enrolled to provide specialist disability accommodations, right? So one that's specifically enrolled. The eligible partner must reside at the SDA dwelling, okay? Keep that in mind, right? That the eligible person must reside in the house. The eligible participant must have a private bedroom in the dwelling that satisfies minimum design requirements for an SDA design category specified for the eligible participant's plan and is occupied by the eligible participant unless the eligible participant freely chooses to reside in a bedroom with one or more other persons. If the so you can't force them into multiple like a multiple occupied room, so that's great. C, if the eligible participant has chosen to reside in a bedroom with one or more person, the eligible participant is not providing specialist disability accommodation to themselves. Both the eligible participant has notified the CEO in writing. Okay, so that's just requirements. For the purposes of subparagraph 1E2, the CEO must have regard for the following matters: the intended household composition of the SDA dwelling. Okay, composition, sure. Whether or not the eligible participant is in a relationship and the nature of that relationship. Okay, the commitment of the eligible participant. Okay, sure. Enrollment of a dwelling. Application. Applicant must be in writing, include information specified, be accompanied by a written statement that is signed by an applicant, certifies the matter set out in subsection 4, and is to the effect that the applicant has agreed to comply with the conditions of enrollment. The application must include the following information: the SDA building type and location of dwelling, whether the dwelling is a new built existing stock or legacy stock, the SDA design category that applies to the dwelling,
the number of bedrooms of the dwelling, the maximum number of residents for which the dwelling is to be enrolled, the maximum number of eligible participants for that dwelling to be enrolled. If the SDA provider does not own the dwelling, the name of the owner. If the applicant is an eligible participant, whether the application or whether the applicant will reside there, whether a density reduction applies to the parcel of land. There's a lot of stuff here. Anyway, mostly the reason I was reading through that is just to prove that there can be houses that are specifically set up to look after disabled people. And they have to be registered. They have to be on a list. Okay? And that seems to be what the list that Drew is going off here is happening. And instead of, as I said previously, going out to talk to the government and the people who enable this kind of thing, they go directly to the houses. And essentially do gotcha on the street interviews at their front door. So let's see if they actually talk about any of the legislation and cite any actual breaches that they're claiming here. I will be very interested just how much reading Drew has done, considering he's likely illiterate.
Did you know that Queen Elizabeth constantly bleached herself with toxic chemicals? And
really?
That's why more and more as she grew in her life, she had to put more and more clown paint on her face to cover up how much damage the constant chemical burning of her face did throughout her whole life. Contained mercury in it.
Epic. That's healthy. I wish I knew how to read legislation better. It's a skill. Play the video. Bro's wearing a Ukraine shirt. What a cunt.
I know, I saw.
The NDIS.
Sorry. Is there a language we're able to interpret? What language? What's your main language that you speak?
She will call you. She will call you. She will call you.
So is this her house or is this your house or house?
No, she will call you. I can't like talk to her. I can't give any information, you know.
So I've heard out of the 7,000 tip-offs that have been received through the NDIS from participants, and there's only a certain amount of actual prosecutions that have happened. And do you know the amount?
16 prosecutions out of 7,000 tip-offs. 16. Not even 0.1% of cases reach
Drew.
the actual prosecution stage. The integrity chief of the NDIS
Sounds like
told...
That's good
Tips.
then.
Tips?
Sounds like that's good.
Tips.
Sounds
and if
like
they're
it's a
investigating,
pretty fucking secure system. If only 16 out of that many tips
resulted in prosecution, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless they provide further proof that investigations weren't done into those tips, if 16 were done, I can only assume that the rest of them may have been looked into. I can't say for sure. But if there's prosecutions, clearly things are moving. Didn't the white powder have asbestos or something in it? Probably.
I just know that it melted her fucking face. And I think that it's so funny that these people still today fucking set these fucking beauty standards for whiteness. When, like, she must have looked horrific. Like, look at this. This is I assume this is an actress playing her. For all I know, like, when did she die?
2 years ago?
No, not her.
Oh, the OG. That was Victorian times, like 1800s.
She died in 1603. Okay, definitely way before cameras. Look at this. I assume this is because there's been movies about her and TV stuff. Like, formaldehyde face. That's fucking scary.
That is pretty bad.
Formaldehyde face!
That's pretty bad. It's a shame they didn't embalm her like they did Lennon. See that
I don't know if
monstrosity.
they had that technology back then.
I'm gonna maybe try and move to annex Mexico City just to put more pressure on this city. Beep. Play video.
Hang on. I'm trying to figure out where this image is from. It says BBC Picture Archives on this one. Ugh. She's so fucking scary. The BBC Picture Archives. Okay, it's probably this. Elizabeth R. Glenda Jackson as Elizabeth the First. Let's see if this is it. Yeah, this is totally what it's from. Yuck.
The Australian Senate, that if every single case of fraud were to be prosecuted, the entire Australian legal system would collapse.
I can tell you now, there is not sufficient judiciary to process the cases we have in the pipeline in the country.
There are literally not enough judges to deal with the known cases of fraud emanating from the scheme. We're talking tens of billions of dollars.
It could also be possible that nobody's investigating the complaints because the Australian economy could collapse if the NDIS became more efficient. Like, some of the only jobs being created in Australia are NDIS jobs, and some of these NDIS jobs are...
That's good. When actually... like, the government should create more government jobs when your employment suffers. Like, how do you think we got out of the Great Depression, you fucking
literally making fucking jobs up and being like, go do it. Here's some money. Go do a job.
Like look at how much China has done by just like making up jobs where people just stand around.
Yeah.
Just to have employment go up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they may have moved the poverty line, but that doesn't discount the fact of how much the economy has grown because of government jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Don't use the China reference for these two, though. They'll lose their mind if you reference that as a fucking source.
Gonna clean without any supplies. But we'll get to that later on. There's literally 9 different NDIS providers right there. See, this feels like to me a complete misuse of funding. When I search the ABN for one of the NDIS providers, it says invalid ABN. So they're giving $52 billion to every NDIS provider. And if our funds, the tax-paying dollars, aren't being used correctly and are being misused, then how does that make any sense? And how is that fair?
Prove that they're being misused.
Taxes in this country. All the NDIS providers are linked directly to this address, and there's 9 of them. So very weird. It's
this is the
4
clip.
PM right now, so they're supposed to be open.
So pause it.
Look, they're all locked. Welcome to 5-star community.
So I looked all of these businesses up because I saw this clip because they posted this before they released the video. These businesses closed mid-2025. As I said before, if there are multiple NDIS businesses in a single building, the registrar is attached to the building. And last year, a ton of NDIS services went out of business. These were one of them. This is literally what Nick Shirley did with the childcare when he went up on a day that they were closed and said, look, there's nobody here. So they've gone and looked up on a list providers, which I can only assume doesn't get updated every single fucking year. It probably gets updated. It probably gets updated like every couple years when the licenses get allocated. Because I'm gonna double check this. I'm almost certain the licenses are an allocation. Is there an NDIS license allocation scheme? Or capital license quota
providers enter the market. Instead, the NDIS uses registration scheme managed by the NDIS Quality and Safeguard Commission, where any entry meeting quality standards can be where any entity meeting quality standards can register provide services. Mandatory registration applies to certain high-risk services, with new requirements for SIL providers starting in July 2026. So, registration applies to certain high-risk services. Okay. Which high-risk services?
New cities receive a free
in
builder.
the
Where's my free
NDIS
builder?
Don't have mandatory registration.
Or maybe, oh, I'm just stupid. This was already founded.
Okay, so many high-risk NDIS services do not require mandatory registration if the participant is self-managed or plan-managed. Major exceptions include high-intensity personal care like tube feeding and ventilation, complex behavioral support and SIL, which only require registration if the provider is NDIA managed. Unregistered providers can deliver these if they comply with NDIS Code of Conduct. Okay. So, let's just get another answer. Can the NDIS revoke a license at any time? Yes, the NDIS Quality and Safeguard Commission, which is the thing that I mentioned before that determines the high-risk services that don't need registration, okay, can revoke a registered provider registration if serious issues or breaches of the NDIS Code of Conduct and practice standards occur. While not truly at any time without cause, it can be done immediately if necessary to prevent harm to participants following an investigation and formal notice process. Great. Just a bit of information before we continue on listening to these doofuses. Okay, great. Continue.
Yeah. Bro, what the heck is this? A Nick Shirley video? Holy crap. Look at the misspelling on this. It doesn't just say personal activities. It says personal activities and even accommodation at the bottom. And by the way, she also got a shout out from Paul Scar in the parliament. Even with all that misspelling and being a totally legitimate business, she still was able to get the highest praise in our government of Australia. Someone please explain
Is this
to
an
me how we
argument?
have a bunch of businesses making money.
Is this
but
Friendly
all
Geordies?
closed. So this is Born to Care, and no one seems to be inside. They're all completely closed and they're supposed to be open. So these are all allegedly receiving funds from the government directly. From our tax-paying dollars, we're funding 9 different NDISs. And I'm just curious, and like, how is it possible that they have them all in one single building? So there's a bunch of different NDIS providers all in this one area. Hello.
Hold on,
How
go
are you?
back.
I'm trying to find All Care, NDIS. Yes.
Hold on. Big Works? Okay, play. Just be ready to pause. Pause. On the All Care. Pause. Okay. All Care supports. Okay. All Care supports. They said they were in Blacktown, right? Can you read out the phone number? 07.
31318. No, 1083.
Sorry, 07313.
073191 1083.
Oh my god. My number pad is broken. Okay. Let's Google this phone number. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna call the number. Let's see if it even picks up, huh? Because does it say? Do you see an address?
No.
Okay. All right, keep going. Try and pause on any shop front.
So there's a bunch of different NDIS.
This one's got an email.
Big
This
Works
is Big Works service.
service.
It's got a website, bigworks.com.au.
Support in New South Wales. Same building. Big Works, okay. Let's see. Maps. I'm gonna find this building.
Well, they got a website.
Big Works. Yeah. It's a general service, like it's a sub thing. Big Works services. Sydney.
Providers all in this one area. Hello, how are you? I'm trying to find All Care, NDIS. Yes. Are they open or? Yeah.
I wasn't sure there.
My brother's currently being diagnosed with autism, so I'm trying to find him some services through an NDIS. But are is this all under the same person? All these NDISs?
That's a different company. We're a different company. They're a different company.
Why are you guys all in the one spot?
This particular one, the rent is cheap, I guess.
Ah, okay. And so you're all just opened in this one, in this one area.
The owners didn't mind.
Do you know if they're open or they're not open?
You have to give them a call.
All of them are NDIS providers, and what I don't understand is if you're opening up an NDIS, why would you have them all right next to each other? It's like having 9 different McDonald's in the same exact spot. Like, tell me how that makes any sense at all. I think we definitely need to go back there because look at this.
That's McDonald's. A capitalist. Company. Dingus behavior.
Looks like a shopping center. Maybe it's this one over here.
It's got a blue gate.
Yeah, I'm just looking at disability services because when I looked these up the last time, they were closed. So I have a feeling they won't even come up.
Well, the one they went to was open. The big service one was open.
Big Work Services provider in Townsville. Okay, so let's go services. No locations. NDIS.
Camels.
Okay.
The camels aren't even in the wall. What a terrible pasture. The camels are all outside it.
It's fucking useless, honestly. Big Works Services.
Which again is the one that's open.
Out of business, New South Wales.
The big service was the one that was open that they talked to.
Okay, so based on available search results, there is no information indicating the company has gone out of business in New South Wales.
Yeah, as I have continually said, that's
Yeah,
the one
yeah,
that was
yeah.
open.
But it's literally not coming up. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's not coming up on the map. It's giving me a location in Queensland, not Sydney. So I'm almost... It just gives me so much pause on everything that they're saying. Like, it's literally not coming up. NDIS.
And I think he's showing that the website isn't real.
So you use this map. Find your NDIS partner. Okay. Okay. Oh my god.
What? You fucking assholes.
Useless fucking...
You fucking assholes.
Like, why can't they just give me a map that shows me where all the NDIS things are? Map of
I mean,
local
they were
health
using
districts.
an app. Ask Drew what he used.
Okay. Provider finder, here we go.
Many of these businesses don't even have registered domains, like born2care.com.au. This site can't be reached. Also, when you go to bigworks.com.au, the SSL certificate has actually expired. And you want to know what it says? Your connection is not private. Attackers might be trying to steal your information from www.bigworks.com.au. Ah, yes!
Okay.
Another great potential legitimate business. We just got to clap again for that. So when you think about it, there's all these NDIS providers in this one building, and they don't even have phone numbers connected.
Calling is not available. Please leave a message and I will get back.
No answer. They don't have their websites registered, which to register a domain takes a few minutes. It's not like some technical issue. In my opinion, this is either extreme incompetence or something sketchy is going on here.
Welcome to the National Disability Insurance Agency.
Hi, Anne. I'm actually calling because I'm trying to get some NDIS services for my brother. And I was wondering, because I found a very good NDIS, but the thing is their ABN's not telling me if they're registered or not. So I was wondering,
If you're doing an investigation, you wouldn't need to lie to people.
He's got a sign behind him that says Dingus Gang.
Like, you wouldn't need to lie to people to get information if this was a real investigation.
Look,
Just saying.
Dingus Gang.
It's appropriate.
That's you. A dingus.
Okay.
able to check that.
Yeah.
Now, for all the people that don't know what an ABN is, it's an 11-digit number that proves a business officially exists.
Can I please have the ABN number?
Yep, 9561.
So yeah, I can see that it is there and they are registered.
Okay. So does that mean that they receive funding through the government, right, for the services? Would you find it strange, right, if I've been there pretty much most days and their doors are locked every single day during staff hours? Do you think that that's strange?
If the provider keeps the door locked all days, you mean all weekdays?
Yeah, so no staff. You literally don't see any clients, nothing.
That is a bit weird, yeah.
Okay, so I'm back after 7 days during staff hours again, right? So I'm here at 12 in the afternoon. We're gonna see if the doors are still locked. We're gonna see if there's staff inside, and then we're gonna ask them questions. Okay, so this still has a lock. So this NDIS provider is Born to Care. I don't know if anyone is inside or... I don't think there's anyone actually inside of here at all. It's currently 12 in the afternoon, and they're not here, literally. The door's locked again. Like, where are these guys? So this is 5-star community care inside here. Wait, is that a person hiding? Hello. Do you know why their doors are locked if they're supposed to be open? Never mind. Is anyone even in here? Hello. Hi, I'm trying to get some NDIS services here for my brother. And I was just wondering, are you guys open currently, providing services? Or? Yeah. Oh, nice, okay. Yeah, because I was just checking here, and I've seen that there's multiple like NDIS providers in here, but I've come 2 times now and all of them are closed down. No one is inside.
No, we are open. They're open, we're open.
Yeah.
They're open as well. So I'm sure you come close of business days.
No, I've come on open days and no one's been here.
So we're open from 8 to 4.
Yeah, I came. I came during the day and no one was here.
literally
So what
can't
about like
find
those NDIS providers?
They
though?
are open.
These
They are
providers
open.
that they're
They've
going
not been,
to.
no, I know they're open, but the other 2 are not open. I came last time, they're not open.
We're not responsible for them.
Yeah, I'm not saying you are. Yeah, I'm not saying you are at all. I'm literally here to ask questions, so.
And look,
Yeah.
yes, we are open. As you can see,
Yeah.
we're operated, and yes.
That's good,
I think you shouldn't be going around recording people. That's not very nice.
No, that's not what I'm doing. So this is like within, obviously, public's interest. I want to know if the NDIS providers are actually running the services that they say they're providing.
Well, we are.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
No, and that's why I wanted to ask you questions.
Thank you
yeah.
for stopping by. Thank you.
Yeah. But what about those 2 that haven't been open once?
Maybe you should contact them. I think that's
Yeah.
what you should do. Get in contact with them there. They do have a phone number.
Calling is not available.
So reach out to them and just see.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, so you got no comment. You haven't seen those other 2 or anything?
What you should do is to get in contact with them.
Yeah. But have you seen them around in the last few weeks?
You should get in contact with them.
So you haven't seen them around?
You should get in contact with them.
Why is he?
That's what you should do.
But doesn't that worry you that there's 2 NDISs that no one's inside? I don't get
I
it.
think what you should do is send them an email, get in contact with them, but we're not them.
Why are they not open though? I don't get it.
Like I said, we're not
This
them.
guy is a
You should
moron.
Get in contact with them and send an inquiry.
Yeah. But if-
Yeah, thank you.
Have you seen them around?
They do come around, but
Yeah.
I think what you should do is get in contact.
Yeah. When was the last time you saw them?
Look, I'm going to leave it here. Thank
Okay.
you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you very much. Hey, at least she was, she seemed maybe genuine. But these guys here, all care supports, they weren't here last time either. They're not even open right now. I'm actually going to call NDIS and make a report on those 2 NDIS providers that are running, that I've been to twice, actually 3 times, and not one person, not one staff has been in there. If you're an NDIS provider, tell me how that makes any sense, that I've come here 3 times and not seen them once. It's a very strange place. Holy crap. All right, Drew.
God bless. God bless. And we'll be back in 7 days, and it'll be very powerful.
Yeah.
Hold down the fort.
Yeah.
And,
here we
never,
go.
Never give in.
Here we go. I'm going to see Drew in 7 days.
See you in 7 days. God bless.
Yeah.
Stay strong. Hold down the fort.
Guys, I'm driving right now, but we just received a massive breakthrough from an insider that currently works with the NDIS.
Criminal. You're breaking the law.
Okay. All in one care? All around care? No. What was the other one? Big what? How interesting.
I don't know.
Well, on the NDIS provider finder, it seems like none of these businesses that they're going to are actually proper registered NDIS. I imagine they might be the unregistered one. I don't. Again, if this was a real investigation, I wouldn't have to do all this work in the background to try and figure out what the fuck they're talking about. Like,
just give me information. Like, you guys are doing literally nothing here. Like, investigations, you need to give people the premise of the investigation, which you did. And then you proceeded to do nothing else in preparation. Looked up a map and went and belligerently asked the same question to a woman who wasn't the person you wanted to talk to? Is this really what we're going with? Like, I literally spent 25 minutes trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about. And I am yet... How long have we gone through this video?
I don't know.
20 minutes?
I don't know.
Haven't seen a single piece of evidence from your investigation to imply evidence of fraud. Simply, it looks like, it feels like. It's the same shit that we watched before. Give me real information, Ace Ventura. Fucking...
Yeah, what's going on with that hair?
God damn.
This is what we needed.
Hello, I got one NDIS client. They actually only pay by the hour, and it is a minimum 2 hours. So if I'm there for 10 minutes, I'm getting paid 2 hours. It is so easy to exploit. I think it's like $56 an hour or something like that.
What?
And I look after 2 girls. Where my invoices go is a company called Plan Partners, and they've also got a manager. Her name's Summer. So there's this pyramid of people.
Oh, look, this is the first time I've actually
Right,
seen
so they
something
share
that would
this
be
unit.
in
Now,
an
their plan
investigation.
manager was saying
Congratulations.
to me, oh,
Did you
well,
introduce
because
who
they
this person
both
was?
receive NDIS,
Who the fuck
you
is
can
this?
charge double for what I'm doing.
What?
Are you with me?
Yeah, I am with you, yeah.
Right, and I'm like, no. Like, I know I'm ripping them off, right? I'll be honest. I've even said to Plan Partners, you know I'm not there for 3 hours, don't you? And they're like, oh, yeah, but it doesn't matter, you know, because we can't break it down to... Because I said to them, can't we break one of these hours? Like, can't I put in, you know, a half hour?
Yeah.
They don't do it. Their computer can't handle it.
So they're basically promoting for you to say, oh yeah, I was there for 3 hours, even though you weren't actually there.
I bill them for 3 hours every single week. It's a whole pyramid scheme, right?
She also gave me actual invoices as proof as to what was happening behind closed doors. This isn't just no ordinary defrauding of the system. This is cleaners who go to a participant's house, get the participant to sign off on them cleaning their house, but really, in reality, they didn't actually do the job. So for instance, they only did 30 minutes at this participant's house, but they put 3 hours, which then made them $162.21.
Okay.
The most vulnerable people are getting taken advantage of. We have the evidence
You're
of the
a
invoice
dickhead.
we got sent, but if I'm being honest with you guys, I do not
Pause
trust
it.
myself. Like, that's just me being honest. So we're gonna go to an NDIS.
Like, you're an actual dickhead. This isn't fraud. This is the system, how it was designed to go. Because you might not necessarily have to go to a house to clean up for 3 fucking hours. It's just more streamlined this way. And that way, if they need someone else, they can get someone else in. And it's like... It's like, yeah, they pay them $40 an hour because nobody wants to do the work, you dickhead. How do you not understand this? Like, people, a job that is needed, that nobody wants to do, you need to pay more money to get people to do that job. You dumb fuck. And when people are coming into this country and there is no work, and the government is setting up jobs to help disability services, why would migrants not do that job? Like, you are not complaining about the system, you're complaining about migrants doing the job. That's what you're complaining about. You aren't complaining about fraud, you don't care about fraud. If this was being done by white people, and it was Australian white people doing this, you wouldn't care. This wouldn't even be a point. But because every single person you've gone to has not been white, it really makes me suspicious of the framing of your video. On top of the fact that there is zero investigative work here, except for the one phone call with a person you didn't identify who could be literally your friend, just saying it. Granted, the invoices are a bit different, whatever. I'm willing to concede on that point. That's what this video should have been. It should, like, all of the gotcha videos at businesses should have been at the end after you'd established that the fraud exists. But you haven't established that the fraud exists. You've established that you think the fraud exists and are going after the people you think are the ones responsible. That's what's happening. That's the only thing that's happening here.
Where were the white people he was targeting in any of this? By the way,
Haven't seen one yet.
he
I
said
wonder
that
if
he
they-
had 7 hours of footage.
I wonder if he tailor picked the businesses that he went to based on who was running it.
Looks
Couldn't
like.
possibly.
Looks like. Feels like.
Land management company and go and speak to the head boss who's been in the industry for over 10 plus years. Now think about this, 30 minutes cleaning is being done on a participant's house and they're charging for 3 hours on an invoice.
Okay.
So the big question is it actually allowed under the
Yes.
NDIS policy to charge a minimum amount of hours for cleaning a participant's
Yes.
home? Or is this just a myth to overcharge innocent, vulnerable people? This is my mother.
Pause it.
If there was
Pause
a
it. Pause
cleaning
it.
rate
Pause
that
it.
was
Pause it.
supposed
Pause it. Pause it. Okay, dickhead.
You brought your mom?
Okay. This framing is incredibly disingenuous. Give me a second.
You brought your mom?
I am about to.
No, he did.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm about to because my mum has worked in disability services. She's not here. Fuck. My plan ruined. All right. So can we just roll it back a bit?
Minimum amount of hours for cleaning a participant's home? Or is this just a myth to overcharge innocent, vulnerable people? This is my mother.
Okay.
If there was a
Oh my god, his
cleaning
mum is
rate that
filming.
was supposed to be
That's
cleaned-
great.
I told you.
That's great. Okay. So, I'm going to make myself full screen for this because this is important. Okay. So, the way that the NDIS works, The way that the NDIS works is the person who requires services gets an allowance for the year. Okay? And your allowance from the NDIS is for NDIS services. And if you're a service, like if you're a person with an NDIS service that is self-managed, you can hire people at your liberty. So if you, I'll use my friend's, well, I'll use a friend's example. I'll say no more than that. But basically, they've got back problems and they can't clean. And they need help doing general tasks through the day, okay? Now, many people will get a service done, and because they're friendly with the person who does the service, most of them will keep them around for company. A lot of people on the NDIS will help out the workers by giving them more work to allow them to make more money. This happens a lot. This is not fraud. This is literally just giving people jobs and giving people work even if they don't need to. These disability allowances can be used from anything from redoing bathrooms to paying for people to come and feed you. Okay, this is not fraud. This is not unusual. Again, this is not about vulnerable people. This is about you targeting migrants. I am 100% confident that this entire thing is designed to target non-white Australians here. And the fact that he's talking to the boss, who is a white guy, and the only white guy that we've seen so far, it's going to be very interesting to see what this guy says. But yes, I want to stress that this is not a fraud aspect
this is a discretionary aspect from people who have allowances allotted to them from NDIS. Many people will pay the wage of a single support staff with their NDIS money. And that is upwards of $60,000. This is not fraud. It could be as simple as getting them to drive them somewhere.
How long do you think it would take normally?
It's not a big room. That looks like it's like 6, 7 square meters, maybe a bit more. It wouldn't be that long. What's your view on it?
Like 30 minutes? Like
again, I'm not a cleaner, but it shouldn't take long. Yeah. What are they charging you?
Well, this is interesting.
Yeah, let's
so we have invoices of that they're saying it takes to clean at 100.
So let's.
Why do you need to lie?
Again, I don't know who's doing what, but it's possible they're taking the piss.
Yeah.
That would be my view if it was me. And Mum, if I was you, I'd be going, what are they doing?
Do you guys know Plan Partners?
Yeah, they're big.
I then explained to him that a whistleblower told us they do 30 minutes of work, but are required to bill 2 hours because they say the system won't allow them to do less. The
They're telling them to inflate.
Yeah.
They should not be doing that because...
Okay, hold on.
But that's...
Why are they telling that? Because that's not a big...
Do you see the problem with this? So he hasn't gone to interview this guy. He's gone to this guy to present the thing that he got from somebody, presenting it like it's him, lying, and projecting the story that he wants to this guy to get the reaction he wants. This is not an investigation. This is a hit piece. And that's why I wanted to get that in before we heard what this guy had to say, because I was almost certain that this is how it was going to go. Like, this guy is not an interviewee. He's using this guy to reinforce his claim. Using a guy who literally just said, I'm not an expert, and looked shook at the fact that they were charging for 2 hours. Like, this guy is not a source. He's been in the industry. I don't care. Talk to someone with connection to the NDAS. Not someone who participates in it. This is like asking a truck driver how logistics works. I don't know, bro. I just drive the truck. The fucking dishonesty.
Big job. Like, they can only charge for what they do, but you shouldn't be telling them to inflate. We would be...
Yeah, shut that down.
On the face of it, it looks a bit sketchy.
So at this point, we have a legit testimony from an employee, a real document that was provided to us showing $10,000 of invoices. We even spoke to NDIS providers who told us this is wrong, but we need to see this for ourselves to fully build this case. So let's set up
You've
a sting
currently built
operation. The whistleblower
0
actually
case.
sent me that photo of the participants'
You
unit,
have a
and it
single
looks
anecdote.
pretty much the same size. So if they clean for 30 minutes, then they put 2 hours, they are completely lying, and that is against the NDIS rules. And imagine how many people could allegedly, potentially be doing this. So just put the math together. Think about it. $52 billion of taxpayers' money is going into the NDIS program. Now, where is that money going, you ask? Well, let's frickin' find out. Is it, which NDIS provider is this? Because, sorry, there's a...
Helping support. Helping support.
So her name's May Parker. She's an NDIS participant, so she needs a clean on her unit. So for something like that, if it takes like, say for instance, 30 minutes to clean that unit, how long would you guys put on the actual invoice?
I think for NDIS, minimum 2 hours.
So that's on the NDIS rules?
Yeah, that's the rules, minimum 2 hours.
Oh, nice. Okay, that sounds good.
All right, I'll get back to you later today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you, bye.
That's their way of finessing the finesse. They finesse this by saying that that's in the NDIS rules, but it's actually not. And just to further confirm... this point.
Welcome to the National Disability Insurance Agency.
Recently, I had a cleaner clean for one of my participants, and they cleaned for 30 minutes. And I was just wondering, like, how long am I supposed to put onto the invoice?
Okay, so if it's been half of 1 unit or 1 hour, it would be that.
So it'd be 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they're cleaned for. Then.
Yeah. A lot of people say there's a minimum of 2 hours. Is that actually a real NDIS like rule, or it's not?
To my knowledge, it's not an NDIS rule, but if you want to, you can have a look on the NDIS website and see if there's any minimums. I haven't seen one.
Yeah. No, I know that there isn't minimums, but people keep trying to tell me that there's minimums and that the NDIS has minimums, but I know that...
Providers must only charge for actual support hours delivered to the participant. But it says SHAD's award versus NDIS rules. The 2-hour minimum is an employment rule for staff, not a requirement for participants. Provided care, for example, have a worker see one participant for 1 hour and another for 1 hour to meet their 2-hour obligation. So again, this is the providers, not the individual staff. The individual staff are doing what they've been told to do, and you are going after individual workers. That's what I've seen so far. So if you want me to turn my opinion around on this video, I need to see you going after providers, not staff members. Because so far, all I've seen is these businesses are out of business, and these ones that are doing the services are doing this, okay? Other than that, I've seen you attacking people individually, going to houses, going to businesses, calling random businesses, lying to them in order to get a response that you want. And going to one guy who has been working in the industry, not someone involved with the scheme, not someone directly involved with handing out NDIS money. You are directing this at employees. This is not how fraud investigations are done. Fraud does not happen at the lowest level. Like the systemic fraud, I should be more clear. Is that the systemic fraud, like this claim, because the NDIS, there is like 100% there's fraud in the NDIS, right? That's not a question. The question is, who is doing it? And so far, your answer that I can interpret is the employees of these businesses, not the businesses themselves. How? Oh, they charge for 2 hours. Oh, $57 billion for 2 hours of work for 70,000 people. Got it. Or 700,000, whatever the number was that he put on screen. Cool. $30 an hour, 70,000, 52 billion. Math. Let's actually see how much that ends up. So let's go 65 times 70,000. 4.5 million. Cool. So we're, what, 57 billion is 57,000 millions? Long way off. Yeah, there's some more happening, I think. Yeah, maybe expand the scope of your investigation. Quote unquote investigation. Still yet to see actual proof. Still waiting. Fuck. Still my turn.
It's not true.
Yeah, I haven't seen a minimum on the NDIS website.
So if they clean for 30 minutes, they have to put 30 minutes on the invoice.
Yes.
So I'm here now with a very established cleaner who's been in the industry for how long?
7 years.
The whistleblower sent me the NDIS participants unit. How long do you think that this will take to actually clean a room like this?
So I would assume if it was like a deep clean, it would take at least 2 hours to clean, because I know NDIS does more surface cleans. I would say maybe roughly 30 minutes to complete.
So you think 30 minutes for something like this?
I would say 30 minutes. Yeah.
This is the Airbnb that we actually rented. Are you ready, Adrian, for the big reveal? And this is the size of what the NDIS participants unit would look like. So it's very accurate on the dimensions, the sizing, and everything like that.
Pause.
So this will be a good test. But we can't just leave it like this. We've got to do a few things to make this look like, you know, I've been living here for 3 years, or like my grandma.
So You're
So-
still running on this
wait.
same anecdote.
Wait. Is he about to commit fraud?
Yes. That's what it seems like.
Are you
Is he about to
documenting
hire-
yourself committing fraud right now?
If he's actually hiring an NDIS worker to clean the room, yes, this is fraud. Same joke.
Epic.
May Parker has been living here for 3 years. Aunt May! Yeah, just act like, not too messy, but I've been sleeping in here for like, a century. So they're about 2 minutes away from being here, the cleaner. I think I'll only just put like, kind of like if someone was just... Yeah, that's it, yeah. I think just a little bit, just like that. We've got to make it look used. Oh, Pete, I see them, hurry up! This isn't shutting. Oh my goodness. We're gonna leave $60 up there as well. Hello, how are you? Very good. Yeah, you work here? I'm gonna be gone until late next week, so you guys just do what you need to do, and that's it. And then, yeah, my participant will be back in a few days. In a couple days, so you take your time.
Everything here?
Sorry?
Vacuum.
How are you guys gonna clean without any supplies?
Okay.
So this will be on the NDIS, charge the NDIS, right? The invoice? Yes? Okay, that's all good. You guys just do what you need to do, and I'll be back in a few days, so. Okay, thank you. Holy crap. How is there 2 cleaners for such a small room? Now, I was gonna set up multiple cameras to show evidence on this, but unfortunately, in this country of Australia, you would potentially go to jail for committing such a heinous crime of setting up one single camera inside of a room. That's right. You would get potentially up to 5 years in prison. So I can't risk that. Obviously, I've dealt with the court system before. It just shows you how bad the system currently is, that it's actually set up for the criminal rather than the actual person trying to bring justice. Did you see them?
Pause it.
Yeah. Bro, they literally have.
I could go to jail for setting up a camera, but I'm going to commit fraud on camera by hiring an NDIS cleaner and charge it to NDIS without actually having an NDIS participant to clean for. Maybe someone should give a tip-off about you frauding NDIS. I don't know. Maybe you should remove this from the video, though. Just a touch of advice, But whatever. Do whatever you want to do. Hope you don't get sued. Wouldn't want your precious free speech to get taken away. What a video.
No cleaning supplies at all. No mop, no vacuum, no wipes, no spray. All right, so the time starts now. Let's see how long they take to actually clean that room. I swear, if they literally leave within 20 minutes and then charge me 2 hours, that's gotta be the biggest joke. How is there 2 separate cleaners for such a small room? I'm guessing they will charge a fortune, actually, but we'll see. We'll soon find out what could possibly be happening inside of this room. They didn't even have cleaning equipment. They came with nothing. What are they cleaning this with? I don't understand. How are NDIS providers getting cleaners like this to do that? I'm rolling. What's the time? 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Holy
Notice how
crap.
he says NDIS providers and not specific services.
Where are they? Both of them are coming out now. They've taken 25 minutes and now they're leaving. Oh crap. Let's hope they don't see you. They're leaving after 25 minutes. Job well done. Now, this is the thing. We have to wait to actually receive the invoice. Are they going to drive down this way? I think so. Yeah. So we have to wait to receive the invoice. So if they put anything above this, if they put 2 hours on the invoice, this is what a lot of people are potentially doing in the NDIS, allegedly anyway. So, bro, they were laughing as they were walking out. They're like, it's the funniest thing ever. I just screwed over an NDIS participant. Come on. In reality, they don't understand. They're being caught in 4K, 8K.
You just committed fraud, you fucking idiot.
These guys, we're going to make sure that they get reported and everything, and we confront them about it, so. Oh my, wait, I thought they were.
It's touched.
Oh, it's still there, yeah. Well, when you have no cleaning equipment, how are you going to clean? Like, look at this. They didn't even clean the fridge. All of this is all messy, all smudgy. They haven't cleaned any of this. Oh my goodness. If you look at this, look at all the swirls and everything on this mirror right here. They didn't even clean this at all. Genuinely, right now, all they've done is clean the, I would say, the bed.
People are going to take this like
Okay,
it's actual evidence.
They literally kept
It's
the
crazy.
mat on the floor. I mean, the bathroom is like somewhat decent. Bro, what the hell? She used my tissues that we had from the tissue box.
Cleaners use the equipment you have. So if there was nothing for them to use, then that's it.
I'm just trying to think. Yeah, actually. Anytime, yeah.
Like, you want them to bring mops that have been in other people's houses to your house?
Like, I just thinking now, I don't think... Anytime my friend has had somebody over to clean the house, I don't think they ever had equipment.
Yeah, because that's fucking gross.
Mm.
Why would you want someone else's mop in your house? That's fucking gross.
Yeah, like, generally, yeah, you would just give them the stuff you have. Yeah. Hmm. How interesting. And once again, not talking about the provider, not confronting the provider. Targeting the specific cleaners themselves. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're going with.
Look how many tissues that she used. I guess that's why they had no cleaning equipment. They just go around using other people's tissues. Yes. Holy crap. We've received the invoice.
No way.
We've received the invoice. I didn't tell you. We just received the invoice from Help in Support. The people that just did 25 minutes at that unit.
Oh my God, I didn't see
$236.06 they charged.
What? That's 25 minutes.
For 25 minutes.
Does it say how many hours?
Let's check. View your bill online. We'll check right now. This will be crazy if they actually put... How many hours did they put? What? So they put 2 hours for the cleaning, $116.06. Then non-labor costs, $120. I did not agree to that at all.
Did they tell you about that?
No. And this is through the NDIS. They expect the NDIS to fund this.
And why would it be for 2 people when one person is driving?
$236. What? Bro, for 25
Now,
minutes,
you're going to go to the
we need
provider?
to go and confront them about this because this is... It's not right. We need to confront them, also report them to the NDIS.
Okay, so
People
you're
that
going to
are
confront the
allegedly,
individuals,
taking
not the
this
actual...
much, like $236. They're not going to go into
provider.
it because they think it's peanuts.
Got it.
And the crazy part is there's 751,000 NDIS participants. And if we just put a conservative amount of 20% of that number, then if you times that by 200, which is what my invoice got inflated, that then equals $30 million potentially being defrauded from the NDIS. That is actually insane and a misuse of funding. Help in Support, $236.06 for a 25-minute cleaning job. What do you think?
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
So the staff wouldn't have a clue how much they're actually getting for the job. They would only be knowing what their actual payment is.
I'm going to go to their location, so this is going to be interesting.
You're going there today.
It's literally 0.05% of the NDIS budget.
Drew, he's back from America. Come on. The big Drew's here.
Oh, he's back from America where he filled out the wrong
this,
visa and got rejected and cried.
This is big game day for Drew and I right here. This is game day here.
25 minutes, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Almost $250 for 25 minutes of cleaning, and they didn't even have professional cleaning equipment.
Yeah.
And they're just charging it to the government.
This is coming out of the Commonwealth funds.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Take my money and fucking burn it, please.
I know.
That's beautiful. That's great.
How wild is this? So now we're going to go to their official business address and we're going to confront them about this. We're going to ask them what the hell is going on with them inflating a bill like this.
You know what? I would actually say, could we give them a tip? Because we don't really have a tipping culture in Australia, but could we give them a tip, maybe 50%, 60%?
That's possible. Come on!
Yeah,
Here we go, Drew. This is what we're doing.
We're going to call the NDIS and ask them to give them a tip.
Are you ready, Drew? Is Drew ready for this? I've got the cash and he's got the flowers. We're going to...
Thanking them for their beautiful service to the disabled community. Our Aunt May.
Do you know who Aunt May is?
Brothers and it's our Aunt
You
May.
guys literally committed
you don't know Peter
fraud.
Parker's aunt.
Oh, is that what it is?
Hello.
I might call
How
the
are you,
NDIS
Jason? Nice to meet you.
right now
Hello,
and
Alex.
tip
This is
in
my
that
brother.
these two
Yeah,
committed
he's-
fraud.
I feel a little bit unwell.
Because we need some fresh air on the outside. So how you doing? Very good, very good. So No, yesterday the participant said that the cleaning was remarkable. So Aunt May said that it was awesome. She returned.
Your aunt?
Yeah, she's mine. So Aunt May Parker. Yeah, Peter Parker's. It's related. So yeah.
And we actually wanted to give a tip for the service because it was such a good job.
Yeah, the cleaners. I don't know if it was possible.
Yeah, and
to give some flowers to the cleaners.
Aren't you going to pay through the invoice?
Yeah, she'll be paying through the invoice.
But on top of the invoice. So the invoice I think is 230. We want to give an extra 200 as a tip.
Is that?
Thank you. I'll give it to you.
Yeah. So we can give the $200. I'm just interested about something. Okay. So, how long did it take? Do you think to clean?
I've said about 30 minutes.
It took about 30 minutes. Okay. So
But NDIS rule is for cleaning, it needs to be minimum 2 hours.
Is that why it's invoiced for 2 hours?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not because it took them 2 hours.
Yeah.
Oh,
It didn't take them 2 hours, but because they...
So the NDI's minimum is 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was interesting because I actually spoke on the phone to the NDIS and they said that there's no minimum 2 hours.
Cleaning there is minimum.
Yeah, I haven't seen a minimum on the NDIS website.
Like still, this can be explained away by as something as simple as a common misconception and a little bit of regulation could fix this, right? And if this is really what they're pegging this whole thing to, this is some weak shit. How long did it take them to actually confront a provider?
30 minutes?
Awesome. Good to know. You notice how there's like no narrative between any of these points either? You know how you usually when you watch an investigative piece, they like have a general point that they're going to, and they are kind of weaving you through the story to take you along the evidence to be like, oh, okay, so now we're here, okay? I haven't seen any evidence of any fraud except for basically taking the worst possible interpretation of what's happening and expanding upon it. Using the NDIS fraud problem as a jumping off point to use this to direct harassment towards non-white people. I still am yet to see a white person that they're talking to or confronting that isn't trying to solidify their point with deceit and lies. Like, if you're doing an investigation, why do you need to lie? If you're so confident, why do you need to lie? You should be able to get all the information you need without doing any of this. And yet, there's none of it. It's just very interesting. Very curious.
My knowledge, it's not an NDIS rule.
No, they told me that there wasn't, so...
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because from what I know, when I did the thing, it says NDIS minimum for cleaning is 2 hours.
Nah, they said there's no minimum and you must, report accurate.
Bro. Look, Jack. Look at this. Okay, so here's her identity obscured. Okay, just watch.
They've been slipping the mask? Yeah.
The thing says NDIS minimum for cleaning is 2 hours.
Nah, they said there's no minimum and you must, report accurate, information.
Way to
They're
go,
gonna get
guys.
sued. They're gonna get sued so hard.
Way to go, guys.
They're gonna get sued so hard. Honestly, this is a disaster. They hyped this up for so long. But this is the trick, right? It doesn't need to be good. All they need to do is get the attention of Donald Trump and Pauline Hanson, and that's mission complete. You don't need to have a conclusive investigation. All you need is a fucking retarded fascist like Pauline Hanson to repeat your dog shit rhetoric and reinforce it like it's actually got weight to it. But yet, I'm only seeing you going after individuals and you confronting someone you defrauded as a gotcha when she's literally looking it up now because, as I said, it's likely a misconception. And this could be fixed with regulation and a bit of oversight. But, like, whatever. Yeah, pop off.
Now, obviously, if it
Go
takes 30
hard,
minutes, you know, you put 30 minutes instead of 2 hours. So you obviously know these people, right? Yeah. Do you get these cleaners all the time, or you get them all the time? Nice. Because so we went in there, right? They walked in with no equipment whatsoever.
Usually we don't take the equipment. It's they provide. So wherever they go for cleaning, they should have.
Yeah. You never. Yeah. You didn't really say that to me, but yeah, that's what you.
Wow. It's almost like what you said, John.
Usually they have all the cleaning products.
Well,
this is not a cleaning. This is NDIS, right? It's not a cleaning business. So
yeah.
we don't provide.
So the other thing also is they were using my tissue box and the tissues that I had here to actually clean the tables for my Aunt May. And I could see them on this. They were cleaning with tissues from my tissue box, and I use these every single day. And you know, I'm just wondering, like, why wouldn't they have their own
because
cleaning?
They're not supposed to. Not for NDIS cleaning.
They're not supposed to. Not one NDIS cleaning.
Wouldn't
they have professional
cleaning equipment?
The ones that we provide services to, usually they have the cleaning equipment and they provide everything.
That's interesting because I've spoken to another NDIS cleaner and they said that they definitely bring cleaning equipment.
So I bring my own products, equipment. I would never expect the client to provide any of that for me.
Pause
Never. Not in a million years.
Never.
If you do say that they don't have the equipment.
Anecdotes aren't evidence. You fucking morons. Like, this is everything that they're going off is anecdotes. Like, it's just, oh, here's an anecdote. I'm going to now deceive people and defraud an NDIS service based on an anecdote to prove something that I don't even know. Maybe when you do an investigative piece, you should get the information first. Rather than just like going, oh, Nick Shirley did this. We should do this too. There's fraud in the NDIS. Fuck it. Let's do it. No plan. That's what happens. That's what this is. I might go and do an actual investigation of the NDIS. Just to prove a point. Like, everything about this video is just so logically flawed. Everything about it. Everything is anecdotes. There's no evidence. The first one that they confront literally tells them what we said. The 2-hour minimum is a worker requirement that the workplace is meant to pay them. This, again, I believe it is as simple as a misconception and has been parroted through Chinese whispers to other people, and people have just assumed instead of looking it up. And when I was looking it up, it did say that it was an NDIS code of conduct issue. So, if they are doing this, then an investigation should go into the individual place, and they should be reprimanded for it. Is this something that they should be shut down for? Probably not. Yeah, I'm probably going to err on the side of shutting down NDIS services. Probably not a good thing. But I'm sure you won't agree.
Because we assume that they do, but apologies because I didn't ask you whether they have it or not. But moving forward, like if they don't have it, we can provide.
Yeah. And then I also like had photos of the smudge marks all on the fridge.
Yeah.
They didn't clean up this towel that was on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, so invoice requirements, NDIS actually does say, providers are responsible for ensuring that claims for payment are complete, truthful, and accurate. We review claims regularly to ensure they are compliant. To show your claims are correct, you must maintain complete and accurate records of supports delivered to NDIS participants. These include invoices, evidence of support delivery such as service agreements, other documents that can validate the claim for supports provided. So if they did 25 minutes, right, and then you put $236.06 on the invoice, I'm just wondering why.
For 2 hours worth of work.
That's what I said. The minimum that I was told is 2 hours that we should be invoicing for payment.
Yeah.
Did the NDIS tell you that minimum?
Not NDIS, but where we got our NDIS, the audit from.
See?
Where did you get your audit from?
I think it was Provider Plus.
Is this Provider Plus?
Yes, Kevin here.
So I've actually been working currently with an NDIS provider.
Finally,
The
we're
name of
getting
that
somewhere.
NDIS provider is
Holy
called
shit,
Help and
35
Support.
fucking
She told
minutes.
me that you told them to always charge a minimum 2 hours for cleaning, even if they were there for only 25 minutes.
Why would that doesn't quite make sense, Pete? That's not what we do here.
So the NDIS didn't tell you the minimum 2 hours.
No, not the NDIS.
Oh.
But
But you said before that the NDIS does have the minimum.
NDIS minimum is, I see, because that's what the provider told us.
Okay. And then also, what's this extra $120?
Usually we do charge for travel. So travel like from the place of business to the client's house, whatever the kilometers is, we do charge that. So I put down, I think 60 kilometers. It's about 30 something, but I put down 60.
If you're getting funding from, the Commonwealth funds, they need to be accurate reporting on these invoices. So if it's 25 minutes, you put 25 minutes instead of 2 hours. But let's say you actually sent through this invoice to the NDIS to get the funding.
They're not
right? Let's say
obscuring her face anymore.
There's not even a thing on the screen now.
They just gave up. This is what a work of journalism, honestly. The fact that this has been taken by multiple right-wing outlets, like I hadn't seen this, and there's a guy named Ben Fordham who does a radio show in the morning. He was signposting this, and I'm like, oh, hey Ben, did you do any actual journalism work to verify these claims, or are you just repeating claims on a YouTube video that are almost certainly a dog shit anecdotal investigation, which now having watched it is entirely true?
Did you buy great works from Peter yet?
No.
Put through 2 hours, but it was actually 25 minutes. Do you understand that that's still not reporting it accurately, right?
Yeah, because I was under the impression that we have to do it for 2 hours because I was told that you can do it for 2 hours. Maybe they didn't really clarify that you have to set some providers do set that, so that's why whoever told me, they probably said it themselves, like 2 hours. This is why I put down 2 hours as well.
Sure. So you're not actually the head of...
This seems
This is yours,
covertly
right?
filmed.
Yeah. Oh, so you are the NDIS provider, yeah.
Yeah, but I was told by wherever we got our audit done from one of them that minimum is 2 hours.
Seems illegal.
A lot of providers do that.
Just 230 seems like a lot for 25 minutes worth of work. But...
Yeah.
And then normally this would go to the government and the government would pay it, but then we want to make sure that there's,
No, I get it.
Yeah, we want to make sure things are very accurate and no one is, allegedly inflating invoices or anything like that. Okay, say I'm not involved in this and it's just my Aunt May. You'd charge this, she'll sign off.
And she'll never know. It's just because we're trying to
Hey
manage
Pete,
it because it's our own.
did you defraud the NDIS
you
business
said it's NDIS
personally?
I think for NDIS minimum 2 hours.
Okay, so that's on the NDIS rules.
Wait. So before this happened, she told you that the minimum is 2 hours?
So and they did it anyway?
No. She literally just said, I did tell you on the phone the minimum was going to be 2 hours.
That's true. Yes. I missed her saying that.
And you put that in your video, guys.
I didn't even catch that. That's... Man. That almost makes it funnier. Because it's actually... Wait, so this isn't fraud then. She was fully transparent.
She told them the minimum would be 2 hours. She may have said on the NDS minimum says it's 2 hours. She may have said that, right? But that's still quoting you for 2 hours.
And they
Doesn't
agreed
matter
to
if
it.
the NDS said it or not. She quoted you for 2 hours. She billed you for 2 hours.
And you agreed to that. There was a contract signed, essentially. You paid for the services rendered.
Also, you're the ones committing fraud here.
Clip that, quickly. Quickly clip it. Quick! Someone clip it!
And she would never know.
She'll never know.
It's just because we're trying to manage it because it's our own.
I did say to you minimum is 2 hours on the phone.
Yeah, you said it's NDIS rules.
I think for NDIS, minimum 2 hours.
Okay, so that's on the NDIS rules.
Yeah, that's the rules, minimum 2 hours.
I said we charge minimum 2 hours.
Under NDIS rules.
So we thought the government was mandating it for 2 hours, and then we looked it up, and there was no government rule.
And I confirmed with NDIS. I called them on the
But
phone.
you
they
paid
said
for the
there's no minimum.
services.
I'll update this and I'll resend it to you within
Thank you.
30 minutes. And
Yeah, we might not do the tip today, but you can give the flowers to the. Oh, okay.
I agree.
Thank you.
As
Fuck
great
your
as that was
flowers.
to confront the face of this NDIS, that was nothing in comparison for what is to come.
Don't think to come to St. Clair, or you're gonna be in trouble.
Can I ask
you
you a
understand?
question?
No.
Is this a legitimate business?
I'm not gonna speak to anyone.
Are you seeing this?
Carlos, here.
They're just assuming that no one cares because the government's paying for it. We were going to give her a $200 tip, and she was about to take the money. She was about to take it.
thank you, I'll give it to you.
In her head, she told us that she knew it was 30 minutes worth of work. She was prepared to take $450 for 30 minutes worth of work.
Oh yeah, get her car, get her nice expensive car. Oh, nice and luxury.
Yellow Mercedes, beautiful.
That's a
Have you got that nice
$50,000 car,
luxurious car
dickhead.
she has? She's probably on the phone like, what, these guys are doing
She's
this?
on the phone, she's speaking.
She saw us. I just got an email from her. She changed the invoice to $24.18, which is the actual amount, the factual amount for 25 minutes. So they took 90%
And you
of
still
the bill away,
defrauded
which means
the
they inflated my
NDIS
invoice
services.
by 10 times the amount. Now imagine I was actually an NDIS participant.
Yeah, actually
someone
one.
who is
You're
more
right.
vulnerable
You
than I am.
defrauded the
Obviously, I'm
NDIS
able to
services
be
actively
more
on
aware, but
camera.
if someone wasn't as
It's
aware,
very funny.
they would get screwed over by 10 times the amount. Hi, I'd like to make a fraud report against the NDIS provider known as Help and Support.
Yeah, no worries. You're on the right line. So could I get the date of when this concern started to happen?
I then explained everything that happened.
Do you have a copy of those endorsements as well?
Yeah, I've got 2
Did
copies.
you tell them that you
236
defrauded them?
and then her changing it to $24.
Hold on to those for now. That's really good evidence.
What's going to happen from here? Because I want there to be justice if there is wrongdoing. I mean, I've got obviously the evidence here, but what do you think will happen going forward?
Unfortunately, in terms of our investigation, we can't give any progress reports on what's happening, and there won't really be any updates for you. But what will happen is that this business will be investigated in terms of their quality of service, and if there does need to be more additional information that we need, we will reach out, but they will be investigated.
All right, that sounds good. Let's hope we can actually get justice for...
Wait, you're telling me that tips actually get investigated? Crazy.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much. Have a good
You
one.
hear that?
Come on.
They didn't even want the invoices he had.
Did they say
They
why?
said, hang on to that. That's great evidence. They didn't ask for it.
Mm.
So they're going to go investigate the business. And they're going to be like, okay.
Yeah.
And then they're going to be like, all right, sounds good. Goodbye.
Yeah, like they might, I don't know, cop a fine for fucking whatever. But, let me.
No, they're not going to do shit.
Let me have a look. NDIS code of conduct breach.
Because the invoices he has are for fraud.
That's true, yes. The code of conduct by providers and workers can lead to severe penalties enforced by NDIS Quality and Safeguard Commission, including banning orders, registration revocation, and significant civil penalties. Serious breaches can result in fines of over 16 million for corporations, and in severe cases, criminal prosecution and imprisonment. So, like, the system's already in place for the fraud. And as I said before, like, if what she's saying is true, which seems to be the case, like, I don't see why, like, she didn't know that she was coming to be interrogated by these doofuses. She didn't seem like she was being dishonest at all. It just seems like she was genuinely misinformed. And likely the investigation will result in her going, sorry, I was told differently, will not do it in the future. That's a good result. But they're not going to be satisfied with that. They're going to go harass some more businesses.
Holy crap. Let's clap it up right now. Because big boy Drew just came through with something massive. Holy crap. Okay, so Drew just sent me this, right?
M&F Disability Services was shut down by the government for fraud. If you go to their Facebook page, they have a number of phone numbers listed. If you go to this phone number and call them, they freely admit that they're now just operating under a new name.
They're using the same exact number from M&F Disability Services. You guys can see M&F Disability Services, registration status revoked, and they've also been lifetime banned.
Is this M&F Disability Services?
No, this is a Sunny Day Care.
Is it the same place?
For now, it is a Sunny Day Care.
Holy crap. They just confirmed the same number from M&F Disability Services that was banned now is running under Sunny Days Care. Also, the other thing I found, if you look
Where was the confirmation?
www.sunnydaycare.com.au, the really weird thing is that they promote a website on the shop front. But when you go to that website...
Like, just listen to the response there.
So hang on. One of the numbers, not all the numbers, just one of the numbers is the same number for a business that is in the same location.
That's what he's saying, yeah. Like, is it the same person running it? If that's the case, then I'm listening.
That's not what they're alleging here.
No, it's the same phone number.
They're alleging one of the three numbers is the same number.
To a business that is a phone number.
That is in the same
hardline.
location.
Yeah, this is a phone hardline. Gotcha. So you're telling me that a business that went into a business that went out of business is using the same phone number for that business? Crazy. That never happens. Oh, they're bonus.
Sunny Days Care. Also, the other thing I found, if you look into www.sunnydaycare.com.au, the really weird thing is that they promote a website on the shop front, but when you go to that website, it doesn't actually exist.
Okay.
So the domain hasn't been registered or anything like that. To me, that's kind of odd. But look who owns the domain now. Their official domain is now ours. We own that. We run that. So, you want to get clients through the website, but when it's not actually running and it's not registered, what are you actually trying to promote here? Okay, so we're around the corner from the Sunny Days Care. We're about to go inside, but just explain exactly what these guys have done.
So this one's actually unbelievable. M&F Disability Services was banned by the NDIS for fraud, a permanent banning order, September 24, 2025.
Now, since they're banned, here's what they're not allowed to do going forward in the most simplest terms. Managing or handling NDIS funding, working as a consultant, auditor, or any behind-the-scenes role for an NDIS provider, doing any paid or unpaid work for an NDIS provider that involves contact with NDIS participants.
They basically immediately reopened under a new name in the exact same location.
Okay, prove
They're
it.
using the same
Show
phone
me.
line. Like, they're either really stupid or they just don't.
Prove it.
Bro just said they're using the same phone line.
Like, you're making the claim, you're making these statements, I'm seeing no evidence. Show me where they reopened. And I highly doubt you're going to show me that proof. You're going to go to the business and have them yell at you because you're going to be cunts. And then you're going to be like, see, they're guilty because they didn't want to talk to you being a cunt. Whoa. Investigation over.
That's right. Get the fuck out of here. Killed that.
Now that is when that soundbite is to be used.
Okay, they just know that the NDA is going to do nothing. The same accountant that was listed with M&F Disability Services is now listed with Sunny Days Care. It gets better. Right next door is a money transfer business. Now, the money transfer business owner also owns a tobacco shop. In Australia, the tobacco industry is renowned for being involved in international money laundering. We sent a mate to the tobacconist to check it out.
Can I get the Manchester cigarettes?
And they're selling Manchesters, which, according to the ABC, are the most prolific, illicit, counterfeit brand on the market, imported in vast quantities from the Middle East.
Which is obviously
illegal.
Which ones? Which, you got the gold?
Sapphire blue or Switzerland machine or red?
The blue ones. Thanks, bro.
There it is. They're selling black market illegal tobacco.
Who cares?
They're building up these mountains of cash that they cannot bank. So what do? They create this cash transfer business where they're transferring Iraqi government and military pensions to people living in Australia as refugees. They're getting salaries from the Iraqi government in Baghdad.
Okay.
They're on Facebook saying
they're abroad, they're getting salaries in Iraq. What a great country. What a great country. Oh, come on.
What does this have to do with anything?
Finding new and innovative new ways to constantly leech us dry and destroy the country.
I have a question about a NDIS provider that had a banning order, right? So they completely were shut down. Now they've reopened under a different name, but with the same accountant. So I was wondering, is this something that's actually legal or is it not legal?
So you're saying they got a banning order in place, and if what do you mean reopen with the same account?
So yeah, I looked
that's
through
a
the
good
ASIC
question.
record, and they have the same exact
Who
accountant
cares?
as the one from the banned one, and they're in the exact same spot, but just with a different NDIS provider name.
Where's the location of this provider?
This is in Fairfield.
How many workers were at MNF Disability Services?
I never actually saw it.
Yeah,
previous.
exactly.
I never
Wow,
saw it
good
previously,
investigation,
so I'm not sure.
dickhead.
What are you thinking on just based on the information that I've kind of given?
Oh, based on the information you've given, I mean, I'd have concerns that there's a potential connection, and the people who have been banned previously are operating under a
Same phone
different
number,
name.
same accountant.
That's what they're going with. Where's the proof?
And
Like, show me
it was
that it's
the
the
same real estate agent.
Oh my god. Same sign. Oh.
There's concerns that
same shop
the
front.
same people are running it, just under a different name.
So now we're going to go and confront them and ask some questions about all of this that we found out. We've investigated this for the past few weeks. We found this out, and now we're going to ask Sunny Days Care.
You investigated
what the hell
it,
is going on?
and the
Let's
best
just go
you
in here
came
and
up
ask
with was a phone
so
number
Sunny
and
Days
an
Care.
accountant with the same. Really?
Hello, is there a manager here?
No, sorry. Can you get up, please?
No, not yet. I'm just asking. So I know that this was the exact address of a banned NDIS business. You can call the police.
Wait, are they getting yelled at?
So this was, okay, so this was M&F bed. I'm just trying to work this out. But it was, I've noticed.
Actually, bring everyone here. Get out.
Okay, bring them here then.
Bro, get out.
Hey,
get
please,
out.
that's assault because this is my
That's
property.
not
You can't actually touch me. Hey, now, you guys share the
And
same,
now it's illegal. Now filming is illegal.
Photograph and video.
you guys share the same accountant as
Get out,
M&F.
I said.
Okay, you guys share the same accountant as M&F Disability Services.
Hi, what?
Get out.
What's happening?
What have we
He's
done wrong?
recording without my consent.
trying to take
And
a
look what it says here. No
you
photo
can't
and
say-
no video.
What the
I'll
heck?
all my office. If I see her here, I gotta call the police. You
I'm on.
understand? And
I'm on.
take that
Hey!
That's assault. That's
Hey,
assault.
Understand?
you just broke the
I don't
glasses.
want to see you here anymore.
Okay, that's assault. You just assaulted.
Bro, what the hell? She just broke the $800
Man,
glasses.
it's
You know how bad that is?
Okay, that's assault.
You broke,
That's assault.
you broke on public street, you broke the $800 glasses. Look at that.
Okay, pause.
You know what you just did? You just broke my glasses.
Pause it. Okay. On top of defrauding the NDIS, Drew and Pete here have committed trespassing and filming illegally in a private business. That's now 3 crimes in one video. That's very cool. While filming a thing trying to expose fraud. Great. Just so we're clear. So he's now trespassed, illegally filming someone without their consent in a private business, and defrauding an NDIS business. Cool. It's a good start. What an investigation. Doing illegal shit.
You just assaulted him. We got that
So
on
look,
video.
she broke my glasses.
We got that on video. You just assaulted.
The police coming out of my
That's
office.
assault, actually.
Oh,
That's
really?
assault. Yeah.
Whatever you're doing here is not
Okay.
assault. Out of my
Okay.
office.
Do you guys think you look good here? I just want to know though. Are you related to Emmett? Are you related to the previous
It's
business
not
at this address?
your business. It's not your business.
Hey, that's
Excuse me, can you tell me why you're allowed on public property and to break my glasses?
Why are you allowed here?
I'm on public property. You broke my
I
glasses.
don't care whatever you're gonna say.
You broke my glasses.
I don't care.
This is all publicly listed addresses.
A lawyer and a court and police, they know you are here.
You broke?
We haven't done anything.
You're not allowed
I
to
think
be
you
here.
can just calm down for a
second. You freak. You're so
It's your business address.
Yeah, it's a business address, so it's actually a publicly listed address. So yes.
Okay, I will get out when you speak to me nicely. Okay.
Bro, what the hell's going on?
When you speak to me nicely, I will.
I'm not gonna speak to anyone.
Are you seeing this?
I'm not here.
When,
actually.
I will when people speak to me nicely.
And this is on public property. Stop screaming so loud in my ear, please.
I think you need to treat it with more respect. Wow.
Out of here!
Bro, what?
That's actually that's my property actually.
You're filming something you're not allowed to do it. Out of here!
So I'm on public
It's
property.
not your business.
I'm on public property. She broke my glasses. $800 glasses. You just broke my glasses.
You stop recording now.
No, it's on public
No,
property.
you're not public property.
Shut the fuck up. We're in public property, so we're gonna keep filming. Just for asking, just normal questions. They get this angry. Like,
It's my property, please.
yeah.
I'm just asking
Yeah,
my property
right.
back. I'm getting my property back. Yeah, I'm getting my property back. Okay, thank you.
And now, can you tell me why you're here?
Why did you break my glasses?
Why are you here?
Hey, that's assault. You have to give it back.
Hey,
That's assault.
Why are you here?
That's assault.
When you answer the question,
Are
I'm
you
gonna
saying
answer.
this? You know how you look? You understand how you look in the situation?
That's assault. Excuse me.
Out of my
Thank you
office.
so much.
Don't think to come to St. Clair. Or you're gonna be in trouble.
Can I ask you a
understand?
question?
No.
Is this a legitimate business?
Bro, what the heck is this? This is a joke. This has made it worse.
Just to
Like,
be
honestly.
clear, I don't like that you use the R word because this is a disability service.
Shut up, Drew.
I just wanted to ask you a question about the business.
No.
Because the business chairs
No.
addressed with the accountants.
It's not your business. Brother, step out.
Oh my god.
Okay. Don't touch me, please. I'm not interested. I'm not interested.
So when am I going to get the new glasses?
That's sexual assault. That's sexual assault.
Am I going to get new glasses?
As soon as touch me without my permission, that's sexual harassment.
You came
Shut
on
up,
public
Drew.
property.
That's sexual harassment.
Respect
Public-
yourself and out of here.
Public street, and she broke my glasses. $800 glasses broken.
You're not allowed. You're gonna go to the court for that.
To court for public filming.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
Is this a legitimate NDIS business?
Out of my property.
We are Christians, and you're screaming at me. Like,
Nobody cares that you're Christian.
I'm not Christian. I'm not Muslim.
You've got a
I'm
cross.
Whatever I'm gonna be.
But I'm just wanting to
you
know.
got a cross.
I'm here.
I ask
But is
questions,
this-
yes.
And I call the police on you.
That's
But
fine.
is
What,
this
for
a
asking
legitimate
questions?
NDIS business? We're just asking, is it a legitimate NDIS business?
Is that your business?
Or is
It's
it
not
legitimate?
your
I just wanna know.
business.
No. Just answer the question. Is that your business?
Well, it is because
No.
it's taxpayer funded,
It's
so-
not.
This is taxpayer funded,
so
so we want to
You
know.
don't care. You're not the tax office. You're not in the IRS. You're nothing.
We're investigators.
No.
We're investigating
You
my public
literally
my
are.
taxes paid towards you.
Ever I met in my life.
That's very disrespectful, actually.
Very.
I need to know that you apologise for how you've treated
Shut
us.
up, Drew.
It is pretty disrespectful, I would say.
Such
Okay.
investigative journalism
Okay.
conduct. So good.
Oh, okay, so I didn't see it. I just want to know, do you apologise for how you
No.
treated us?
This is very disrespectful.
Go fuck
You broke
yourself.
my glasses, and
Could
now
could I hire an NDIS?
we're looking
I
for
wanna
some
get an NDIS
we're looking for some
service,
services. If that's fine. I don't know what the hell's
Have a
going
good
on.
day,
here.
everybody. God bless you all.
Have a good one. What the hell is this, bro?
I recommend everyone use Sunny Days Care Disability Services. They're a great business and they're very respectful,
Hey,
very
there's
professional.
They're gonna get a great 5-star
outside
review.
that's
But it's a
been
legitimate
filming
business.
y'all this whole time.
If you're disgusted like us from
how
what you've seen
interesting.
in this video, help us make a difference, please.
Go
Go to our
harass
website,
these people. That's what
ndisexposed.com.
they're
Help
saying
sign
now.
our petition. We're calling for an immediate investigation with the National Anti-Corruption Commission. We want the NDIS to go to people who actually deserve it, not people who are rorting the system for their own personal gain and bleeding our nation dry.
Click the link below and sign up, please. We need
Sign
your
up.
help.
Thank you.
We need your
Thank
help.
you.
Thank you.
Fucking
Okay.
Jesus Christ. That was about as bad as I expected it to be. Wow.
We'll do one more.
Jesus
No.
fucking Christ.
That's not what I want.
Fucking Jesus. What the fuck? What the actual fuck, man? Did you see? I can't hear it, by the way. Did you see any actual evidence of the widespread fraud that they claim, or were they literally just targeting two businesses? It was just two businesses, right? They targeted two businesses. They went to a couple shutdown shops, and then the end was them being dumb and not actually doing an investigation. Like, you literally ambush them like you're Chris Hansen. That's not how investigations work, dickhead. If you really wanted to expose this business for corruption and rorting the system, and how do I... Okay, I'm gonna put myself on the big thing for now. Just don't fucking be clicking it while I'm about to start ranting. So like... So... Just to recap the last bit there. Their claim is that M&F Disability Services got permanently banned, and as a result, just rebranded to a different thing. Their evidence was an accountant and the phone number. And the conclusion to their investigation was ambushing them, not getting an answer, not answering whether it was the same business, not actually figuring out whether the person who was banned from hosting the NDIS business was the one who ran that business. I don't know if that's the same fucking name. They didn't prove it because they didn't actually do an investigation. Like, they literally, they put a conclusion out there. They said, this is what it is. We're giving you no further evidence, and we're about to go harass them. And you should too. Am I missing anything?
No, they didn't technically say you should too.
So, like, instead of making the accusation, and if you were doing an actual investigation, you would make the accusation, you would go and talk to people around the business, right? You would talk to people next door, people who are on the street maybe. You would do a bunch of interviews. You would see if you can get some human intelligence on, do you know these people? When it shut down, was it new people? Is it a different business? Instead of doing any of that, you opted to go with the grifter method, the interviewing at a protest with loaded questions, ambush style, which gave you no conclusion. And then now you want us to take your word and sign up to some stupid online petition for the government to waste more money to investigate corruption off your video, which had no conclusion
and had
and
fraud
showed
in it.
had 3 crimes in it: fraud, trespassing, and illegal filming after you were told not to in a private business.
They didn't even need to be told not to because there was a sign posted clearly outside
that said no filming.
Yes, that's what she pointed at.
Okay, so 3 clear crimes and no conclusion, and you want us to sign up to your stupid website for the Australian government to waste even more money investigating fraud because you've proved that one business misquotes things, most likely out of a misrepresentation. That's the conclusion of that 50-minute video.
Yep.
That was a joke. That was fantastic. That was... wow. Imagine defrauding an NDIS business on camera.
Pressure Japan to join in on their anti-Jewish activities, the Japanese government not only didn't listen, but even had official policy in place explicitly prohibiting expelling any Jew from Japan or territories they occupied, a policy they maintained throughout the war, even as Jews who escaped from Nazi-occupied regions continued to flood into Japanese territories. Japanese diplomat Yasuke Matsuoka summed up, I am the man responsible for the alliance with Hitler, but nowhere have I promised that we would carry out his anti-Semitic policies in Japan. This is not simply my personal opinion, it is the opinion of Japan, and I have no compunction about announcing it to the world. Given all this, it seems rather odd that Japan and Nazi Germany should sign a series of agreements with one another, culminating in the famous Tripartite Pact in 1940, which ultimately allied most famously Nazi Germany, Italy, and Japan, but also eventually the likes of other countries such as Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Croatia, and for 2 whole days, Yugoslavia, all into the so-called coalition of Axis powers. More on the interesting reason Yugoslavia's joining only lasted 2 days in the bonus facts later on in today's video. So why did Japan join up with the Nazis? And for that matter, why did the Nazis want to join Japan not only so far away from their own country, but also populated by non-Aryans who not only couldn't have cared less about Nazi ideology, but actually pretty fundamentally disagreed with it? Now, before we get into any of that, as a point of clarification, despite popular perception, it's a major stretch to say that Japan and Germany were actually allies in anything but the most surface-level sense. In fact, outside of Hitler's eventual declaration of war against the United States shortly after Japan attacked the US, the two sides didn't really do much of anything of any use to support the other. Japan even refused to offer so much as economic concessions to Germany until 1943, with initial rejection stemming from the fact that Japan felt it would hurt their negotiations with the US in the early part of the war if they supported Germany in this way. This was more or less par for the course with the so-called alliance between the two nations, which really wasn't much of an alliance at all, or at least not anywhere close to the extent of the Allies, who, true to their name, on the whole actively coordinated their war efforts against their shared enemies. In contrast, Germany and Japan particularly more or less fought 2 separate wars, and even in times when they would have been well served to try and work together, as you'll soon see, they ended up not even bothering to inform one another of their plans, which could drastically affect the other. That out of the way, let's dive into the particulars of how and why these two nations chose to, at least on the surface, join together, and how this ultimately ensured both of their defeats during World War II. To begin with, official German and Japanese relations were first established all the way back in 1861, before the German Empire technically existed, thanks to the Prussians, who helped form the German Empire about a decade later. The Prussians and the subsequent German Empire, among other Western influences, played a critical role in the extremely rapid modernization of Japan after the Meiji Restoration in 1868. In fact, pertinent to the topic at hand, one of Germany's greatest contributions to Japan was helping them modernize their military, with one of the German Empire representatives, Prussian General Jakob Merkel's efforts from 1885 to 1888, even so appreciated at the Army War College in Japan that they made a bronze statue of him. Not only that, but his doctrines, adopted by General Nogi Marisuke, accredited with helping Japan win the First Sino-Japanese War. By World War I, however, owing to Japan not exactly liking how various Western countries, including Germany, were encroaching on Asian interests, the two countries became explicit enemies, with Japan declaring war on Germany in 1914. Things got even more spicy directly after the war, when many of Germany's former Asian possessions were granted to Japan. By the mid-1920s, the two nations' relationship started to improve.
There's a volcano between us. Who's going to get it?
Oh.
And I was also saying, oh, look, our butts are touching.
Where?
Paris and St. John. Our butts are touching. It's the back of our empires.
What if that's my front?
Kinky.
Most critically, for various reasons, about 80% of Japanese students studying abroad, many of whom were children of Japanese elite, chose German universities to study at. Also of note on this, many of the later key leaders of the movement to try and unite Asia under Japanese rule studied in Germany. Relations were
Just leave us out of your weird hobby!
The Anti-Comintern Pact in 1936, which was a pact between the two nations and later Italy, Spain and Hungary to, at least publicly, even if nothing much came of it, counter the threat of the Soviet Union and communism posed to the respective nations. It was at this point that things began heating up, thanks to the combination of the Soviet Union threat and the shared goals for expansion the respective nations held, which very effectively alienated them from many of the other nations of the world and helped align their interests in their respective nations. Note here, Italy's plans on similar aggressive expansion at the time also alienated many nations of the world against them, such as in 1936 after Italy invaded Ethiopia, resulting in the United Nations imposing sanctions on them, in all helping to
is coming
drive
to
themselves,
convert me,
Germany
save
and
me.
Japan together, despite not really having common goals exactly. As American ambassador to Japan, Joseph C.
Actually,
Grew
I can-
stated in
I can make
1937, if the present triangular combination is analysed, it becomes immediately apparent that not only is the group not merely anti-communist, but that its policies and practices equally run counter to those
Templar.
of the so-called democratic powers. Thus, it can be seen that the question resolves
I have
itself
settlers.
into the simple
I
fact
got
that it is a
monumentality.
combination of those
Holy shit.
states which are bent upon upsetting the status quo, as opposed to
Oh my
those
God.
states which wish to preserve the status quo, or more simply, of the have-nots against the haves, and that anti-communism is merely the banner under which the have-nots are rallying. As for this desire for expansion, as stated there at the time, much like the relatively young German Empire, Japan was interested in moving away from the so-called have-not nation status to the have status. During the Age of Discovery, many nations like Britain and France had taken advantage and expanded their empires around the globe, something both Japan and Germany had missed out on. Japan because of its isolationism, and the German Empire because it didn't exist until 1871, and its first bout of expansion after not just ended with World War I, but with much of their advancements on this front being taken away in the aftermath. On the Japanese side, given the rapid industrialization of Japan in the preceding century, Japan found itself in a situation of being a heavily industrialized nation that also had very little in the way of many of the resources needed to supply the industrialization engine. Thus, they had to rely on other nations to get them. For example, leading up to World War II, approximately 80% of Japan's oil supplies came from the United States, and another 14% from other nations,
Just
allowing
keep
the US to
expanding
exert
south.
significant influence over
'Cause
Japan.
if you
it
keep
so
expanding
wanted at
south,
any
you'll start
time.
wrapping
Matters weren't
Russia
exactly greatly
and
improved
Mansa
when
Musa.
looking at things like access to coal, rubber, iron,
Yeah,
and
there's
other such
literally-
staple resources.
Here, I'll-
Thus, the Japanese
Like,
were
I could have
interested
settled
in
here,
copying the British, French, US,
where
and
Russia
other
just
such
settled
nations
on
and
me.
expanding their influence beyond their borders. They
But I
further
didn't.
felt that
I'll
the
show
Western
ya.
expansion into various
This
Asian
is
nations was something of an
the
affront
only
that they could not allow to stand.
strip
Putting two and two together, the Japanese leaders felt an
that I can
expansion would
settle
allow
in.
the Japanese empire to become more self-sufficient, and in the process remove Western
Down
influence
here?
from Asian nations, installing their own nation.
There's literally only one strip.
This was not in many ways that different
And
from
there's
Germany's
two
own stated
volcanoes.
goal, seeking to expand their borders owing to the supposed living space
It's
problem,
gonna be
with Hitler
rough.
stating, "We are overpopulated and cannot feed ourselves from our own resources." Previous efforts on the German front of expansion
But
before
once I
World
get
War
around
I
Grenada,
had seen Japan
I
and
should be
Germany
good.
somewhat at odds, both wanting to expand into the same areas in East
I'm gonna
Asia.
make two
This time,
settlers
however, Germany wanted Europe and
simultaneously,
was happy to leave
back to
Asia
back.
to the Japanese. On top of all of this, as previously alluded to, both nations had a vested interest in ceasing the spread of communism with the Soviet Union, so relatively close, and bordering nations, Germany and Japan, would both like to add to their future empires. On that note, if it were not for that anti-Soviet stance so staunchly held by the Germans and their long-term plans to attack the Soviets, World War II and the subsequent Cold War may have gone extremely differently. You see, a little talked about thing today is that the original Tripartite Pact came close to being a Quadpartite Pact. On this one, shortly before the Tripartite Pact was signed by Japan, Germany, and Italy, a fourth major power expressed their desire to join the fun, even making very favourable concessions to Germany, as well as rather sizable economic offerings. In perhaps one of the biggest blunders of the war, Germany didn't even bother to reply to the Soviet proposal to join, as Germany had already planned to invade, despite about a year before Germany signing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with the Soviets. This pact, in a nutshell, was the two nations
Starting
agreeing
the war.
not to attack one another or aid an enemy of the other,
They
as
had a
well
party
as,
in
in
Poland.
secret, defining various borders for the two nations in regions in between, should either
Brest-Litovsk, I
side, you know,
think it
just
was.
so happen to, totally by coincidence, go to war in the
Fact
area
check
at
me.
some point, maybe. Had the Soviets been accepted into the Tripartite Pact, it would have not only allowed Germany to focus their full might against the British with their backs covered, but also given Germany better access to supplies from the Soviets and connecting over to their ally in Japan. On this one, perhaps allowing the Axis powers to eventually truly work together in the way the Allies did, instead of just being an alliance mostly on paper when it came to the Japanese and Germans. In any event, even though many of the German Empire and Japan's overarching goals for their nations aligned and their immediate plans didn't conflict with each other in any way, this still doesn't say why they actually, at least on paper, decided to publicly join forces. After all, as just alluded to, given the vast distance separating them, there was little hope that the two sides would benefit directly in the form of joining forces or even resources. And that is again, not to mention the whole fact that the Nazis weren't shy about noting any other race outside of Aryan was inferior in their view. As to that latter point, in true Nazi fashion, when reality conflicted with their stated ideologies and beliefs, they simply came up with their own version of reality to accommodate, from SS head Heinrich Himmler not himself meeting his own racial background requirements for all SS members not named Heinrich Himmler, to not just talking up the non-Aryan Japanese, but explicitly declaring them honorary Aryans, an expression that more or less meant that even though you aren't Aryan, we'll still consider and treat you as such. Hitler would even go so far as to publicly state admiration for the Chinese and the Japanese, noting, "Pride in one's own race, and that does not imply contempt for other races, is also a normal and healthy sentiment. I have never regarded the Chinese or the Japanese as being inferior to ourselves. They belong to ancient civilizations, and I admit freely that their past history is superior to our own. They have the right to be proud of their past, just as we have the right to be proud of the civilization to which we belong. Indeed, I believe the more steadfast the Chinese and the Japanese remain in their pride of race, the easier I shall find it to get on with them." That said, he would also state, if we were to divide mankind into three groups, the founders of culture, the bearers of culture, the destroyers of culture, only the Aryan could be considered as the representative of the first group. From him originate the foundations and walls of all human creation, and only the outward form and colour are determined by the changing traits of character of the various peoples. In a few decades, for example, the entire east of Asia will possess a culture whose ultimate foundation will be Hellenic spirit and Germanic technology, just as much as in Europe. Only the outward form, in part at least, will bear the features of Asiatic character. If beginning today all further Aryan influence on Japan should stop, assuming that Europe and America should perish, Japan's present rise in science and technology might continue for a short time, but even in a few years the well would dry up, the Japanese special character would gain, but the present culture would freeze and sink back into the slumber from which it was awakened 7 decades ago by the wave of Aryan culture. So, this was Hitler's mental gymnastics for being able to buddy up with the Japanese while supposedly still keeping to Nazi ideology. So what about from the Japanese perspective? In the general case, as noted by Carnegie Mellon's Ricky Law, author of Transnational Nazism, Ideology and Culture in German-Japanese Relations, 1919 to 1936, quote, "I found that even before the government of Japan and Germany founded an alliance in 1936, intellectuals and commentators were publishing materials that put the other country in a positive light. Japanese intellectuals proactively reshaped Germany's ideals for Japanese consumption of Hitler and Nazism, keeping what they liked and removing what they didn't like." On that note, even though the Nazi Holocaust was well known and well reported throughout most regions of the world during World War II, as we previously covered, Japan was an exception, specifically suppressing any talk of German atrocities on this front. On their end, Germany did the same for Japan, suppressing any news of the so-called Asian Holocaust that saw Japan massacre somewhere between 3 to 13 million people in the process of supposedly liberating Asian nations. They also, during this time, conducted a truly horrific human experimentation on the peoples they conquered, and basically committed atrocities very similar in a lot of ways to the more well-known Holocaust on the German side. For example, a Nazi Party member, John Heinrich Raab, who found himself stationed in Nanjing in China in 1937 when the Japanese conquered it. Now, on this little story, I think we can all agree that when the Nazi comes across looking like the good guy, the other side should maybe pause and ask themselves, Hans, are these the bad guys? In this one, the Nazi Raab is credited with almost single-handedly saving the lives of tens of thousands of Chinese civilians thanks to his tireless efforts during the Nanjing massacre, which saw the Japanese forces slaughter between 50,000 to 300,000 Chinese civilians, and wanting access to 250,000 or so more that Raab saw to it were protected from all of the raping and murdering. Going back to the story at hand, at how both sides were happy to cover up each other's atrocities with the public, Raab returned to Germany after the massacre with documentation of the mass murder, rape, beatings, etc., including photographs and film footage. He then began lecturing about all of this publicly, as well as attempting to get Hitler to pressure Japan to stop such appalling acts in China. As you might expect, this all not only fell on deaf ears, but saw Raab promptly arrested by the Gestapo. The company Siemens AG managed to step in and secure his release, but he was forbidden from speaking of this again. We will have more on the fascinating and rather tragic tale of John Raab in an upcoming video on our sister channel, Highlight History, so check that out. But to sum up here, in essence, both sides just reshaped the discourse about one another to fit their needs and make the other side look good. And the brass between the two nations,
like, you literally just fill your YouTube with this cunt's head.
Fundamentally differing ideological views. All that background out of the way, this brings us back to why the Japanese and German empires would want to sign the Tripartite Pact. While nothing is black and white, and there are numerous things that went into it, including, as noted, the threat the Soviets still held for
He's
both
converting me.
nations'
The fourth
plans,
sound
despite
that got
the
me. I
pacts
forgot
leading
it
up
was
to the
there.
Tripartite Pact somewhat neutralizing that threat ensured the United States had become a major problem. Germany and Japan were both looking for a way to keep the US out of their respective conflicts as much as possible, and wanted this pact to attempt to encourage
Can you
this.
play it again? I
Of this
wanna
note, the
identify which
Tripartite
side is
Pact was
chess.
specifically worded to say that the signing nations would not be required to come to the other's aid unless they
Wrong
were
one.
attacked by some nation that the
Same
respective
colour.
nations weren't currently already at war with. In other words, while not explicitly named, it's pretty clear this pact was directed squarely at the United
hard.
States in a thinly
Is he
veiled
the one who
attempt to
goes,
keep them
"Nah"?
from joining any of the war efforts on the
Pause
other
it.
He goes, nah.
Yeah, I think it's the second one. Amazing.
side. At the time, Germany was facing a stalemate with Britain and planning to invade the
Go
Soviets
fuck yourself,
despite the little
Russia.
truce, and didn't want the US entering the fray on the
You're
side
the one
of
who
Britain
sent
to
a
tip
missionary
balance,
into
as
my
Japan was
territory.
already
You're gonna
dealing
come
with
cry
the
to
US,
me
whose
about
people maybe had no
converting
interest in
your
entering
cities.
a war,
Shut
but
up.
whose president very much didn't want to, and wasn't shy about speaking out against Japan's rather brutal expansion into China and the insane atrocities they committed doing this. On top of this, for the Germans, Japanese expansion into certain regions of Asia would also help tie down British forces and resources there. Further, once Japan was successful, this would potentially open up supplies from those regions to Germany from their Japanese ally. Likewise, from the Japanese side, with Germany doing its thing over in Europe, Britain would be too occupied to do much about their actions against British territories in the region. Thus, in essence, this pact was a warning to the US to stay out of their respective
That's a hell of a
conflicts, and
plan.
otherwise an opportunistic joining, rather than one in which the two sides intended to support one another more directly from a military or resources standpoint. That said, Japan and Germany did have some token exchanges and little attempts to work together, such as Germany sending Japan one of its subs to take a look at and attempt to benefit from the design of. Unfortunately for Japan, they found it too complicated to replicate at the time, so
Right.
little benefit came from this. Many other similar exchanges of technology and limited resources also occurred, but in all of these cases, the effect was almost entirely useless for the other side. On top of this, neither side really trusted
like
the other
me
very
allying
much, which
with
perhaps shouldn't be a
someone on the other
surprise,
side of
given
the
the
world.
last pact they signed against communism saw Germany, without bothering to inform their ally the Japanese, signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with the Soviets. Ultimately, Japan had their own trick to play on the Germans, negotiating the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact in April of 1941, agreeing not to attack the Soviets, only to see the Japanese once again blindsided by their ally when Germany went the other way and decided to attack the Soviets 2 months later in June of 1941. Showing how little interest the two nations had of actually working together, after Germany attacked the Soviets, they began continually hinting that Germany would greatly appreciate it if Japan wouldn't mind being a good ally and switching efforts and attacking the Soviets as well. For example, Hitler stated to Japanese ambassador Hiroshi Oshima in 1941, "It would of course be up to Japan to act as it saw fit, but Japan's cooperation in the fight against the Soviet Union would be welcomed if the Japanese advance to the south should run into difficulty because of supply and equipment." Unfortunately for the Germans, when Japan had previously attempted to expand into the Soviet Union and protect its states, they were pretty brutally beaten back in a series of border conflicts, most devastatingly at the Battle of Khalkhin Gol in 1939. This cooled Japan's interest in any further expansion in that region. Thus, in the end, Japan made it very clear
Wait,
they
the
would not go to
Mongolians
war
fucked
with the
them up.
Soviet Union unless Germany had more or less already won the war against them. That said, Stalin wasn't banking on this continuing, and thus had to divide his forces to protect against Japan just in case. However, things took a drastic change in September of 1941 when Soviet spy Richard Sorge, fronting as a German journalist working for German ambassador to Tokyo Eugen Ott, sent a message that Japan absolutely would not attack the USSR unless first attacked, allowing a couple of dozen Soviet divisions in Siberia to be redistributed to the German side of the conflict and turning
that's
the
some
tide
handy
of that
intel.
war there. Unfortunately for Sorg, however, within a month of sending this message, he was unmasked
Get out of my
and eventually
tundra.
executed. So that was the complete lack of coordination, or
Why
even
would you
really
put a city in the
communicating plans
tundra?
at all when it came to the Soviets. On the other ends of things,
I
with the
just wanted
US,
one.
Japan did at least
It was the
inform the
river.
Germans of their plan to go to war with the United States, though
I
only
just
giving
want the
them a heads
bonuses
up
for
mere
production
days
and
before
shit.
the attacks and not giving any specifics whatsoever.
I'm gonna
on
also
how
use the
or
mountain
when
for
they'd
holy
do
sites
this.
and shit.
On this note, you might now be wondering what on earth the Japanese were thinking trying to bring a nation into a war the Japanese military brass knew well they had zero chance of winning a protracted conflict against and could further completely shift the balance of the war for their European allies. And just for reference here, for what it's worth, the gross domestic product of the United States was 17% higher than all Axis nations combined when the US entered the war. On top of that, neither Germany nor Japan.
I've been watching stuff on from the German perspective of the Allied advancement. The technology on D-Day, the Germans hadn't even experienced before.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that was happening, they had no expectation of it. And so they actually coined a term. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the psychological effect of the D-Day landings did psychic damage to the German defenders.
No
Seeing
shit.
wave after wave of democratic nations because they believed the democracies would only be weak. So wave after wave landing on the beachhead actually fucked up the German senses. And not only that, so the German tactics of just being based around the machine gun, while the US had all M1s that could continually fire without racking the bolt.
Yeah, true.
So
I always forget it that the M1 was a revolutionary thing at the time.
Had the ability to continually outmaneuver them. So although the Soviets and stuff, there was a lot more casualties on that side, the US took way more ground for less because they continually outmaneuvered them. And they had no choice but to fall back.
Fascinating.
But I don't remember what technology the US had that they just didn't even know what it was. But it was something. It was something like the vehicles they were dropping on the beach. The armor they were using. They had some type of thing. Also, did you know there was a general on the ground in D-Day?
No, I didn't know that. What the fuck?
Yeah, a general was on the ground. So it's in Saving Private Ryan, you know how they're who's in charge here? And they're like, you are, sir. That happened, except it was a general. So the general couldn't find enlisted. And then somebody got cut down in front of him, and he was screaming, and everyone was disheveled. And he basically did come on, you apes, you want to live forever, and led the charge.
Holy shit.
And he was talking about how he was fucking terrified.
I bet. That would have sucked. Fuck that. It's wild that America did that because Japan attacked them. That's the craziest part.
I think you would expect them to just as well. The way that the ships that were in the water, the Germans had no defense against a lot of the ships.
Okay.
And the armored vehicles that were landing were using tracer rounds specifically to help the ship's target.
No shit. Fascinating.
And had any hope of actually attacking the US mainland directly in any meaningful way. Further, as alluded to,
so they were doing land bombardments
strong support in the
from
United
the
States for isolation.
Yeah, the
from
Germans didn't think that would be even possible.
Interesting.
They never even considered that being a thing.
This is a battleship?
Destroyers as well, I believe.
Really? Fascinating.
I'd have to check
When was the
again.
first battleship?
But
battleship
I've
for World
said this
War II.
before, but my great-grandfather was on a battleship during D-Day. He was
Damn.
on the Wichita.
Ocean-going ironclads were the
But yeah.
first battleships, late 1850s to 1860s.
If
France
you look
launching...
up the USS Wichita, that was my... He retired as a rear admiral. He was not rear admiral when the D-Day happened, though.
Okay.
But he was an officer on the ship.
That's cool. That's definitely not that one. That one. That's a fucking cool ship.
Yeah, it's one of the minor ones that you don't really see in history books a lot.
Look at those
They
fucking
normally
guns.
talk about other ships.
God, fucking battleships are cool. Bring them back.
I think
I'm totally
also
with Trump on this one.
They had the munitions they were using as well. The Germans were like, what?
Like, what was the difference?
I don't know. It was something on in the background, how the Germans were all dumbfounded by like basically everything that was happening on D-Day. It wasn't, because like, also another thing is the even America's weather service was so superior to Germany that Germany didn't see the attack coming because they found a break in a storm. Right? So they like landed in the middle of a storm right when it broke.
Yeah,
and they had like a 48-hour window or something like that because they had advanced weather systems and they had them deployed all the way out in Iceland. So they were able to track the storm front that hit France all the way from Iceland. So they knew exactly what the window would be. And the Germans, like, there was Germans basically saying, like, they knew they were going to land, and they did tons of mock landings. So when they actually were landing, they didn't think it was happening because the weather wasn't permitting it. And then the weather clears up, and they hit the beach.
That's so clever. That's very funny. I didn't even see all these comments here from Wendy.
Oh, yeah.
Are they just mad that these immigrants are living the American dream? Yeah, basically. Government contract funds.
Also, the BAR rifle.
Yeah, the Browning automatic rifle, whatever it is. I think that's what it stands for. It's funny when call it the Browning BAR. Yeah, Browning automatic rifle. I was right. M1918. That thing is so cool. God, fucking battleships are cool. Fucking love battleships.
So, like, it's just funny because there's this whole, like, novelty that the Germans were technologically advanced.
Yeah, that is a big thing that they always
say. But really, all they had was overcomplicated engineering.
It was the rocketry. It was the rocketry that they were interested in.
Still, their issue, like, they sent... even in this video, he's talking about how they sent things to Japan, and Japan were like, what are we going to do with this? Because it was too overly complicated for Japan. I mean, look at the fucking Japanese paratrooper rifle, like, and stuff, the infantry rifle. Have you seen how, like, bad they get towards the end of the war?
No, I haven't. I imagine it's pretty bad, though. Fucking interesting.
Following World War I, which resulted in the passing of various neutrality acts in the 1930s to help keep the US out of any foreign conflicts. These were initially only slightly undone in 1939 with the passing of certain acts like the one allowing the US to supply arms to Britain and France so long as they paid for them and also came and picked them up in their own ships. And then following this up in 1940 with trading 50 US destroyers to the British in exchange for various land rights in British-held regions, which technically violated the Neutrality Act, but Roosevelt got away with it anyway. Then followed that up with the March of 1941 Lend-Lease Act, which allowed the US to give supplies and equipment to allied nations for free, in total about $50.1 billion. That's about $700 billion worth today. However, despite all of this, US citizens on the whole, along with many within the government, still had little interest in involving itself in the conflict with the Axis, even in these ways, let alone more directly by sending their sons to go and fight. Thus, both Japan and Germany's decision-making paradigm seem extremely questionable here, and indeed, ultimately their choices were catastrophic for their respective wars by deliberately waking the sleeping giants. So, why did Japan attack the United States?
They had to.
In short, the United States forced them to. You see, once the Japanese efforts were mostly rebuffed on the northern expansion front by the Soviets, this left
America was giving them a lot of their
something
steel.
they ultimately had to do because of the United States' actions leading up to Pearl Harbor. Going back a bit, the Japanese aggression into the likes of China and French Indochina and the atrocities the Japanese committed in those regions had seen the US, despite supposedly not wanting to be involved in foreign matters, nonetheless spearhead a series of progressive progressively more harsh embargoes on Japan, ultimately cutting Japan off from needed supplies of oil, iron, rubber, steel, etc. For reference here, at the time, as mentioned before, 94% of Japan's oil supplies were imported.
So, like, just think about it. If Japan just stopped, they would have been able to consolidate.
Yeah. Instead, they chose war.
Hey, you got it.
Oh, what?
Oh, you put 3 points in for yourself, huh?
Absolutely.
80% of that coming from the United States. After the embargo, it was noted by officials within the Imperial Japanese Navy that at that point they had perhaps as little as 6 months of campaigning before their ships would be dead in the water from lack of needed fuel, thus at that point forcing Japan to concede to whatever demands the US wanted to place on them to lift the embargo. They thus had 3 choices. First, negotiate a treaty with the US to get them to lift the embargo. Second, try again against the Soviets to capture those regions to get the resources they needed, and in this one support their ally in Germany, or third, attack south, but into certain regions that were more or less protected by the US, and thus, in their view, would likely see the US declare war on them as a result. As for option number 1 of negotiating a treaty with the US to resolve this, they actually tried exceptionally hard at this, leading all the way up to mere hours before attacking Pearl Harbor. However, no such deal could be reached. That said, they did get pretty far along here, with Japan noting that they would agree to withdraw from French Indochina and not attack any regions of Southeast Asia, so long as all aid to China was lifted from Britain, the US and the Netherlands, and sanctions against Japan were likewise lifted. In essence, Japan was willing to give up most of their expansion plans and territories, but wanted to keep what they had captured of China and make war efforts a little easier for themselves. The US, however, rejected this proposal, requiring all Japan had offered, plus also that Japan would withdraw from China and sign non-aggression pacts with the various Pacific states. Essentially, the US stating, retreat back into your own country and abandon all plans of a true Japanese empire and self-sufficiency, as well as abandon plans to liberate Asia from Western influence like ourselves. In doing so, this would also once again make Japan subservient to the US and other nations because of the needed industrial supplies from them that Japan had no other access to. As you can imagine, given the US wasn't really conceding anything, this was a non-starter for Japanese leaders. Something that it seems is exactly what the US officials were hoping for.
You're going to put a city in the only one
conflict and thus
brick in that
allow
area?
the US to enter the war against Japan's supposed ally Germany. As for option 2 of attacking north against the Soviets, again, this was deemed too risky, given they had no real way to counter the Soviet tanks and, as mentioned, had been defeated so resoundingly on this front in their previous attempts. This left option number 3. Before their oil and other supplies ran out, expand south into the Dutch East Indies, British Malaya, the Philippines, and elsewhere to acquire the resources they needed while also accomplishing the goal of beginning to establish the Japanese Empire and liberating these regions from Western influence. The problem here again was that to do so, they were convinced would cause the US to declare war on them, with Japan then in a rather precarious position of not yet being fortified in the regions they were planning on taking, right when the US's Pacific Fleet would presumably quickly attack. Or at least, they assumed they would. As you might expect, given wide support for isolationism at the time in the United States, historians debate whether the US actually would have or not had Japan just gone ahead and done it without attacking the US directly. On all of this, President Roosevelt explicitly stated that the US would not have, except he also believed that over the course of their activities in the region, the Japanese would make a mistake that he could leverage to drag the US into war with Japan and then Germany. As noted by Pacific Fleet Admiral James O. Richardson when he asked Roosevelt if the US would be going to war with Japan, he states, Roosevelt responded, "If the Japanese attacked Thailand or the Kra Peninsula or the Dutch East Indies, we would not enter the war. That if they even attacked the Philippines," noted the Philippines at the time were an American protectorate, he doubted whether we would enter the war, but that the Japanese could not always avoid making mistakes, and that as the war continued and that area of operations expanded, sooner or later they would make a mistake and would enter the war. Thus, if true, had the Japanese just went ahead and pushed south without directly involving the US, this is yet another point in World War II, much like when the Germans didn't let the Soviets join the Tripartite Pact, where things may have gone extremely differently both in the war in Europe and the Pacific had one decision been different. But, rightly or wrongly, the Japanese were convinced the US would declare war on them the second they attacked the Philippines and other nations in the region, something they had to do before they ran out of oil and other supplies because of US embargoes against Japan. So what to do about it, especially when they knew they couldn't win a war against the United States? How about sink the Pacific Fleet in a surprise attack, thus temporarily crippling the US's ability to retaliate while Japan simultaneously performs their own little blitzkrieg, taking over every nation they needed for the supplies and self-sufficiency they wanted, which is exactly what they did, for example, attacking the Philippines the next day after Pearl Harbor. They then would dig themselves in, such that it would require a massive effort by the United States to get them out. Something they knew the US could do, but Japanese leaders felt that the US would have no interest in such an effort, given their general aversion to conflicts so far away. At that point, now from a much stronger negotiating position and dealing with a nation that wouldn't really want to continue the war, the Japanese could simply negotiate a truce with the United States that favored Japanese interests. It's foolproof. Obviously, all of this ended up being a huge miscalculation on the Japanese military brass's part on the reaction of Americans to the attack. This all wasn't helped via Roosevelt's speech about it, playing up the supposed alliance and coordinated efforts between Germany and Japan, further bolstering sentiment for the United States to enter the war against Germany in support of the British Empire. Roosevelt stated, "The course that Japan has followed for the past 10 years in Asia has paralleled the course of Hitler and Mussolini in Europe and in Africa. Today, it has become far more than a parallel. It is an actual collaboration so well calculated that all the continents of the world and all the oceans are now considered by the Axis strategists as one gigantic battlefield. In these past few years, and most violently in the past 3 days, we have learned a terrible lesson. It is our obligation to our dead, it is our sacred obligation to their children and to our children, that we must never forget what we have learned. And what we have all learned is this: there is no such thing as security for any nation or any individual in a world ruled by the principles of gangsterism. We are now in the midst of a war not for conquest, not for vengeance, but for a world in which this nation and all that this nation represents will be safe for our children. We expect to eliminate the danger from Japan, but it would serve us ill if we accomplished that and found that the rest of the world was dominated by Hitler and Mussolini." Speaking of Hitler, he went ahead and did Roosevelt a massive favour by almost immediately after Japan attacked also declaring war on the United States in support of his Japanese allies, not just assuring the US would go to war with Germany, but also increasing public perception that the attack had somehow been coordinated and that the two nations were allies in more than just name. The second massive blunder in a week by the Axis powers. As historian Max Hastings notes, 4 days after Pearl Harbor, Hitler made the folly of the strike comprehensive by declaring war on the United States, relieving Roosevelt from a serious uncertainty about whether Congress would agree to fight Germany. As for the German side of things, let's just say that all this perhaps showed why plans to assassinate Hitler at one point were cancelled, because he was such an incompetent general that the war was sure to end with Allied victory if he was left in charge, or as Japanese General Tomoyuki Yamashita had stated of Hitler, he may be a great orator on a platform, but standing behind his desk listening, he seems much more like a clerk. On this note, Hitler's reaction to the surprise news of Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor was apparently, "We can't lose the war at all. We now have an ally which has never been conquered in 3,000 years. He also stated the Japanese strategy of a surprise attack. You gave them the right declaration of war. This method is the only proper one. Japan pursued it formally, and it corresponds with his own system. That is, to negotiate as long as possible. But if one sees that the other is interested only in putting one off, in shaming and humiliating one, and is not willing to come to an agreement, then one should strike as hard as possible and not waste time declaring war." Now, in a very slight defense of Hitler's decision here to declare war on the US instead of just waiting it out and seeing what happened, he had technically verbally promised Japan he would before the attack. It should be noted here that leading up to the attack, Japan had spearheaded an amendment to the Tripartite Pact, wherein if any nation should not just be attacked by, but attack the United States, the other nations would be obligated also to go to war with the US. However, this amendment was not able to be completed before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Also noteworthy here, it would seem that there were efforts in the amending of the pact to oblige Japan to go to war with the USSR, but this was resoundingly rejected by Japan, with one communique from Japan to Berlin in December of 1941 stating, "In case Germany demands that we participate in the war against the Soviet Union, we will respond that we do not intend to join the war for the time being. If this should lead to a situation whereby Germany will delay her entry into the war against the United States, it cannot be helped." Yet Hitler did it anyway. So why? What was Hitler's more detailed reasoning for being excited Japan had brought arguably the most dangerous country not already in the war into the conflict. To begin with, Nazi politician Joseph Goebbels wrote of Hitler's thoughts at the time, "We are now to a certain extent protected on our flanks. The United States will probably no longer make aircraft, weapons and transport available to England so carelessly, as it can be assumed that they will need these for their own war against Japan." To be fair, this may have
They
been what
really
actually
didn't expect the
happened,
United States to
Hitler
come
not
after
declared
them.
war on the United States. In his speech announcing this historically catastrophic decision on December the 11th, 1941, he also doubled down on antagonizing his new enemy, taking potshots at the US and President Roosevelt, stating, "I will pass over the insulting attacks made by this so-called president against me. That he calls me a gangster is uninteresting. After all, this expression was not coined in Europe, but in America, no doubt because such gangsters are lacking here. National Socialism came to power in Germany in the same year as Roosevelt was elected president. While an unprecedented revival of economic life, culture and art took place in Germany under National Socialist leadership, President Roosevelt did not succeed in bringing about even the slightest improvement in his own country. A threatening political opposition was gathering over the head of this man. He guessed that the only salvation for him lay in diverting public attention from home to foreign policy. He was strengthened in this by the Jews around him. The full diabolical meanness of Jewry rallied around this man, and he stretched out his hands. Thus began the increasing efforts of the American president to create conflicts. For years, this man harbored one desire, that a conflict should break out somewhere in the world. The fact that the Japanese government, which has been negotiating for years with this man, has at last become tired of being mocked by him in such an unworthy way, fills us all, the German people, and I think all other decent people in the world, with deep satisfaction. It was also noted that Hitler was happy that he could now actually have his U-boats openly attack US shipping lines that were supporting the Allies at the time, and he assumed that with the conflict in the Pacific, the US would have their hands full with much of their navy there, further making such supply lines on the European front vulnerable. While there were certainly pros from the German front, there were also a massive amount of very obvious cons that he didn't seem to factor in at all, such as the subsequent influx of US troops he'd soon have to meet on the battlefield. On this one, he appears to have simply been delusional, noting US soldiers were unlikely to fight nearly to the level of Germans, owing to being comprised of a mongrelloid mix of races. Not only this, he felt that it would take several years for the US to adequately ramp up their armaments once they were directed at Germany instead of Japan.
That's another thing, is the industry behind America. The Nazis were like, how? How did this happen?
Crazy.
Because they couldn't industrialize on that level. You want to know why? Because their shit was too over-engineered and complicated.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent argument.
Also, like, the country that literally has an amendment in their constitution for guns, you didn't think they would fucking have superior weapons to you? Like, you can hype up the Sturmgewehr or whatever it's called all you want, saying it's the first assault rifle.
Oh, the STG.
But at the end of the day, like, the main criticism you could have is that the round for the Garand was too big.
30-06.
Yeah. Well, it's because they wanted
Big,
to
heavy.
they were using fucking aircraft munitions.
Yes.
Because they wanted to standardize all their munitions. So, like, you could argue too big. Especially when you already have the 45 ACP.
Yeah. It's not really ideal for a rifle, though.
Well, neither
I
was
mean,
the
I guess
30.
you had it in the Thompson, but...
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's
It's just like...
submachine gun.
What did the Springfield use?
30-06.
It also used 30s?
Yeah, they were also standard 30-06, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if
the
I'm wrong,
Browning
somebody.
was 50? Is that also 30?
No, there was the same round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Browning is 30-06 too.
War in Europe would be over. What he apparently was unaware of was that for some time Roosevelt and co. had already long been preparing for war on the armament side, and on top of that, in large part thanks to Hitler declaring war on the US, it would not be Japan the US would be too bothered about, with Roosevelt devoting a whopping 90% of US forces to supporting their British ally directly in Europe, with Japan something of an afterthought at first, despite it having been Japan who'd attacked the United States. On top of this, despite Japanese assertions to the contrary, Hitler apparently was also under the impression that if Germany declared war on the US and supported Japan in this way, Japan would change its mind and aid Germany against the Soviets, something that not only didn't happen, but also Japan didn't even bother interfering with US source supplies being funneled through the port of Vladivostok on the Sea of Japan in support of Soviet efforts against Germany, something that rather pissed Hitler off, as you might expect, given Japan was right there and in a great position to cut off this vital supply line. We should also note of the supposed allies in Japan and Germany at this point of the war that both sides were exaggerating or outright lying to one another about their respective statuses in their two wars, with Hitler exclaiming in March of 1943, "They lie right to your face," and in the end all their depictions are calculated on something which turns out to be a deceit afterwards. Of course, the Germans weren't any better, and at the time of Japan's attack on the US, they seem to have generally been under the impression, based on German communiques, that Germany was very close to wrapping the war in Europe and the conflict with the Soviets. Going back to Japan and their own blunder on all of this, perhaps not adequately understanding American culture and the classic modern-day "these colors don't run America" yeah type attitudes. As noted, while they had hoped the attack at Pearl Harbor would drive US citizens to even more advocate for isolating and withdrawing from these conflicts so far away, in reality their attack had more or less completely gotten rid of the American apathy toward the wars happening in the world at the time, undoing the isolationism that the US had embraced post-World War I. On top of this, because of the attack, which was perceived publicly as unprovoked, even though the reality was Roosevelt and co. had been doing everything in their power to provoke Japan, the US populace now had zero interest in negotiating a treaty with Japan. The American people wanted those deaths and the supposed unprovoked attack avenged, and weren't going to stop until Japan was crushed. Not all the Japanese military leaders have been so deluded, however. For example, Marshal Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, in charge of the entire combined Japanese fleet, was not shy about his opposition to the original signing of the Tripartite Pact because of it not so subtly being directed at the United States. He stated that this on August 14, 1940, "To fight the United States is like fighting the whole world, but it has been decided. So I will fight the best I can. Doubtless I shall die on board Nagato. Meanwhile, Tokyo will be burnt to the ground 3 times. Kono and others will be torn to pieces by the revengeful people." He would also state after the fact, "Unlike the pre-tripartite days, great determination is required to make certain that we avoid the danger of going to war." He further stated, seemingly understanding his potential enemy in a way other leaders in Japan did not, should hostilities once break out between Japan and the United States, it would not be enough that we take Guam and the Philippines, or even Hawaii and San Francisco. To make victory certain, we would have to march into Washington and dictate the terms of peace in the White House. I wonder if our politicians who speak so lightly of a Japanese-American war have confidence as to the final outcome and prepared to make the necessary sacrifices. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't listened to and was even in charge of the attack on Pearl Harbor that would bring about the result that he feared. And if you're wondering here, he was not killed aboard his flagship as predicted, but rather when the US intercepted an encrypted transmission outlining Yamamoto's plans to tour around the South Pacific inspecting his forces, and they were thus able to shoot down his plane. Perhaps not so bad a death for a man who stated, "To die for the emperor and nation is the highest hope of a military man. After a brave, hard fight, the blossoms are scattered on the fighting field. One man's life or death is a matter of no importance. All that matters is the empire." As Confucius says, "They may crush cinnabar, yet they do not take away its color. One may burn a fragrant herb, yet it will not destroy the scent. They may destroy my body, but they will not take away my will." In the end, thanks to Pearl Harbor, a drawn-out war with the US, something the Japanese military brass had known they'd lose quite handily if it happened, is exactly what happened. And while nobody in Japan could have anticipated the end result of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the overall outcome was inevitable from the start, given the US had no interest in a treaty. Making the move even more mind-boggling, as Japanese commanders had noted that the attack on Pearl Harbor in the first place, it would only be a mild delaying measure, and given the shallow waters they knew well, it was likely that the ship sunk there would be relatively quickly repaired and put back into service, which is exactly what happened with 6 of the 8 ships that found themselves on the bottom of the sea after the attack being repaired. In short, not a great plan, though at least was more defensible given the known information at the time and the needs of Japan than, say, Hitler's decision to bring the United States into the war on the European side.
The only one I can do is trade. Fuck. Every other one is useless. Where's this swordsman? There you go. Are we next turn then save? What are we doing?
Oh, I already did save. I was waiting for
Alright.
the era to end, and it was when the video was ending anyway.
Perfect. I'll save.
That's the start of the era. So I just saved. I picked
hit
monumentality and then saved.
Yep. Overwrite. Yep.
And I fucking 800 faith right now.
That's pretty good.
I'm almost getting. I'm gonna be getting 200 faith per turn.
What the fuck?
Well, so I picked the Tundra thing where it's +1 for every Tundra tile in your holy site. So my holy sites are getting +7 on most of them.
That's not bad. My sign, my culture is somehow higher than my signs. I don't know. Maybe it's the obelisk. Hold on.
Yeah, my culture is high too, and I've only been building campuses.
I need to build more holy sites, and I'll get more of both of those. Whoop, I didn't mean that. Alright,
Okay.
I'm leaving.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syrian.
Ending. Goodbye, peoples.